If I gotta pass it, no.
Victor, we have a question from the audience out there. They want to know if they want to hear about continuous withdrawals if they're not part of the case.
If they're here for a case that's gonna be withdrawn, they can come in,
Right, but if they're not related to the case, okay.
because we have limited space.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ware, we have you.
We think.
Nick, if I can have everybody go in and make sure, yeah, we're.
Is it? Okay, because they moved it home.
You know, say? Yeah. So do you want us to use the question mark to give you our notes or what?
Oh, well, you're gonna be behind me. I was afraid that there, you know, I go to the general gallery, is gonna come behind me and choke me out or something.
Yeah, I mean, no, you haven't ruled.
You choking me.
I'm gonna go.
I'm not.
Why don't we let the rest?
I just. It's on the counter out there. All the kids are out. Oh, that's so.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to.
Yeah, I think you were fucking for 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know.
No, I'm good. I think it's just.
Honestly, I was thinking maybe I could just like Frank's just lay down.
You'll go back to your. It's not showing up.
Yeah, no, it would be. Okay. Sounds good, thank you.
There you go.
Hi. Very good.
Brian, whenever you're ready.
You all excited?
Are we good to go?
Look for your address pass. Applicant sign and tap everyone's sign. And a photo sign in the bottom. Name, address, and zip code.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the February 16, 2024 meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Brian Sanchez, and I am the chairman of the zoning board. With me today is Commissioner Sam Toya, Commissioner Esposito, and alternate Commissioner Rao. I'd like to call this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. First, I hereby designate alternate member Vaishali Rao to take Angela Brooks' place as a regular member at today's meeting. Welcome, Vaishali. Next, I'll take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioner Toya. Here. Commissioner Esposito.
Here.
Commissioner Rao.
Here.
I am present, quorum is established. The minutes of January's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Rao.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the minutes are approved. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Rao.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the agenda is approved. Now I'll take continuances and withdrawals. Anybody with a continuance or withdrawal? Yeah. Oh, yeah, actually, for purposes of our court reporter, if you could maybe line up where the where Fred is. Fred, you'll go first because you're closest to the court reporter.
Okay.
And then we'll do it that way.
Sure. All right. So I'm here for case number 5324F. I represent the Uptown Covenant Church. As you recall, we represent the church on the special use before this board back in 2021. We're also located at this property at 1140 Wilson. So we're a current tenant. I'm seeking a continuance for 2 reasons. One, we're willing to work with applicant. We got some revised plans this past week that could possibly work. Again, we need time to review that. Last night, we got some action items that the developers promising to do again. We got it last night. That doesn't ensure us anything. Doesn't protect us. So we're willing to work with them. Security is a big problem for us because right now the way the plan is, we're sharing a home with them. So security reasons is a big thing. And again, we're willing to work with the applicant on that. We just need time. I'm also going to point out as a second reason, posted notice. Public notice sign has been down. We have a picture of it. It was down as of last Friday. Under the ordinance, it has to be up continuously to the hearing, and we have a picture of it posted. My client is right here. We took a picture of it last Friday. I can send it to the board. So with that, on that note, also seeking a continuance. Yeah, we're willing to work with the applicant.
Do we have someone from the applicant?
Yeah.
Right here. I'm the applicant's attorney, Rich Clowder from DLA Piper.
Hello, Counselor.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's your position on the request for a
We
continuance?
oppose it. This has been subject to an extremely exhaustive community process. I can speak to what it's been. We've had community meetings. We've met with everybody and anybody who's made such a request. We had a 90-minute meeting with the condo association as recently as last Friday. Every time we've been requested to provide materials, we've provided them, all of our testimony, all of our submissions. We've got a strong letter of support from the Alderwoman. There was a survey conducted community-wide during which over 2/3 of the people who responded supported the project. So this is strongly supported by DOH and DFSS and other city agencies. Time is of the essence, and we've bent over backwards to be a good neighbor in terms of community outreach, and we'd like to proceed this afternoon or this morning.
What about the comments from Councilor Augustine? First, I guess about the notice. Are you concerned about the notice?
I'm not concerned about the notice. It's a very common occurrence, as you know, especially in certain neighborhoods where there's considerable density. So notices are up and then come down, and as soon as we're notified, we have the notice put back up. If the notice is still good, we put it up. If not, we order a new notice and have it put up. So again, there's no doubt about the fact that everybody who wants to know about this hearing this morning has been advised of this hearing this morning. So I'm not concerned at all about the outcome.
And what about the other comments from Councilor Augustine about, he wants to try to work some things out. He may not even have an objection if there's a continuance and he has an opportunity to work it out with your client. What do you think about that?
Well, we've assembled about 8 witnesses here. We have a lot of community people that are outside in support of the project. I know that there are community people here who would seek to oppose the project or testify to that effect. We have done a lot of planning around this. We're relying on funding from the city, and again, we just really don't want to suffer another 30-day delay. And we'd like to proceed. They're all here, we're all here, and I don't think that there's any information that's been withheld that they need more time to review.
Commissioner, I'd like to ask a question. Was there a community meeting?
There was.
And how many people were at that community meeting?
It was January 8th. I don't know the number of people.
Ballpark?
Oh, yeah, a couple hundred.
Couple hundred?
Yeah.
So obviously the community knows about this. A couple hundred people showed up.
So we've been getting a lot of calls, and again, we've been very responsive. We've got a very active team. We're already present in the neighborhood, so we have a pretty good sense of the pulse of things, and we have been completely transparent with all the information that's been requested.
Thank you.
Commissioners, there are other interested parties who also seek a continuance if we could speak as well.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Tara. I live directly next door to the proposed location for this shelter. I have 11 typed out reasons why we've got a continuance. I'm trying to be brief, but before I do that, let me circle back. We have, and I can mark as exhibits, 6 pictures on 6 separate days where the signage is not up and notice is lacking. There's 6 pictures, so can I hand that to you? Thank you. Each taken on 6 separate days and time stamped. But let me go in order. I can also tender the reasons of my continuance as an exhibit as well for the zoning board to consider. I don't know if that's something you want. This is my reasons for continuance if you want it tendered as an exhibit. One, the proponents of this have had several months to prepare. We've had notice for the matter of a couple of weeks. A continuance this would give the community, it would level the playing field. That's one. This has been going on for 6 to 9 months on their end. We just received notice of this. They sent a mailing out the 3rd week of January, and we've been hustling to get the information we can since then. That's my first reason. The second reason, the community needs time to digest the proponent's discovery and decide how to proceed. Discovery was received by Cornerstone this past Monday. It is not enough time to receive discovery on Monday and be able to move forward. The owners of our building would like to retain counsel. We've spoken with attorneys, but no attorney was willing to come in today to represent us on this short term of notice. They also have an expert within the call. They did tender that expert report. I'd like an opportunity to hire my own expert, have that expert read their report, develop his or her own findings, so I could present that to the board for a comprehensive, transparent, complete hearing where, again, we're leveling the playing field with the community, giving the opponents a chance to equally be heard, as well as the proponents who've had months to prepare. Another reason that I think is really important, which is in the ordinance, I reside within 250 feet of the proposed shelter. The decision that the board makes will heavily impact the community, my safety, my property, and that of thousands of people in the 46th ward. This is a big decision that the zoning board has to make. And because of the fact that I live so close, the bricks to my building touch the bricks of this building, they physically touch. I'm asking to give deference when I stand before you and ask for continuance. My 4th reason is that our building needs time to confer with counsel and retain an attorney or hire a consultant. We did attempt to retain counsel, but we were unable to due to the tight turnaround. Number 5, the community needs a time to interview expert witnesses, create their own reports. I need to have an opportunity to have my expert in here listening to what their expert says so that I know what questions to ask on cross-examination. If you don't give the community a continuance today, they're going to call their expert. That I'm a lay person. That report does not mean very much to me. I need someone smarter than me to tell me what that means and tell me what questions to ask. Or maybe that person smarter than me is going to tell me, don't worry, it's okay. But I don't know that because I got that Monday afternoon. Number 6, a continuance would be the best interest of this board because it would allow the community to effectively able to prepare for the hearing. The outcome of this hearing, again, will affect thousands of people and diligence should be allowed. Number 7, there has not been proper notice by Cornerstone and the 46th ward for this matter. We've touched on the first issue and you now have 6 exhibits showing that in 6 separate days there was no notice. And as you know, in the ordinance, notice is required to be posted. In addition, last Friday, the alderman for the 46th ward put out her newsletter. That newsletter did not reference this meeting today at all. And I point that out because that newsletter is what conducted a survey over Christmas for 2 weeks, the last 2 weeks of December. And the only people that got that survey were if you were part of the newsletter. So in one sense, when you're garnering support for a project, you disseminate information. But when you don't want the community to know about a meeting before the zoning board today, it's lacking in the newsletter that just went out 4 days ago. That was number 7. Number 8. My building, which will heavily be impacted by the board's decision, needs time to feel the costs associated with hiring an expert and hiring counsel. We then, as a building, need to convene to see what kind of monies we have to be able to retain counsel and hire those experts. We can't turn this around on a dime like a business can, where they can just hire an attorney. We need to vote, we need to take money out of reserves to be able to fund our support or to fund our defense for this. Last 3 reasons. If we apply a standard commonly used in other forums, such as a criminal or civil court of law, which I recognize this isn't, but if we were to apply that, the common standard in other forums is you have to show good cause. You just have to show good cause when you're asking for continuance. You're not trying to cause delay, you're trying to show good cause. Our argument is, our position is that good cause is shown by the lack of transparency by Cornerstone, the alderman, and the fact that we just got discovery 3 days ago, Monday afternoon. And it's a ton of discovery, especially for a lay person to digest. Number 10, there's no exigent circumstance. They want to put a homeless shelter, directly next to my home. The place that they want to move from, all of those people that are housed there, is not an exigent circumstance. They can still stay there. I'm requesting a 90-day continuance, and there is no evidence before this zoning board that if you don't hear it today, those people will be displaced or harmed. That's not in the community, whether you take the unhoused or the community that's here, that is what should be at the forefront of this zoning board. This is not an exigent circumstance, and I would ask you to grant our continuance on that basis. And finally, and thank you for hearing me out, as an owner of this building, we've asked both the alderman and Cornerstone, our building, last week if they would agree to a continuation. So before coming before you, we were neighborly. We were trying to work this out. We did reach out to them last week. We asked for a continuation. And the response, and this is in summary, is that money is involved and the community is less important than Cornerstone, and we can't grant a continuance. Money is somehow involved in this, and they can't give a continuance for that reason. There will be members of the community that don't know about this today because it wasn't in the newsletter, and it hasn't been posted for 6 days. If this goes forward today, the community is at a serious disadvantage. They have witnesses in the hallway. We don't. They have an expert witness. We don't. They have an attorney. I don't. I'm asking you for all of those reasons and the exhibits in consideration to please grant my continuance.
Are there others that are requesting a continuance on this matter?
Yes.
All, okay. All right. Who do you, are you an attorney?
I am an attorney. I'm also co-owner of Cheers Tavern Uptown, which is located in the subject property 1140 West Wilson. Okay. Thank you for hearing me, Mr. First. First, we too asked for a continuance. We got to Cornerstone. We got no response at all. I want to. I'll try to be brief. We too did not get the application until about a week and a half ago. We need time to evaluate it. We need time to evaluate the expert report. We need time to retain an expert if appropriate, work with that expert to create a report so that we have a reasonable amount of time to present our case. We also, we have, as Eric indicated, we have just yesterday we got new floor plans. The building plans that filed with the application are not current. With regard to the sign, in addition to the sign not being up, and I will note that this was not an issue of someone tearing it down. The sign was originally posted on the inside window of the vacant 7-Eleven space, so it was just negligently attached and fell down. In addition, the code requires that the sign be visible from all streets abutting the property. The property abuts both Wilson Avenue and Clifton Avenue. No sign was put up on Clifton Avenue, and the sign that was put up on Wilson Avenue is not at all visible from Clifton Avenue. So that's an additional violation of the notice report. There will be no undue prejudice to the applicant, but there will be to us. We opened up our bar 2 years ago. We spent $500,000 to build out the space, $250,000 in soft costs. We have 18 years left on our lease. And this project, if we cannot reach agreement with them on certain very important terms, including how we're going to handle insurance, it's an existential threat to our business. It is quite possible that our business will become uninsurable as a result of the building being changed from market rate housing, residential housing, to a homeless shelter. That's something we need to explore. We have been working with Cornerstone, and we have made some progress, but there's additional time that is needed. I do want to take exception to Council for Cornerstone's assertion that this has been an extremely exhaustive community process. As a tenant in the building, we were not advised of this project until it was publicly announced. But Cornerstone had divulged this to many, many other people. They divulged it to elected officials. They divulged it to former elected officials. They divulged it to, they sent out the legally required letter to minority and women business-owned enterprises in conjunction with the project. They sent that out on November 24th. But as one of the most impacted parties in the entire community, they didn't tell us about it until the 15th. And then they had a community meeting, a survey over Christmas and over the holiday season. They had a community meeting on January 8th. In a filing with the Community Development Corporation, they committed to do a second survey after the community meeting. That has not occurred. It is not accurate to say that the community is behind this. A petition was started on Saturday opposing this project. It has over 500 signatories, and I'd be happy to introduce as an exhibit the petitions and the hundreds of comments about it, all of which go to the essential elements of this application to the zoning board. So we're asking for an extension of at least 60 days. We think it's more than reasonable. There will be no undue impact to the applicant. And in fact, the applicant's application in front of the Community Development Corporation has now been delayed for a second time. So it was originally set for January 9th. It's now not happening until mid-March. So there's no reason for you to rush your deliberation. There's no reason for us not to have adequate and reasonable time to present our case. Thank you.
When you said that you got notice on the 15th,
I'm sorry, 15th of December, our notice, we learned of it through a post on social media, actually, in which someone on Facebook literally Friday night posted the plans. That is literally the first we heard of it when it was publicly announced. Despite the fact that you can see in the application, the letters of support, most of which come from an organization called Jacuza, which is related to the applicant, all dated before that date. The MWE letters were dated before that date. So they clearly had talked to people about it, but didn't bother to tell us or any of the other participants.
Thank you, Councilor.
Oh, sir, could you tell us your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Michael Sullivan.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Lenny Asaro. I'm an attorney. I'm a partner at Baker Lee. I represent Matt Denny. Mr. Denny is the owner of the property at 4654-56 North Clifton. The owner of that property is Uptown Records LLC. I respectfully ask for a continuance. I would concur with the assertions that were made with regard to the notice. I'm not going to repeat that. What I'm going to focus on in being an attorney is the procedural and substantive due process aspects.
Hold on for one moment. Victor.
Is the procedural and the substantive due process. I'm a zoning attorney. I represent developers. I'm also a zoning attorney. I represent clients in litigation. The issue I think before this particular ZBA is you're vested with the discretion based on the rules of the ZBA and based on the clearance decision to exercise discretion whether or not to grant a continuance. You are not mandated to grant a continuance.
The issue I believe that that is before the CBA right now with respect to the request for the continuance is whether or not if you deny it, whether or not a court, which this could end up in court, it's not a threat, but just the way the process and the law is written, whether or not the denial of a request for continuance would be an abuse of discretion. Not a personal abuse, but an abuse of discretion objectively, okay? And I say that for the non-lawyer, because it's not personal or anything like that. The application is, in support of the application, there is an expert report that is dated February the 1st of 2016. It is February 16th, 2016, which is why we're here today for this hearing.
February 16, 2024.
2024, sorry, February 16, 2024. The report is dated February 1st of 2024. And so we just received this application and the expert report last week. So that means there's only been a week to actually evaluate this. What you're gonna have to decide is whether or not, according to the standards for special use, which you're very familiar with, but just citing for the record, your decision is going to come down to your evaluation of the criteria, your 17-13-0905A. And the point is that whether or not granting a continuance on a procedural due process issue is fair and reasonable under the circumstances objectively. I would assert that a report dated February the 1st, not getting to the substance of the report because I'm not in a position to do that for what Ms. Peason indicated earlier. So there's no point in making arguments about that, is whether or not my client has had a sufficient or a fair amount of time to evaluate the report, the opinions, and the bases for the opinions in those reports so that you, the ZBA, will be able to do what clearance in the law requires you to do, which is to have a full and fair hearing and then make a determination as to whether or not the evidence supports, based on the totality of the circumstances, the factors that you're required to consider. So for those reasons, I would respectfully ask for a continuance. You certainly have the discretion to grant it, and you have the discretion to grant the amount of time. But that is the purpose that we are here, so that we can at least do our due diligence to determine what, if any, rebuttals could be made regarding the standards. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor.
I would just like to make one simple point about the community engagement.
Could you state your name for the record?
Yes, Steve Hoffman. I live in the same building as Tara, bricks touching to the subject property. I'm the condo board president. With regard to community engagement, yes, it appears that the project has made a noble attempt to engage with the community with the survey, letters of support, and the community meeting. But I think it's really worth noting that the community meeting, for example, was held at a property that is owned by an affiliated organization to the interested subject, to Cornerstone. And the letters of support, I counted from the 97, I believe, 80% of them have the same exact physical address, 920 West Wilson, which everybody in our community knows that is it's a commune called the Jesus People USA Covenant Church. And I guess with the appearance of this community engagement, I really urge the board to look at it with a critical eye that they have their thumb on the scale. A lot of those numbers are inflated by that group of people thinking together, being persuaded together. In contrast, I ran a petition that ran really within 2 days. It achieved more people opposing this project than people that were for the project in the community survey. With that community survey running over 2 weeks during the holidays and having very little publicity for people to complete it, it really has a lot more in common with my petition than it does a real community study. And I was able to achieve more people in opposition, more signatures in opposition than they had in 2 days time, 24 hours time, than that survey achieved in as proponents in 2 weeks time. So yes, there's been community engagement, but I just think a lot of it is very highly suspect, and I urge everyone to look at it with a critical eye.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who is asking for continuance on this matter? If I could add, or no, you've spoken already. But I will allow the applicant's attorney for a response.
I'll just simply say that we have complied with the letter and spirit of all substantive and legal procedural requirements under the zoning ordinance, under case law, under every other applicable criteria. I will also say that we have things like expiring contracts with our contract seller. We have funding sources that are poised to support this project. Let's not forget that every day of delay is a day that 40 individuals don't have a shelter. And that's what this project is proposing to do, is to enable a non-congregate shelter in a community where it's highly needed, with funding sources available. It's gone through an extensive community vetting process. Even before the community vetting process occurred, Cornerstone, the applicant, was vetted by DOH and other city agencies. So this is an important city initiative. This is one instance of that city initiative. And when and strategies of delay are really a part of a strategy of defeat. And we're already here to testify. We've got all of our witnesses here. We've made the reports available to everybody. The community meeting was widely publicized. The community meeting occurred 6 weeks ago. We're ready to go and we'd like to proceed.
What about the argument from Councilor Asaro that it would be an abuse of discretion for me to deny the continuance when the expert report was issued on February 1st?
Well, let's remember that there are notice requirements under the Chicago zoning ordinance that apply to the zoning board of appeals. There's been no allegation that we haven't satisfied those requirements. He's asserting instead that somehow you have the discretion to grant their request for a continuance under case law. That case law, I'm very familiar with the statute, requires substantive due process. It requires that anybody who wants to speak in favor or against a project should have the right to do that. Everybody who has an opinion about the project is here today. They've been given adequate notice. There's been nobody here that suggested that they are somehow now unaware of this proceeding. So there's been legal notice, constructive notice. Again, we have 40 people who want to occupy a shelter who currently have no shelter. We have a contract seller who will is requiring of us that we close. We can't close until we have satisfied the requirements of getting a special use permit at this location. So again, they've got 7 lawyers. We've got 1. We're ready to proceed and have a discussion about the facts.
All right, thank you everyone for your input on this matter. I'm going to deny the request for continuance. We will hear this matter today. There are in the file on this matter numerous letters of support, numerous letters of objection. There was a community meeting where over 200 people participated. I do think that people are here and are ready to hear this today, and we are going to hear it today. So everyone here who's in objection will have the opportunity to put your objections into the record, and we will consider it today. We will hear this matter. Thank you.
Again, make sure you all sign the appearance forms for the state as well.
Just ask a quick question. Can I just ask a quick question? Would, in the spirit of compromise and entertaining, I understand what you said, I'm not challenging that. Would you consider letting them open their case, put on their evidence, and would you allow us to continue so we can bring in our own experts and confer with counsel before the next time? Would you consider the state to just give us an opportunity, but it would still be moving things along? But it would...
The request for a continuance has been denied.
Thank you.
Hello, Counselor Barnes, how are you?
Hi, good morning, Honorable Chair and esteemed Commissioners.
Haven't seen you in a while. I missed you.
No, I missed you more. And you're gonna see me briefly today, but more later. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes. I'm an attorney with the law offices of God's Deputy Judge of the State of Americas, Colorado. I'm here today requesting a continuance for actually the first matter on the agenda, 45 C, common address 1854 North House. So we've been engaging with Alderman Knudsen, the local community organization, and the immediately adjacent neighbors for the past couple months. Kind of this week, a very new concern was raised by one of the neighbors that we want to make sure that we have meaningful dialogue with them in order to address and resolve that concern. So we're just seeking a continuance, our deference to you, Mr. Chairman, as to how long.
All right, calendar number 4524Z will be continued to April 19, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you so much.
Morning, Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Daniel Rubino, RUBIW, attorney. This is matter 6624S, which is on page 5. Dog Bar LLC for special use for a tavern case. Scott Dooney, who is one of the applicants and owners, is here. Commissioners, we've been working diligently with the department to get to this point. So we expect to go to hearing today. It's been a long, over a year working with this. This is a tavern that allows dogs. And it's come under a lot of scrutiny, and because of it, we spent a lot of time working with business affairs. It took a long time to make a zoning decision. We had extensive meetings with business affairs and zoning, come up with a proposed plan of operation. We appealed the decision from zoning and business affairs that it was lost, or there was a letter for clarification that was lost, which gave us a delay. We eventually were told to file for special use. That was filed in November. We had meetings with the community and the alderman,
And long story short, you want a continuance?
I do, but I'd like to have it for March and not April. And the reason why is because we've got a meeting next week. Again, about 2 weeks ago, we received additional questions, some of which we've already answered with other departments. And what the department told us was that they just need a little more time to review some of our documentation. We have a meeting next week between the owners, me, the architect, to really finish this project, to give the department enough time to review everything. And I really think that we'll be ready by March 15th. I think you will have a recommendation one way or another.
Unfortunately, March is not available, but I will continue the matter to April. So this is calendar number 6624S will be continued to April 19, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much.
Any other continuances or withdrawals?
Okay, 46, 24 C, Cadville, come on in.
Do you have a complaint?
I, part one, I will be explaining in a second. Nick Katikas, from Office of City Banks. Chairman, on the companion cases 7624S, we do not want to withdraw that application. 7724Z is the companion variation case. We're working with staff and the department. We've resolved the landscaping issues, so you can, we can voluntarily withdraw 7724Z. But again, please clarify or please note the 76. We intend to proceed this time.
Okay, so you're keeping 7624S, correct?
Correct.
But you're withdrawing 7724Z. Okay, all right, so 7724Z is hereby withdrawn.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, do we have the applicant for 4624Z?
Yes, on Wrightwood? No, I'm sorry, wrong one.
4624Z, this is 6640. All right, so before we begin on this matter, I'm actually going to continue this matter. But I wanted you to be here because I wanted to tell you some things. You can prepare to gather some things that I need to gather and to redo some things before we can actually hear this matter. First of all, I did go through the findings of fact, and they are insufficient for us to hear this matter today. They need to be redone, and they need to actually answer the questions that are in the findings of fact.
We're working on it. We got them already with the zoning attorney, so we'll be have it ready by Wednesday.
Okay. The other thing is there wasn't a reasonable return analysis that's required, so we need that. We also, there's some things that I need in order to make a determination on this. I understand you bought the property in 2014. I need the survey from that closing, or I'm sorry, 2017. I need the survey from that closing. The MLS listing sheet, if you can get it, and all photos that were available on the MLS at the time you bought the property in 2017. If we can get those matters and get a revised findings of fact, we'll be able to hear this matter. We're going to continue it to April. So this is calendar number 4624Z to be continued to April 19, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Can you repeat the conditions, please, because I need to write down.
Absolutely. So findings of fact need to be redone. Reasonable return analysis needs to be included. The survey from the closing in 2017. The MLS listing sheet and the photos available on the MLS at the time you bought the property in 2017. Good. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, ready, Frank? First case, 4724Z, 650 West Wrightwood.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. All right, can you state your name for the record, please?
Daniel Baranowski.
Okay. What brings you here today?
So we actually, on our type 1, our
attorney forgot to add our garage. And so we're here to add a garage, and to get a variation that is, consistent with the rest of the house, with the rest of the property.
Can you tell me a little bit more about this garage? Say you came here for a variation a couple of years ago, is that right?
We have a 1888 house that we came here for because we changed it from RT4 to an RM5. With that, we added 2 floors to it with some setbacks on the upper levels, and we somehow missed adding the garage to it. So we're required to have 3, but our property, because of the width of it, could only allow 2 spaces. So then we added some bicycle spaces for the tenants. And we're a block away from transportation, so it's not going to necessarily affect it that much. But we used as much space as we can to put the 2 cars in. The property in the front is 25 wide, but it's only 22.87 in the back. So we tried to put it so we didn't have an egress, and then the buildings department said, no, you need an egress. So then we added the egress, and we didn't receive any more, negative feedback from the Department of Buildings or and we got the denial from the zoning.
Is there a parking pad there currently, or?
Well, there was a garage. We took down the garage when we first started the construction. So we have some egress for the building materials. The garage was a 1888 horse carriage place, and we took that down. And then when we found out that our attorney forgot to put on the garage, and our architect forgot to submit it, it was a mess. Then we asked for just the 3 parking pads, and we spoke with the alderman, and the alderman said, just get the 3 parking pads and go for the garage later. So we're here.
And have you had any discussions with your neighbors about the garage? Are there any objections?
Most of the neighbors have properties that go from lot line to lot line to the full extent. The one directly next to us is exactly on the lot line, all the way to the alley. It's 565 West Wrightwood, and they have like a 55-unit apartment building there. Our other neighbors are good friends of ours. They are on 548 West Wrightwood, and they have no problem with it. They're the ones, if you can notice with the shed there. They are also considering putting a similar garage structure, but if you can see on the photos, the 565 and the 546, I think, on the other side, both of them are exactly on the property line.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, you said you spoke to the alderman. When did you speak to the alderman?
Well, I spoke to the alderman, the first alderman, which was Michelle Smith.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the alderman that's there right now.
Yes, we have a letter from him.
Okay.
From his office. They should have, do you want me to send?
We have letters from
They
them.
sent it to the board as well.
Okay, I was just wanting to make sure. I thought you were gonna say the past alderman. I wanted to hear what the.
Yeah, no, both.
Neighborhood is,
And we have a letter from the neighborhood association, and they send it to the board as well.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, any other questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 4824S, 5240 West Belmont.
All right, good morning. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. We don't have an attorney here, do we? Oh, we do. Okay. All right.
Nancy's behind you to testify.
Oh, are you gonna read the recommendation for this one?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Could you state your name and role, please?
Of course, Nancy Radsvich.
I can't hear you.
Commissioner Nancy Radsvich. Radsvich. I'm with the Department of Planning and Development. Assistant Commissioner with the Zoning Bureau.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed barber shop. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse effect on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the barber shop will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area, the building scale and design, and operating structure. Lastly, the proposed barber shop is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
All right. And could you state your name for the record?
Selena Diaz.
Okay, sir.
Emilio Saldana.
And sir?
Oscar Monreal.
Okay. And you are here to start a barber shop, is that correct?
Correct.
And which one of you is the main applicant here? Okay. Could you tell us about your, are you like a licensed barber or cosmetologist?
Yes,
Which one is it?
a cosmetologist.
Okay. And can you tell us about your experience as a cosmetologist?
Yes, so I originally am a licensed cosmetologist, but I kind of turned barber. I've been doing it for 10 years. I've been licensed for 10 years. It's my passion.
How many employees are you, well, strike that. Are you intending on having any employees?
Yes.
How many?
Would be 9.
8. Yeah.
8 or 9?
8 or 9, yeah.
Okay. And the 8 or 9 barbers?
Right.
Okay. And you'll ensure that all the barbers are properly licensed?
Correct. Yes.
And what are the hours that you intend on keeping?
Like 9 to 7.
Is
Monday
that,
through, like 7 days a week.
okay.
Yes.
All right. Any questions from the board?
You two are partners or just the two gentlemen next to you?
Yes.
Are they
We're all
partners?
partners.
Okay, that's fine. We said yes, you're all partners, right? You're equal partners?
Correct.
And are the 2 gentlemen here, are you also licensed barbers?
I'm currently getting my license. Yes, I finished school already. I taking the test.
Okay, when are you taking the test?
Probably in June.
Okay.
June, yeah.
Okay. And how about you?
I am not. I'm a sales specialist at a brokerage here in Chicago. He's actually my brother. So when he presented me with the opportunity to kind of invest into the barbershop, I said,
So you do not intend to cut hair?
I am not. Okay. I'll be dealing with all of that.
Sure. Okay, any other questions from the board? No. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next case, 4924Z, 911-13 North Mozart.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Morning, we brought a guest.
Good morning. Big guess.
So far.
Yeah, right. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Sir, could you state your name for the record?
Colin Hudson, I'm the husband of the applicant and owner of the property.
Okay, and could you state your name?
Vanessa Beco Ferrero and I'm the.
Okay. And what brings you here today?
So as you can see, the property in question, we live in this 3-unit building at 911 North Mozart. We acquired the property in summer 2020, so heart of the pandemic. One of the things that really attracted us to the property was the fact that it had a side lot attached to it. Of course, you can imagine the heart of the pandemic, we're working from home, had great visions of barbecues outside, gardening and whatnot. And all that came to fruition. Certainly been awesome having that space, but with our second one coming here now, and the recognition that, you know, when we do have the ability to get out of the house, we just end up going to parks or just like getting in the car just to physically leave our little cabin fever existence. We're not using the land that much, and especially given that I have some grad school student loans and childcare is the cost that it is, we realized it would be a much better return for our family if we were able to separate and sell this lot. So starting, I guess it was maybe late 2022, I first approached Alderman Maldonado, who was in office at the time, because my understanding, having worked with Anna Robles in the building department, was that in order to separate this lot, we needed to have our building at 911 stand on its own right. And to do so, it needed to be zoned such that it could support a 3-unit building. At the time, it was RS3. We successfully went through the rezoning process once, but I was doing it all myself. I'm an attorney, and first time going through this, I didn't take into consideration the fact that the enclosed porch was counting towards the square footage, as well as within the kind of the angled ceiling of the top floor. I had miscalculated that. So by the time we realized this and we're looking at the Sanborn map, had to go back and essentially get zoning approved again. That time we worked with now Alderperson Jessie Quintos. She has convened a zoning committee of local residents just to understand and have buy-in and help her inform her decisions around what she wants to support. And so I spent 2 meetings just presenting what we're trying to do, our vision for the land, our vision for our life in this building, just to kind of get her buy-in. She supported that, and so did the residents of the community. We rezoned it again, and so now here we are. And essentially why we need zoning variance is, as you can see, the north line of the building is right on the property line. So I believe the current zoning requires a 2 feet north side setback. And so our ask is to reduce that to 0 feet to allow this existing 130-plus-year-old building to stand on its own right. So then we can at least have the option to sell the lot at 913 with Mozart.
Thank you. That was a very good description of what you're doing. Are there any questions from the board?
So basically what you're trying to do is right now this property only has 1 PIN number, right? And you need to get 2 PIN numbers, right?
It has 2, and it has.
It does have 2
and
PIN numbers.
it's tax.
So you get different tax bills for.
Yeah, which is fine.
Any other questions from the board?
Go ahead. Sorry, do you know the neighbors that would be adjacent to that empty space?
On the other side, there is a couple that owns the building. It's a 3-unit building, kind of similar to ours, where they live on the top floor, have renters in the bottom 2 units. They spend half their year in California, half their year in Chicago. I believe they bought that building, I want to say in 2018 or 2019 after renovation. I've talked in passing with them, seem like great people.
Do you know if they have any objection or thoughts about separation?
when I last spoke with, the husband of the couple, who technically owns the building, and I told him what we were doing, because we were just going outside shoveling snow one day. Said it sounded like a smart idea, like flex the yard for me, but at the same time recognizes the position we're in and understands that it makes sense to pursue this course of action.
All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Next case, 5024S 3858 West Fullerton.
All right, would anyone plan to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Are you an attorney?
Yes.
Okay, you're representing the applicant today? Okay. All right, I will go ahead and read the department's recommendations. Recommendation for calendar number 5024S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Katarina Kira, on behalf of the applicant, Future's Family Barbershop LLC. We are here for a special use permit to open a hair salon that is within 1,000 feet of an existing personal services business in a B1 zoning district. I will start with Mr. Velasquez. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Domingo Pedro.
Let me stop you for a second. Does he need a translator?
He does.
Okay, you're the translator. All right, let me swear you in as a translator. Could you state your name?
I'm Ricardo Rios.
Ricardo Rios?
Ricardo Rios.
Ricardo Rios. Okay. Do you swear or affirm to accurately translate English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Please state your name and your address.
21 Osprey, North Hamlin. My name is Pedro Velázquez.
And you are the managing member of Pedro's and a Family Barbershop LLC, correct? And Pedro and Family Barbershop LLC has a signed lease agreement for commercial lease for the current vacant floor unit of the building located at 3858 West Fullerton Avenue, correct?
Yes.
And you have experience in the hair salon business, correct?
Yes. Experience, yes.
And with the business you're planning to open, how many employees do you plan to have?
He's gonna have 5 employees.
Okay, and will all of them be cutting hair?
So yes.
And are all employees that you intend to hire, will they all have a license in cosmetology?
So yes.
Okay, and what are the hours of operation going to be for the business?
So from 9:30 to 7, Monday to Saturday.
And you signed a witness statement prepared by my firm, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, will your testimony, any further testimony here today be consistent with that statement?
Yes.
That is all that I have for Mr. Velasquez. I can proceed with the appraiser who we brought here today to testify about this report.
Yeah, if you just want to have him swear to the contents of this report, and we'll
Okay.
take it under advisement.
Mr. Neiman, can you please state your name and your business address?
Nothing, Neiman, 1517 Raymond Avenue.
Okay, would your testimony here today be consistent with the report that you prepared and that you provided to the board?
Yes. Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Next case, 5124S, 1218 West 53rd Street.
Next case, Wilson. All people here in Wilson.
Janine, hold Wilson out there.
Okay.
Good idea. Yeah.
You guys want to take a break?
We're good. Yes, absolutely.
Rolando.
Oh, thank you. Here. Good morning. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 5124S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed nail salon. Councilor Acosta, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I have with me James Wen, who is the applicant for this matter, or the representative of the applicant for this matter. With him, next to him, is Victoria Wen. She's here because James, while he understands English, it's not perfect, and she can translate the Vietnamese necessary to facilitate conversation. And then Peter, please.
All right, great. Let me just swear her in as a translator. Could you state your name, please?
Victoria Wen.
And do you swear or affirm to accurately and truthfully translate English to Vietnamese and Vietnamese to English? Thank you.
With that, Mr. Chairman, pleasure to be here. The proposal is for a nail salon in approximately 2,700 square feet, 2,700 square foot storefront in the middle of a shopping center that has approximately 109 square feet. The storefront has been vacant for a number of years. To its immediate north is a liquor store. To its immediate south is a grocery store. They propose to build out the space, no exterior work, and operate a nail salon Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. On Sundays from 10 to 5 p.m. Approximately 60% of the patrons are anticipated to be by appointments. They will have approximately 12 manicure stations and 16 pedicure stations. James currently operates a similar facility on 79th Street in the city of Chicago, so without any issues. We did meet with the alderman of the board, who issued a letter of support. We had a conversation with him about the proposal, and we've heard no objections from any neighbors or anyone in the vicinity. I will point out that during the review by the Department of Planning, the department noted that the ornamental fence that's required in the parking lot has not been installed by the landlord. I did talk to the landlord. They said they would proceed to install that ornamental fence. And Nancy had asked me that I put that on the record. With that, I'd like to turn to James and have him validate his name. Yes. James, state your name and address for the record.
My name is George William, and my address is 54 Chancellor Wood, Spooky, Illinois, 0077.
Thank you. And I previously prepared an affidavit that you reviewed and signed. If you were to testify today, would the testimony be the same as in that affidavit? Thank you. Peter Poulos, I believe the chair will recognize as an expert in the prior testimony.
The board recognizes his expertise. Thank you.
So Peter, please state your name and address for the record.
Peter Poulos, offices at 230 West Monroe, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
And you're an MEI appraiser?
That's correct.
And you reviewed the proposal, the neighborhood, and the property, and form an opinion as to its conformance with the standards for approval of special use.
Yes, that's correct.
To prepare a report summarizing your findings that found that you did meet the standards for approval of special use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I have you will testify today with your testimony be consistent with your report.
Yes, it would.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 2224Z, 1046 Northwood Street.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Councilor Acosta, you can proceed with the short form, but give us a little bit on the hardship here.
Sure. So the existing property is improved with a building that has sufficient space. It's, as you can see from the photograph, it's a 2.5-story building. The building currently exceeds the FAR for the zoning of the property. The applicants have purchased the property. They wish to rehab the property. They wish to occupy the attic, expand into the attic. However, to do so, they need to create a stairway leading from the second floor into the attic. There's not sufficient headroom to do so, so they're proposing a dormer addition on the south side of the building that would provide enough headroom to actually provide the ability to get up to the upper floor via the staircase. So you can see approximately the size of the addition there. That was a mock-up that was done for the landmarks division as they reviewed this proposal, because this is in the landmark district. It will be very visible from the street. It occupies a minor amount of square footage, but because the building already exceeds the FAR, we needed a variation allowing up to a 15% increase in the existing FAR that is on the property. So that is essentially the basis for the hardship. Existing building exceeding FAR already.
Got it.
With that, I will turn to Stefan Macy, who is the applicant here. Was sworn in?
Yes, everybody was sworn in.
Thank you. So Stefan, please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Stefan Macy, address is 1046 Northwood.
And I'm not ignoring Laura, I just limited to one. And so I prepared an affidavit that summarized your testimony. If you were to give it here today, if you were to testify today, it was your testimony be consistent with that.
Yes, it would.
And then I have architect Luis Martinez, who's the architect for the project. Luis, please state your name and address.
Luis Martinez, 535 North Michigan.
And you were the architect for this project?
Yes.
And similarly, I prepared an affidavit that summarized your testimony, the facts in this case, and if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that? Thank you. Mr. Chair, and members of the board, if you have any questions.
Any questions from the board? Nope. We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you. Good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you. We like Venus.
Yeah, better in here than out there.
All right, it's uptown. Before we hear the next case, I move that we recess until 10:20. Commissioner Toya second, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Rao.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in recess until 10:20.
Yes.
Thank you, Nancy.
I'll be your security.
Gatekeeper.
Press the button, open it.
Okay, Wilson opponent, Wilson opponent. Everybody raise your hands here. No? I will take care of it. I got it.
There you go.
How you feeling, sir? All right, so.
No,
like, no. All right, Wilson.
We 9 months in. If it happens in a year, Sam, I fail. All right. That means I owe you whatever you whatever your payment. There you go.
That's right, yeah. Yeah.
Like video calls or.
Okay, more chairs.
Are you? I said. She's in today after work.
Gentlemen, could grab some chairs up there. That'd be great. Bring them down. Okay, yes, this is where I'm.
How come?
This is my. That's all, no, not all the way over there, that's where the attorneys are sitting, so we can come back now. Perfect, we'll get you some more chairs. Here's some chairs. Here, some of the people can sit here, you can put some people here. Yeah, right now, I think the objectives are way up there, but you can put some people here, we'll just put you all here.
So come in.
Yeah, sit
This man, dude, I didn't know. Really, like, you don't. Chill with me down, was like, look, everyone at home, reach out to me. Get out of here, I'll show you. You're gonna like to me, so
This guy,
This is your idea of taking
Yes, sir.
what's going on? If I can have, I don't want anybody behind our board members, so if we can kind of swing.
I already told them, they don't listen.
That way?
Yeah,
Victor, can they go back there? Victor, can they go back there? No, this is all, this goes off for staff, so we can just have 10 people standing on that end as well. We don't want anybody behind our board members.
For Sam to fight.
Yes, you can sit in those 3 chairs there.
Okay.
There's a couple chairs up there. Yeah, if you guys can just swing around over here. Yeah.
Spring break? Oh no, we're still missing it.
All right, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the zoning board of appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Rao.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. And we are calling calendar number 5324F. Would everyone who is planning to testify, both the applicant's witnesses and the objectors, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Before we begin, I just want to let everybody know how this is going, how we're going to proceed. So the applicant is going to put on their case in chief first. They'll call all their witnesses. They'll put on their, what we call their case in chief. Next, what's going to happen is we will turn to the objectors, and everyone who's going to testify as an objector will be able to state your objection as to why you're not here in objection to the matter. And you'll also be able to cross-examine the applicant's witnesses if you choose. One thing I want to remind everyone here is we do not need repetitive objections. If you agree with the objection that was stated by the person before you, please, for brevity's sake, please state that. We do not need cumulative evidence of, I don't need to hear the same objection 10 different times to go in another hour here. So again, if you agree with the other objections, just state that on the record. If you have something new to say, please add that. With that, let's start with the applicant's case in chief. Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, actually, one last thing. Sure. Before we begin, let me read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 5324S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a 40-bed transitional shelter with staff support utilizing 39 efficiency units within an existing 2- and 3-story mixed-use building, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Cornerstone Community Outreach, Two, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated February 14, 2024, prepared by Mansky, Diekman, Thompson, PLLC. Three, the facility is exclusively utilized as transitional shelter. And four, there are no more than 40 unhoused single males residing on site at any time. Now you can proceed, Councilor.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Rich Fowler with the law firm of PLA Piper. My colleague Peter DeCastro is seated to my right. Our address is 444 West Lake Street. We have the pleasure of representing the applicant in this matter, Cornerstone Community Outreach. We try to line up our witnesses in sequence here. So to my immediate left and proceeding thereafter, Andrew Winter is a representative from Cornerstone. To his left is Patrick Thompson from Mansky, Deacon Thompson, our project architect. To his left is George Kissel, land planner from Oakland Kissel Associates. And to his left is Meredith Muir from the Department of Housing. And to her left is Kimberly Howard from the Department of Family and Support Services. An overview of the project is that the applicant proposes to renovate the 2- and 3-story building shown here, located at 1140 West Wilson, which currently contains ground floor retail and rental apartments on the upper floors. The applicant proposes to convert the existing market rate apartments to 39 non-congregate shelter units, each of which will include a kitchenette and full bathroom, make approximately 10% of the units ADA compliant, install a 3-stop passenger elevator, and maintain approximately 11,561 square feet of ground floor retail. The elevator location has been determined in consultation with and with the consent of an existing commercial tenant at the site. The elevator will stop at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of the building for the convenience of our residents. The applicant seeks approval of a special use of the property as a transitional shelter. The property contains currently 12,838 square feet of site area. Its zoning is C1-5 neighborhood commercial district. The building itself contains approximately 25,040 square feet plus 6,000 square feet of basement area. The property is located on the north side of West Wilson at the intersection of West Wilson and North Clifton Avenues. It is bounded by North Clifton Avenue to the east, a 3-story masonry building to the north, and a 4-story masonry building to the west. The property is currently improved with a 2- and 3-story building. The applicant has consulted with Alderwoman Clay and local stakeholders extensively. The applicant conducted an online survey to measure the community's view of the proposed development and met with Uptown Development Partners to identify local concerns. Approximately 2/3 of survey respondents favored the proposed development. The applicant held a community meeting on January 8th to detail the proposed development and to solicit public comment. Feedback was supportive, and the applicant addressed a range of public comments and outlined how the proposed development will reflect community expectations. Numerous letters of support from members of the community and local organizations have been submitted and are on file with this application. I will now briefly summarize the requested relief. The background on Cornerstone is that they are an established provider of immediate shelter and supportive care for people experiencing housing crises or homelessness in Chicago. Cornerstone operates 4 programs in the Uptown neighborhood to provide shelter and related services, including healthcare, counseling, and employment, education, benefits, and housing referrals. Presently, the clients are using the applicant's 28-bed program at the Epworth Gymnasium located at 5253 North Kenmore. They shelter there overnight but must travel to the applicant's Clifton location for support services. The future of the applicant's shelter at Epworth is uncertain pending a sale of that property to its owner, by its owner, excuse me. The proposed development stands to replace and increase shelter capacity that would be lost should the Epworth facility shelter close. The proposed development would create a 39-unit non-congregate care shelter adjacent to the Clifton shelter. The shelter will host no more than 40 individuals. The proposal will allow individuals currently sheltering at Epworth but traveling nearly a mile for support services to instead shelter and receive services at a single site. The proposed development will be especially beneficial given that most of those served at Epworth are elderly or nearing elderly status. The proposed development is contemplated as part of a public-private partnership to increase the number of non-congregate shelter units in Chicago. Specifically, Cornerstone has been awarded a grant under an initiative led by the city's Department of Housing to expand non-congregate shelter capacity throughout the city. As opposed to congregate shelter settings that hold a large number of beds in a single space, such as a gymnasium, non-congregate units function as separate rooms hosting 1 to 3 individuals. DOH selected Cornerstone as a grant recipient given the organization's qualifications, experience, and readiness. DOH has prioritized the creation of non-congregate units because they afford shelter clients a greater sense of independence, dignity, and safety. In addition, non-congregate settings are linked to increased rates of engagement with support services and higher rates of obtaining permanent housing. With your permission, I will now turn to my first witness, Andrew Winter. Please. Mr. Winter, could you please state your name, title, and organization address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Winter. I'm the executive director at Cornerstone Community Outreach, which is headquartered at 4615 North Clifton Avenue.
And is it fair to say that DLA Piper, as your counsel, submitted proposed findings of fact and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter?
Yes.
I presume I should proceed with the long form version?
That's correct.
Okay. Will you please confirm that the applicant is under contract to purchase the property?
Yes, we are.
And the property contains approximately 12,838 square feet of site area, is located on the north side of West Wilson Avenue at the intersection of West Wilson and North Clifton Avenues. Is that true?
Yes.
And you are proposing to convert the existing market rate apartments to 39 non-congregate shelter units to make approximately 10% of those units ADA compliant and to install a 3-stop passenger elevator and maintain approximately 11,500 square feet, 561 square feet of ground floor retail, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And the elevator that will be added as part of the project was located so as to minimize the disruption to existing commercial tenants. Is that correct?
Yeah, we worked closely with 7-Eleven and obtained their consent to place the elevator in their space that they lease. It was shown on the layout there. The elevator will be located and will operate in a way that won't undermine the viability of the space for 7-Eleven or any other future tenants.
Thank you. Could you briefly describe the community process you undertook with respect to this development proposal?
Yeah, as soon as we were able to talk to commercial tenants, we began communication with them. And in addition to consulting with Alderwoman Clay, during that time, she conducted an online survey to measure the community's view of the proposed developments and meet with uptown development partners to identify local concerns. And as you stated, approximately 2/3 of the survey respondents favored the proposed developments. We also held a community meeting that's been mentioned today on January 8th to detail the proposed developments and to solicit public comments. Feedback was supportive, and we also addressed a range of public comments and outlined how the proposed developments will reflect community expectations.
Thank you. Can you please describe how the proposed development will benefit the community? In other words, how is it in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact?
Yeah, the proposed development will add shelter capacity in the uptown area and provide shelter units in close proximity to those related supports that you were mentioning that we offer at our existing facilities. Cornerstone's been on Clifton and in the neighborhood since 1990. It's an established provider of sheltered housing, a delegate agency of the Department of Family Support Services, and operates all of our facilities to meet the community expectations. And this development of non-congregate housing will advance the DOH's policy for this better design of shelter.
Thanks. Can you describe briefly how the operation of the proposed development is in fact compatible with the character of the surrounding area?
Now, there already are this existing style of shelter, so this property will operate as a housing shelter with this retail component. Hours of operation at the shelter will conform to the hours in effect at our existing shelters at 4628 and 4615 North Clifton. Accordingly, the shelter's operation will be consistent with existing neighborhood expectations that we've been meeting for 34 years. The retail component will remain largely unchanged and follow normal operating hours of the business in the area. These uses will occur across various hours and days of the week and will largely be connected to the hours of operation of nearby restaurant, commercial, and entertainment uses.
Thanks. That's all for this witness. If I may call my second witness.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson, will you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Yes, I'm Patrick Thompson. I'm the principal of Mansky Thompson PLLC Architects. Our business is located at 4629 North Broadway, Chicago.
And you are in fact
Mr.
a
Thompson,
licensed.
if you could just raise your voice a little bit.
Okay.
It's a big
Shall I
room.
start again? Yeah, Patrick Thompson, principal of Mansky Thompson PLLC Architects, 4629 North Broadway, Chicago.
And you are licensed to practice in the state of Illinois.
Yes, I am.
And DLA Piper is as applicant's counsel submitted to the board the proposed findings of fact, which are part of this record, and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter, correct?
Yes.
Thanks. Will you please describe, in your expert opinion, the existing conditions of the property?
As previously stated, the property contains approximately 12,838 square feet site area. It's on the north side of West Wilson Avenue at the intersection of West Wilson and North Clifton. It is bounded by North Clifton Avenue to the east, 3-story masonry building to the north, and a 4-story building to the west. It's currently approved to a 3-story masonry building.
Thank you. And can you describe as the project architect what is being proposed and what you intend to construct?
Sure. The applicant proposed to redevelop the property.
Raise your voice.
Sorry. The applicant proposes to redevelop the property to convert the existing market rate apartments to 39 non-congregate shelter units. Each includes a kitchenette and a full bathroom. It makes approximately 10% of the units ADA compliant. Install a 3-stop passenger elevator and maintain 11,561 square feet of ground floor retail. The proposed development will not increase the overall footprint of the building and will maintain the defining characteristics of the surrounding neighborhood, which includes retail and residential uses in comparable vintage masonry buildings. The elevator location has been determined in consultation and with the consent of an existing commercial tenant on the site. As shown on the project drawings, the elevator will stop at the first, second, and third levels of the building.
Okay, and finally, could you describe how the proposed development is pedestrian friendly and consistent with the active use of Wilson Avenue for this location?
Yeah, the property is located along CTA 78 and 81 bus routes and sits less than 600 feet west of the Wilson CTA red and purple light station. No driveway or curb cut is proposed. It is not expected this proposed development will increase the vehicle traffic or demand for parking in the area.
And if the proposed special use is approved today, will the proposed development conform to the requirements of the Chicago zoning ordinance in all other respects?
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you. May I call my next witness?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kissel, please state your name and address and your business or profession.
Sure. My name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Oak Ridge Kissel Associates with offices at 141 West Jackson here in Chicago. I'm both a licensed architect and a certified planner with over 40 years of experience in the field of zoning and urban planning.
And for the record, the board recognizes Mr. Kissel's expertise.
Okay, great. Thank you. Have you prepared a report detailing your analysis, findings, and conclusions, and has that report been submitted and admitted into evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you speak briefly to the extensive process you undertook as a recognized expert to arrive at the conclusions in your report?
Sure. So when arriving at these conclusions, I examined the land use context. I analyzed the land use characteristics of the proposed use. It's a use with which I have significant experience with, both recently and historically. I evaluated the proposal for consistency with the C15 neighborhood commercial district zoning requirements. And I also evaluated the proposal with respect to the additional criteria for the approval of special uses.
Thank you. And being as brief as possible, but thorough, please summarize with sufficient detail the evidence you gathered in support of the conclusions in your report.
Sure. So as we know, the proposal involves the reuse of an existing structure. The existing 31,000 plus square foot 2- and 3-story building was constructed in about 1917. It was built in compliance with all zoning codes present at the time of its construction. No additions or expansions are proposed as part of this application, so the proposed development complies with all of the zoning standards in its district. We know that homelessness is a persistent and insidious problem, not only in Chicago, but throughout the region and nationwide. The Uptown community area has long been a haven for the homeless due to the concentration of public transit assets, along with the density of local businesses, social service facilities, and outdoor public spaces. Factors such as the lack of affordable housing, increasing housing prices, and income instability all contributed to incidents of homelessness, especially for vulnerable populations such as those suffering from mental illness and the elderly, all protected classes of individuals. The 2022 City of Chicago Homeless Point in Time Count and Survey estimates that about 11.5% of the homeless population is over 60 years old, and that number is expected to triple by 2030. According to a recent publication by the Chicago Coalition for the Homeless, an estimated 68,400 people are experiencing homelessness in Chicago in 2021, and it's quickly rising. The study reflects a 2,800 person increase from the previous year. Data reflects massive shifts in the way people are experiencing homelessness, with more than almost 8,000 more people staying on the streets or in shelters. There's certainly demand for homeless services in this location. The applicant operates a facility with support services for the homeless on the same block at 4628 North Clinton. The proposed facility would have the effect of replacing existing shelter capacity at the Epworth facility about a mile north at 5253 North Kenmore, which is mentioned earlier has recently been sold. Those clients using the Epworth facility, very often elderly or near elderly, had to travel usually on foot to the Clifton location to receive the support services that the applicant offers to complement shelter stays. The development of a non-congregate shelter at subject property would create shelter units in the location where support services are available. It should be noted that the type of facility being proposed differs from the typical overnight shelter that's required either by licensing or zoning to be closed for 12 hours a day. The proposed facility provides transitional housing 24/7. Not only does this type of facility provide stable housing, but it also provides a place to store belongings, a place to bathe and eat, an address where mail can be sent, as well as access to the counseling and other support services geared towards finding more permanent housing solutions. In essence, these type of facilities, which are relatively new, remove those experiencing homelessness from the streets on both a temporary and a permanent basis. For these reasons, the proposal in this location is indeed in the interest of the public convenience. Proposed special use, as mentioned, will be an existing building that stood on the subject property for more than a century. It's part of the existing urban fabric in the Uptown neighborhood along the Wilson Avenue commercial corridor radiating from its intersection with North Broadway, which includes many similar 1 to 4 story mixed-use buildings of masonry construction, with most ground floor commercials and upper floor residential. No exterior alterations are proposed, therefore will remain consistent with the character of the surrounding area with respect to its physical attributes. The proposed use is classified as a residential use by the Chicago zoning ordinance. The shelter will function much in the same manner as other residential uses. It's similar to the prior use as market rate housing with active hours during daylight hours and less activity after sunset. Residential uses are not in conflict with nearby commercial, restaurant, or entertainment uses. Transitional shelters are more highly regulated than other residential uses. In this case, with 24/7 staff supervision and no access allowed for friends, family, or other social visitors and guests. The intensity of the use is similar to the surrounding context and is not out of character in terms of traffic generation, noise, or other land use impacts. As we've heard, Cornerstone Community Outreach is a longtime operator of homeless shelters with an established campus adjacent to the subject property. Because the applicant is an established and effective provider of immediate shelter and related services, the Department of Housing has selected the applicant as recipient of a grant to expand the availability of non-congregate shelter options in Chicago. The applicant is indeed an established operator with an excellent track record. No changes are proposed in subject property that would adversely affect pedestrian safety and comfort. No new curb cuts are proposed as part of the application. Subject property is exceptionally well served by public transit. The presence of staff and security will contribute to pedestrian safety and comfort. As a result, the proposal will have no adverse impacts on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community or pedestrian safety or convenience. Based on all of this testimony, it's respectfully submitted. The proposal is consistent with all the standards for special uses. The proposal will have no adverse impact, and there's no public purpose of any kind will be served by this.
Thank you, Mr. Kissel. If I may call my next witness.
Yes.
Meredith Muir. Ms. Muir, please state your name and record and professional position for the record, please.
Thanks. Meredith Muir with the Department of Housing, as the Chicago Recovery Team Program Manager.
Thank you. And has the Department of Housing reviewed this proposal and submitted a letter of support in connection with the application?
Yes, Commissioner Castaneda has personally reviewed this project, and she submitted for the board's consideration a letter expressing the support.
And if the property's special use as a non-congregate shelter is authorized, will DOH help fund the applicant's acquisition and development of the property?
Yes, the acquisition of the property would be funded in part by DOH's non-congregate shelter acquisition program. This program was launched in the fall of 2022 to acquire and rehabilitate non-congregate shelter space in partnership with DFSS. And the program aims to transition approximately 300 shelter beds into non-congregate settings. Cornerstone Community Outreach is one of 5 organizations the city has selected through this RFP for funding under this program.
And what was the process by which CCO was selected as a grant recipient?
Yes, like I mentioned, we put out a public RFP. Grantee recipients were selected based on 3 primary criteria. First, grant applicant needed to demonstrate that they needed a place or to replace existing shelter. In Cornerstone's case, they needed to replace its existing congregate shelter at the Epworth Gymnasium. This facility is old and significant disrepair and has been recently sold, and the new owners are not likely to maintain shelter space at this site. Second, the grant applicant needs to show that it's prepared to acquire and operate a non-congregate facility. Cornerstone was formed in 1989 and is an established provider of shelter and support services in Uptown. Cornerstone operates 3 other shelters and has been a long-time outstanding partner of DFSS. Cornerstone shelters are run according to DFSS criteria, and Cornerstone shelters and support centers have long been part of DFSS's referral network. Finally, an applicant must show that its experience and mission aligns with the goals of the non-congregate shelter acquisition program. Cornerstone has a demonstrated record, not only of providing emergency shelter for those at housing crisis, but of helping residents obtain permanent shelter. Non-congregate shelter offers other significant advantages in setting up residents for longer-term success.
And do you mind sharing with the board why it is that the development of non-congregate shelter space has become a policy priority for DOH?
Absolutely. Non-congregate shelter allows residents a greater sense of independence and safety. These settings reduce stress and anxiety and allow residents to make the most of their time in emergency housing. That's why non-congregate shelter has consistently been linked to improved permanent housing outcomes. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the health risks of congregate shelter spaces. Research that was conducted by the University of Chicago and Lundell Christian Health Center demonstrated the effectiveness of non-congregate shelter in reducing the spread of disease and promoting better overall health outcomes for non-residents.
And how was it that this location, 1140 West Wilson, came to be chosen as the project location?
The site was selected in consultation with Alderman Clay as part of Cornerstone's successful grant application. The building already contains former SRO units that can be converted to non-congregate space. Equally important, the location will allow Cornerstone to provide a significant number of shelter beds and additional support services in proximity to Cornerstone's existing shelter and support center just across the town.
Thank you very much. I would like to proceed to my final witness, if I may. Ms. Howard, will you please state your name and position for the record?
Sure. Kimberly Howard, Director with Homeless Services, Department of Family and Support Services.
Thank you. And has DFSS submitted a letter of support in connection with this application?
Yes, Commissioner Knazi has personally reviewed the proposal and submitted a letter of support for your review.
And was DFSS involved in the process by which CCO was selected as a recipient of a non-congregate shelter acquisition grant?
Yes, we are.
And why are you supportive of this project?
Yeah, so DFSS is thrilled to be working with the Department of Housing and Cornerstone. Overall, this is part of a really key initiative to expand our ability to serve folks experiencing homelessness safely and in non-congregate spaces across Chicago. So Cornerstone's project is very much in line with this overall vision. Particularly, they serve single men, which is a population that we see a particular need for shelter beds and also on the north side. Cornerstone is a longtime trusted partner of DFSS, so we are very supportive of their ability to move forward with this project.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, nor do I have any additional witnesses. I would just like to close by saying that Based on the foregoing, we respectfully submit that the proposed special use is consistent with all applicable criteria for approval of a special use, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community, is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design, is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation, and is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. As mentioned, we have discussed the project with Alderwoman Clay. She could not be here because there's a city council meeting happening downstairs, but she has submitted a letter expressing her support for the project. And in closing, I'd just like to let you know that all of our witnesses are available for any questions and further exploration of the points we've made. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board at this time?
I have one question. Talk to me about the elevator at 7-Eleven. What if they leave? What happens? Could someone go a little deeper on that?
I'd like to ask Mr. Linder to answer.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members. So 7-Eleven is one of the 4 commercial tenants in the building, but their space has been empty for some period of time, definitely over a year, though they're still paying rent, right? So in our conversations with them was to seek consent for a small space of their entire footprint to be for the elevator. In the conversations, there is the discussion around if 7-Eleven wants to continue to be a tenant there, and it's up to their choice, but part of the consent negotiation was to offer them that if they wanted to leave when construction was done, we'd be willing to let them out if they wanted to, but it's not mandatory in the consent agreement.
One of the gentlemen mentioned staff and security. Can you expound on that a little bit and tell us about what that will entail?
And do you want to address that?
Yeah, I can answer that. Thank you. So our typical setup in our current facilities, which are right there on Clifton, is there's 24/7 site security. There's either called program aides or direct care staff, it's probably a more general term, that work with the residents to meet their tangible needs. There's also case management that is there for their goal setting, intake, and long-term support that they need while they're with us. And so 24/7 is site security, 24/7 is program aid staff all on site. Security will most likely be positioned in that first floor lobby kind of desk area by the elevator, with all the camera viewing, phones, and all that kind of stuff. The direct care staff will be more mobile throughout the building, doing room checks and just bringing linens and whatever is needed and helping the residents with whatever tasks they need help with. Case management will, be partially roaming also during the weekdays, but they're also going to be posted up across the streets in their current offices now. How we operate for the men come during the day, so the case managers meet with them now.
Thank you. And so the direct care staff and the case management staff, what kind of hours do they do?
Yeah, so direct care, there's 24/7 rotation, typical 8-hour to 12-hour shifts, depending on the makeup of the shift schedule. Case management is typically there between, again, rotations, but typically between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Mondays through Fridays, or as needed to meet with clients. We might set up appointments because someone might work during the day, and so they will meet them, or they work weeknights. So they'll set up some random appointments to come on weekends or whatever, but typically Monday to Friday between 7 and 7 is case management.
Okay, and last question on this point. Between all 3 of those kinds of staff that you mentioned, approximately how many people are you talking about?
I think we estimate around 8 to 9. Now, some people will be part-time, short shifts, some will be long-time. Right now, we have, give me 1 second to kind of tally in my head. There's 4 direct care staff, there's 3 case managers, and we'll be adding more security staff to this new site. I imagine for a 24/7 shift, that's about 2 to 3 full-time equivalent security.
All right, thank you very much. Before we turn to the objectors, one thing that I wanted to see is, are there any supporters that want to express support before we turn to the objectors? Any support witnesses here? Okay, seeing none. All right, let's turn to the objectors. If I could just, of the so I can kind of organize this, can I get a show of hands as to who is intending to speak in objection today? Okay, all right, so it looks like it's everybody in the back here, and let's, I guess I'm gonna go left to right, my left to my right. So the gentleman, the counselor here, with the glasses on his head, whose name I forgot, I'm sorry.
Well, who failed to introduce himself on the record initially, Michael Sullivan. Would it be possible for me to get a seat at a table? I actually have, since I had to cross-examine several witnesses and make a statement. So it's a little awkward of a place for
Sure. Yeah, let's, Victor, can we figure something out here?
How many attorneys do we have actually?
Yeah, we get a seat.
Yeah, in front of the chair, we have 4. Yeah. If there's open seats here for some of the folks at your table, please feel free to have a seat. We're just looking for that.
I'm sorry.
Before we begin, I just want to remind everyone who's going to be speaking, we do have a court reporter here, so please keep your voice up so we can get everything on the record. So with that, Counselor, if you want to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Michael Sullivan. I am General Counsel for Two Bears Tavern Uptown. I'm also the co-owner. With the permission of the board, I would like to cross-examine some of the witnesses and then make, in my capacity as attorney, and then make a statement of capacity as the owner. I'd first like to cross-examine Mr. Winters. Mr. Winters, you said that the facility is under, the property is under contract for purchase.
Yes.
What are the conditions to close?
I don't know what conditions I can or can't share publicly.
I don't know why that's relevant either.
Well, it's relevant to our continued and the comments I will make about the speed of this process and the need to be deliberative about it. We were told that this process needs to go on a fast pace because of issues with the contract close. We have been just yesterday given the building plan, so we need to understand what are the things that are actually generating the speed with which this process is.
The issue that I have is how is that relevant to the, to the factors for special use?
Let me move on and return to it if it necessary. Mr. Winters, there's been talk, and maybe this relates to the new plans with respect to the elevator, maybe not. Are there going to be 39 or 40 units?
Because of the new location of the elevator, we're losing a unit of housing, and so we're reducing down to 39 units, but up to 40 beds is the total that we're going to have in the facility, as was stated earlier. Meaning there may be a unit where there may be doubled up in one of them because one of them is a bit larger, but 39 units up to 40 beds. If I may just correct, it's not Winters. My apologies. This is fine.
And then in your presentation, you indicated that the facility would be for men who are at retirement or near retirement age.
That came out as a narrative around the percentage of demographics of people being served, that in our experience in general, individuals are 50 years or older, as was shown in the public meeting January 8th and other studies. So that's a narrative piece. It's not a mandatory programmatic expectation. And it was in one of the documents, and we had addressed that internally prior to this meeting. But that's based on experience of those experiencing homelessness.
So it is not your plan to limit the men who stay in the shelter to those over the age of 50?
The DFSS model is for adults experiencing homelessness, so 18 and over is who would be allowed to access shelter based on DFSS referrals.
But part of the referral process allows you to make specifications about the type of candidates that you will allow in the shelter, correct?
The only screening that Cornerstone does is for if an individual's on the sex offender registry, then they're not allowed to stay with us. Other than that, there's no screening that Cornerstone does. Again, all the referrals come through the Department of Family Support Services. You could ask them about that.
Are you familiar with the intake process that is used to send people to your shelters?
I'm familiar on the Cornerstone recipient end of it.
And Cornerstone can specify characteristics of people that it would like to have in the shelter or does not want in the shelter, correct?
I'm not sure where this question is going.
Well, is that correct or not?
Let's restate the question.
As part of the process, Cornerstone can provide parameters to the intake, the entity that does the intake of people for referrals to shelters about the characteristics of the people that they will accept into their shelters, correct?
No.
So it is not correct that you can specify that you do not want to accept people with severe mental issues.
We cannot specify that. Is correct.
And it's your understanding that you cannot specify as to an age restriction.
Person is 18 or older, they can come, so correct, we cannot specify the age restriction.
Other than giving 7-Eleven the right to exit their lease, was other compensation given to 7-Eleven in exchange for using their space for the elevator? What will be the impact on your operating budget if 7-Eleven elects to not continue their lease?
You specify which operating budget, do you mean for the property or for the shelter services?
Thank you for the clarification, because there's been some confusion between you and I on that. The operating budget to maintain and operate the building itself.
Yeah. So we're seeing it in two different ways, that there's the overall envelope of the facility and then there's a shelter operation, right? And the intent of the revenue from the commercial tenants is to support the costs for the portions of the building that are allocated to those commercial tenants. As for the rest of the building and its operations, that will be funded through both our DFSS contract and other philanthropic funds and grants.
So what would be the impact on the operating budget for those portions of the building that the retail spaces occupy if 7-Eleven elects to terminate their lease?
We would work with Uptown United and all of them to find new retailers.
And until you did so, you'd have no rent revenue, correct?
From that specific space, correct.
And likewise, if the project causes other tenants to leave, you would lose that rental revenue as well, correct?
The tenant opts to leave and Cornerstone opts to let them out of their lease, then that would be correct.
You have spoken with people from Two Bears Tavern about their concerns about their insurance bills, correct?
Yes.
And Two Bears Tavern Uptown has indicated to you that it has concerns that because of the change of the building to a shelter, it might become either uninsurable or not insurable at reasonable rates. Is that correct?
That is what Two Bears has said.
And Two Bears has made a proposal to you about insurance language that would help address their concerns, correct?
They have.
And has Cornerstone responded to that?
There was a lot of responses to a lot of questions that the owners of Two Bears sent to Cornerstone. Did we answer every question? I'm not sure.
Specifically, I'm asking about the specific lease contract language that Two Bears presented to you to address the insurance issue.
I can't recall if we answered them all.
You have no recollection of giving a response with respect to the proposed lease changes that Two Bears believes it needs in order to continue to be economically viable.
Yes, I can't recall which questions were answered fully. I do know that some of the requests that Two Bears sent might not actually be doable based on the lease language and what an insurer would allow for, so it's an unresolved thing this time.
Oh, and which of those requests do you understand to be undoable?
I just want to jump in here for a second, because I do want to remind Counselor and everyone here that this is a zoning matter. So there are 5 criteria for a special use, and the questions that are asked need to be relevant to one of those 5 criteria. So, and I'm just gonna, there's a lot of people here know what those are, but for those who don't, I'm just gonna read them so that everybody is clear on what we're talking about here. So the 5 criteria for a special use are: 1, it complies with all applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance. 2, it is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. 3, it is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design. 4, it is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise and traffic generation. And 5, it is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. As you ask your questions or make your objections, please have it fit in one of those categories, because if it doesn't, either the attorney for the applicant is going to make an objection, or I just may say, move on to another question. It's not relevant. Okay. So with that, I'm not sure where that last question would fit in any of these. So if you could tell me.
Sure. As we have explained to Cornerstone, the mere change of this facility to a shelter could render our facility uninsurable. Insurance as a licensed tavern is required as a matter of law. It would cause an instant closure. And it's our position that that goes directly to the general welfare of the community. Losing commercial tenants, retail tenants on the Wilson Avenue corridor affects not just us and our $750,000 investment, but affects the neighborhood. And so we do believe it to be relevant. Okay. Restate the question. Sure. You had indicated that there are certain proposals with respect to insurance that we have made that are undoable. Could you explain what those are?
So I'm an insurance broker or underwriter, we understand that. I can't speak to what they would say yes to or no to, but in my experiences and conversations with our existing broker, a request, if I remember correctly from you, is that the insurance would, if there was any liability on Two Bears, even due to the operations of the shelter, the Cornerstone would cover, be liable. So it's very vague language, and we weren't able to land on any more clarity. So I'm actually not able to answer to the insurance specifications that could be there. If there's non-insurance questions, I'd be happy to try to work on it.
Thank you.
Counselor, can I step in just for a second? I want to ask you a question, not as the attorney, but as the owner of the tavern. Have you attempted to talk with your own insurance broker about this potential change and how that might affect the insurance? And if so, what have you learned?
Yes, we've talked with our insurance broker. They said there is a very tangible risk that our carrier, upon learning of the change in use, will terminate our coverage. And also indicated that if they don't terminate the coverage, it is likely that if there was a claim made, that they would either jack the rates so high as to become economically unviable or terminate the insurance. And so the nature of our proposals to Cornerstone, to which we have received no response, has been to try to address that, to give us protection insurance, to essentially have Cornerstone insure for losses that are caused by their operation of shelter. We've received no, I propose specific contract language, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole. We've received no response. Happy to engage with them on that, but it's an existential threat to our business. And that's frankly why we're here, by and large.
But at least as you sit here today, I mean, has your broker had any conversation with the underwriters from the insurance company about what might happen here? Or is he just speculating?
As you might think reasonable, he's not keen on following up the broker and revealing this information at this stage. Because again, it could precipitate, that's a the company decision. And we have invested, we opened up 2 years ago, we have a 20-year lease. We've invested $750,000 in the space. The community loves us. The loss of our business to them is obviously a catastrophic financial loss to us, but it's also a loss to the state. But I think we can move on to other topics, so we can cover that. What will the hours of curfew be at the non-congregate shelters?
Yeah, DFSS has stated that this non-congregate shelter model should have a curfew of 11 p.m. for its residents and have exceptions for those that might be working second or third shift, which is similar to how we do it now.
And what is the curfew on the congregate shelter? 7 p.m.?
It fluctuates based on if it's a family shelter or if it's a shelter for adults. I don't remember off the top of my head, but there, and they also change for like school hours and summer hours. To the best of my memory, somewhere around 9 p.m. is curfew. But we can look that up and get more specific information from our guidelines.
And when would the curfew?
I don't know, that hasn't been determined. It's never been asked for there to be a end time for curfew, only that a curfew would start at 11.
Is there not
I
an
actually
end?
would probably ask if I could get assistance from Kim. She knows from the DFSS and Howard.
Yeah, happy to wait in here. Kimberly Howard, Director of
I can't hear you.
Kimberly Howard, Director of the Criminal Services Division. So overall, we don't have a sort of mandated curfew across our entire shelter system, but in conversations with Cornerstone about this new facility and our sorry.
Feel free to speak to him and I would be
Yeah, and that goes for everybody. If you could speak towards the court reporter, so he can make sure that the record, is clear.
Sure. So DFSS does not have sort of a standard curfew across our entire shelter system, but in this instance, we're working with Cornerstone closely to make sure that this program is safe and effective. I think a typical curfew that we would see across our system would be something like 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Would be a typical curfew.
Mr. Winter, you said that the project will perform to the normal operating hours of nearby businesses. What will be the operating hours of the non-congregate shelter?
I think it was the businesses in the space will conform to whatever businesses do for their hours. We were talking about, so the two separate things. Cornerstone is open 24/7. I mentioned earlier about staffing and its kind of shifts and rotations. Just talked about curfews. I'm not sure if there's other data that you're looking for.
I was just going off what I thought I heard you say about the operating hours of the shelter. If I misheard, that's fine. But you understand that in this particular building, Downstate Donuts, their employees arrive at 5 a.m. And Two Bears Tavern, their employees leave somewhere between 4 and 6 a.m. Right, and that Two Bears is open throughout the night. Downstate is open during the day. Yeah. So the current retail operating in the building is essentially 24/7.
Yeah, I understand that from talking with the three-person tenants.
In support of your application, you mentioned the value in having this shelter more proximate to where you provide support services versus the Epworth facility. How often does a given individual in the Epworth facility come to your Clifton Avenue facility for support services?
Yeah, all the residents of Epworth, the name has changed, someone's referred to as Epworth. All the residents of Epworth are welcome to, and majority do, come to Clifton during the day to, for 3 meals a day, to meet with case management, to meet with shelter-based healthcare, therapy services, and be there as their place in between. You know, whether waiting to go to work or appointments, it's their kind of daytime center they can be at. So all of them have permission, the majority attend, it fluctuates based on their own life schedules.
Are you saying the majority attend every day or a majority attend?
I can't hear you.
Are you saying the majority of the men at Epworth attend visit the Clifton facility every day?
In my experience, the majority come every day if they want to, and we try to meet with them every week. I don't know exact numbers or percentages, but majority, sure, I can go with that.
I want to draw your attention to the latest floor plan, which shows the elevator location. Where will the security desk be?
Yeah, approximately in the center of that floor plan is where the elevator is, and just below it is this indented space. That is the intended kind of security office space.
And there will be one security person present 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
As mentioned earlier, the 2 staff that are there 24/7. The positions that are filled, there are security or site security, as we call it, and then program aid. And so they'll both be on site 24/7.
So with respect to the security person who will sit at that desk, they'll sit at that desk, right?
Yes.
Unless there's a security incident, in which case they'll leave this.
And call other staff to come fill in for them, whether it's direct staff that are on site or staff who are just across the street. Whatever the incident, that is how we operate, is that if security is in a post, in a position that they have to go from it, they get other staff to come fill in for them during that time.
And is your standard operating procedure for the person at the desk to wait until they're relieved before leaving your desk?
No, it's to respond in the emergency.
Okay, so there will be times when there will be no staffing at that door.
It's possible.
And you thought it would take 2 to 3 full-time equivalents to staff that desk 24/7?
I was responding, just not having the data in front of me, what the staff shift schedule will look like. So it's
really gonna take more like 4 to 5, isn't it? 168 hours in a week, 40-hour week would be 4 to 5 people plus overlap.
Happy to do the math, I shall have it in front of me.
Subject to check.
Yes.
Have you budgeted for 4 to 5 full-time equivalents just for the security role?
It's in our staffing budget, the FSS, yeah.
But your previous testimony was that it would be 2 to 3. Subject to check, it's 4 to 5. Do you believe your budget is based on 2 to 3 or 4 to 5?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't know if I can answer that right now. Is there a reason you're asking that specific question?
Let's just stipulate that there will be 24/7 security on site at all times.
Yeah, well, except when someone leaves the post for.
Which would be momentarily.
Perhaps.
And they will,
Or several minutes because the buildings are down the street.
I don't know.
This goes to my.
I don't know why we're down this rabbit hole, but.
All right, hold up. First of all, the attorneys don't get to argue with each other, okay? This is the time for the counselor here to ask questions, and if you have an objection, you can address it with me, and I'll rule on it.
That was actually my last question, so thank you, Mr. Winter, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I ask a couple of questions of the attorney, just to flesh out a couple of the points that he made about the insurance?
So, David, because you are going to get the opportunity for rebuttal after the objector. So we're gonna do all the objections right now, and then we will turn it back to the applicant's case for a brief rebuttal and closing.
So a couple questions for Ms. Muir. For who? Mrs. Muir. When was Cornerstone selected as a grant recipient?
The RFP was put out in the fall of 2022. The grantee finalists were selected, I believe it was selected and notified November of 2022. So working with each grantee finalist since that time to identify sites.
So the grantees were all selected at the same time?
Yes.
You stated that the Epworth facility is not likely to remain a shelter. What's the basis for that assertion?
If I may answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Epworth United Methodist Church property at 5253 North Kenmore was recently sold to Baraka Community. And though we have a lease with them through June 30, their intent is to renovate for their own purposes. And so this sustains that imminent need for a new location for that new shelter. That's what that's based on.
So it's your testimony that as of June 30th, you will not be able to access the Epworth shelter?
Our lease runs through June 30, and they have mentioned they may be willing to go month to month until they themselves are ready to do their work on their property.
And have they indicated a willingness to continue operating the space as a shelter?
Only in this temporary function that they just mentioned until we somewhere else to be. It's not a long-term plan for theirs now.
They have not indicated a long-term interest in.
That is correct.
And then, sorry, back to, well, actually, I don't care who answers this, but this is Muir testified that these are former SRO units, correct? They're not currently SRO units, right? It was converted, the building was purchased and was converted to residential housing, right?
Correct, that's majority still studio.
But it was substantially renovated from being an SRO. So what is the relevance to you in consideration of it being an SRO unit? Or formerly an SRO unit?
So a significant loss of SRO units throughout uptown and the affordable units in the neighborhood.
So I can't hear you.
There's been, sorry about that. There's been a pretty dramatic loss of SRO units and other the affordable units in the uptown neighborhood over the past number of years. And the opportunity for a facility like this going on sale, with a chance to bring back some affordable units into the neighborhood. And the existence of the units still as studio setups primarily, being easily convertible to a small congregate shelter use. All word positives are there.
I'm sorry, this proposal is not to create affordable housing, it's transitional shelter, correct?
Shelter.
So this does not add any affordable housing to the stock.
It adds shelter units, which serve people who have deeply low or no income. On there.
Affordable housing and shelter are two completely different types of housing, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions. The remainder of my questions are for Mr. Gissel. Mr. Gissel, in your oral remarks, you detailed the process that you followed and the evidence that you gathered in creating your report. Is there anything that you testified to as far as the evidence you gathered that wasn't already in your report?
No, I'm sorry, one more time.
You summarized the evidence that you gathered in response to your counsel's question in preparing your report. And my question to you is there anything that you identified in your answer to counsel's questions that wasn't already disclosed in your expert report?
So you're asking me if there's anything in my oral testimony that wasn't in my report?
Specifically with request to the evidence that you gathered.
I'm not sure I should go through a statement in my report with respect to the evidence I gathered. But in general, the response to that is it's based on the information contained in my files. It's been gleaned from clients, from my years of experience in urban planning and zoning, and from consultation with various members of the development team.
So, as you sit here, is there any evidence that you believe you relied on that you did not disclose in your report?
Other than what I've already stated.
What evidence is that? Because I didn't understand from your answer.
Well, I just stated in my report that I had 4 years of experience in urban planning. So that experience and the information that backs that experience is also the basis for my report.
Any evidence about this specific project that you gathered and relied on that is not disclosed in your report?
Not that I can recall.
All right. On page 3 of your report, you list the proposed conditions. Those are the conditions upon which you base your report?
That and any additional understanding that's been gleaned from questioning the applicant.
But that is not disclosed in your report.
I don't know if there's very much beyond what's disclosed in my report, but I want to disclose the fact that there may be additional nuance.
Well, how would I learn what that information is if it's not in your report?
I have no answer to that.
You indicate in your report under the proposed conditions that occupancy is planned for 40 males 50 years of age and older. Is that correct?
That's what it says in my report, yes.
And is that fact a fact on which you relied in support of your report?
That, as well as the knowledge that shelters basically desire to maintain flexibility within the rules with which they're granted.
What do you mean by that?
Well, so this is the statement, but as Mr. Winters testified earlier, the barrier for or the minimum age is 18 up to 55. The conditions of their grant mandate that they be able to receive that range of age. But it's my understanding, based on their information provided me, that the intent is that the majority would be males 50 years of age.
Your report doesn't say majority. It says occupancy is planned for 40 males 50 years of age and older.
Indeed.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, the language says occupancy is planned. It doesn't say occupancy is mandated. It doesn't say occupancy is required.
Mr. Chairman, he has a right to rebuttal.
I don't see the relevancy, and I think he's misrepresenting the record. That's why I'm pointing it out.
Oh, okay, all right. What's the relevancy?
Relevancy is I'm trying to understand the facts upon which he relied to prepare his report. We have now learned that in fact, Cornerstone will allow people under the age of 50, despite the numerous references to retirement and near retirement age. So if the expert's report is based on facts that are not accurate facts, that goes to the reliability of this report.
Right, but to Counselor's point, it does say planned.
I understand that, and
so it's an important distinction because they're not saying that it's going to be 50 and up. That's the plan.
Well, I asked the witness what he relied on. If he wanted to say that he understood plan to mean something different, then he can say that.
All right.
The words are the words. The words are what is in the report.
We have. I get the point that you're making. Let's go.
Hey, I'm hamstrung here because of the limited time that we were able to prepare for this. So I'm going to do the best I can. But counsel will have the chance to rebut. He shouldn't be able to object in the form of an objection, which plans are answering this witnesses now.
I agree.
Continuing answering your question, it would make no difference if the age, in my opinion, this conclusion in this report, if the ages were 18.
It would make no difference to any safety considerations with respect to the community. Your report indicates that visitors are not allowed. Was that the basis of your fact on which you relied in support of your report?
Yes.
You also understand that there'll be a curfew?
Yes.
Is that a fact upon which you relied to support your conclusions?
It's my understanding that most shelters, that all shelters have a curfew. I've heard others subject to exceptions.
And is that a fact upon which you rely in forming your opinions?
Yeah.
Did you speak to any of the retail businesses on Wilson Avenue in the vicinity of the subject property in preparation for your report?
Of course, visited the site, took photos and documented the uses.
So you did not speak to any retail businesses?
Spoke that they're there, there's a land use context, it's right that retail and commercial uses.
Did you speak to any of the retail businesses on Wilson Avenue in the vicinity of the subject property?
If I speak to you, mean directly communicate? Yes. Okay, sorry, I misinterpreted what I meant by speak to, no.
Did you speak to any of the commercial tenants currently leasing space in the subject property? Did you speak to any residents in the area?
No.
Did you speak to any of the nearby block clubs?
No.
Did you review the online petition opposing the project or the comments by residents about the concerns they have about safety and the impact on local businesses?
I did not.
In your report in the discussion of 17-13-0905A2, and for everyone's convenience, I don't know the custom is, should I say A2? I don't want to read those out every time. Is there a common parlance that people use for these factors?
Oh, no, I mean, just the second factor, you know.
You did it.
Second factor, okay. You opine that the project will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community, is that correct?
That's correct.
And your support for that is on page 11, correct? Your discussion of that?
I believe the response to that particular criteria is from page 8 through page 11. Yes.
Right, and page 8 through 10 goes to the first prong of the second factor about the public convenience, correct?
Correct.
And so your discussion of the second prong of the second factor, significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community, is on page 11.
I believe that to be the case.
In particular, the two paragraphs on the left side of page 11.
That is what is in my report.
In that first paragraph, you assert that the proposed transitional shelter functions much in the same way as other residential uses, correct?
That's correct.
And you cite the time of day when there's activity, correct?
Yes.
And it's not out of character based on traffic generation, noise, and other land use impacts, correct?
Correct.
What other land use impacts are you referring to there?
Just the general comings and goings of people to and from site. It's, of course, put forth in the context of the existing land uses in the area, which include in excess of, I believe, 200 shelter beds, and of course, the existing facilities and service homeless that are on this block of lifted, operated by Cornerstone.
Would you agree that a non-congregate shelter is much less regulated than a traditional congregate shelter?
No.
You would not? Were you here for Mr. Winter's testimony where he said that unlike a congregate shelter, people staying in a non-congregate shelter have 24/7 access to the facility?
Correct. There's a fundamental difference between a congregate and non-congregate shelters. Non-congregate shelters are required to be closed for 12 hours.
So you just disagree that that's not that doesn't equate to less regulated?
Correct.
And in a non-congregate shelter, people are not confined to a single room with everyone else, correct? As they are in a congregate shelter generally?
In a non-congregate shelter, people are not confined to a single room.
Together with everyone else. They have their own rooms.
Correct.
Turning back to your first paragraph, time of day when there's activity, traffic generation, and noise. Those are actually all factors that are specifically under the fourth column, correct? And call your attention to what's up on the.
Yes.
It's specific that says hours of operation, noise, traffic generation.
Correct.
So those actually go to factor 4, not factor 2.
Now they factor in at factor 2 because one of the things you look at is whether they're compatible with the character, so there will be the adverse impact due to a mismatch between existing character and the character of the proposed use.
Do you agree that the neighborhood or community referenced in factor 2 includes the residents in the building immediately to the west on Wilson?
Yes.
And does it include the retail businesses in the in the Wilson area, Avenue corridor? And does it include the retail tenants in the building?
Yes.
Did your client identify to you the safety and operational concerns that have been raised by any of the tenants in the building?
No.
Did they provide you with any of the correspondence to any of the commercial tenants about the safety and operational concerns that have been raised? No. Would that information have been relevant to your opinion?
No.
So the safety and operational concerns raised by commercial tenants, you don't believe is relevant to factor 2?
It's all based on conjecture.
How do you know that? You haven't read the correspondence.
I have experience with these types of facilities in the past and are very familiar with the typical objections.
You're not familiar with the specific objections that have been raised by commercial tenants and stuff.
I didn't review the detail.
So you can't opine on it.
Correct.
Did your client identify to you the concerns about the economic viability of the project that has been raised by the commercial tenants in this building?
No.
Did they provide you any of the correspondence that any of these entities sent your client about concerns about the economic viability of the project?
No.
Did your client identify to you concerns about the economic viability of the existing commercial tenants that have been raised by those tenants?
No.
Did they provide you any of the correspondence from those tenants about concerns about their own economic viability?
No.
Did your client raise with you concerns that Two Bears Tavern has raised about it becoming uninsurable as a result of the change from residential housing to homeless shelter?
Only this year.
That would have a significant impact on the commercial tenant, right?
I have no opinion.
If a retail tenant is required by law to have insurance and cannot get insurance, they would have to close, correct?
I believe, I don't have an opinion regarding that, and the insurance issue is something I'm not qualified to opine.
But if the impact of this proposal was to cause a commercial tenant to go out of business, that's a significant adverse impact on that tenant, correct?
It's also hypothetical.
But even it's a hypothetical, is it a significant adverse impact?
You know,
You can't opine on whether it's a significant adverse impact?
No.
Well, in your mind, you are not capable of deciding whether full closure of an operating business is an adverse impact.
Full closure of an operating business is an adverse impact.
Significant adverse impact.
It's a significant adverse impact on that business.
In your report at page 8, in support of factor 2, you state that the uptown community area has long been a haven for homeless, correct?
Correct.
And you cite statistics showing that the homeless population in Chicago is rising at page 9, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that according to the frequently asked questions, the FAQs published by Alderman Clay's office regarding this project, that in 2022, there were 2,058 requests for shelter made to 311 from the 46th ward. And in 2022, that number was down to 1,778.
I believe I've seen that.
So that's a decrease of 13.6%, subject to checking that out.
In requests, yes.
In your report, you note that as a factor that alcohol will be prohibited. In your analysis, did you consider whether it's a good idea to locate a shelter in a building that has a tavern?
No.
Are you aware that many of the people who will stay in the shelter have substance abuse issues?
Yes.
You did not consider whether that's whether them having access to a bar literally in their building is a concern.
It's not a concern. I have considerable experience with sober living homes and other facilities of the like. And the presence of a bar or access to alcohol is not a detriment to the location of those particular facilities.
Are you aware of a sober living home that's in the same building as a tavern?
This is not a sober living home, but I don't have any knowledge of that.
Are you aware of a homeless shelter that's in the same building as the tavern?
Not off the top.
No further questions for this witness. Thank you very much for your time.
Are you
Should we
finished?
testify?
Are you finished?
Oh, I'm finished with cross-examination and
Do you want to state an objection now as the owner of the tavern?
I would like to, yes. And thank you. And thank you again to the commissioners for their time. Like counsel for the church that is a commercial tenant in the building, we strive to actually reach an agreement with Cornerstone so that this project can move forward. Unfortunately, as a result of timing, I had no choice but to present whatever case I was able to present, given the preparation time today. But I do want to state in public and for the record and in the presence of Mr. Winter that we continue to want to engage with him to reach written enforceable understanding that under which we hope that this project can move forward. Nevertheless, we have grave concerns about it. And ultimately, we don't believe that it meets the criteria for the special use permit. I'm not going to regurgitate the cross-examination that I just did of Mr. Kissel, but I think I hope the points I made were clear and I don't have to recite them. But at a high level, the investigation, insofar as it failed to consider any of the information, questions, concerns, correspondence that we or any of the other tenants or any other people provided, calls into question the reliability of the report and calls into question whether the applicant has satisfied its burden under 1713-0905A with respect to the special use permit. We would renew our request to commence and continue because we think that additional time would be beneficial to all parties. We don't believe that there's any reason that this has to be decided today, particularly since the CDC process is already 60 days behind schedule.
The request is denied. Move on.
Okay. Just why I wanted to preserve it for the record. I want to comment briefly, and I'd like to introduce into the petition to which I referred. If I may introduce this as an exhibit. I don't know how many. Do you want one copy? Do you want a copy for each of you?
Do you have a copy for the applicant?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a single-sided one. That's a double-sided one. So you can have all of them. I present this petition, understanding that online petitions, much like community surveys, are not statistically valid surveys. It all depends on who you send it to, who you ask. But what it shows is that the support for this project is not nearly what applicant claimed. The community hearing that they had was before any questions were asked about this project. This petition, on the other hand, and the many comments in response show that members of the community have very serious concerns about the operations, the safety, the viability of the retail tenants. Specifically, our business, which is an LGBTQIA+ business, it's highly regarded in the community, and a loss of a safe space for LGBTQIA+ people would be a loss to the community. I think that's reflected in some of the comments. I will note for the record that when I printed this yesterday, the number was 489. It's now in excess of 500. The letters in support of the application, none of them, save one, go to any of the factors that are before you. So unlike this petition, which does go to factors, nearly all of them were generated before this project was publicly announced. So clearly we have a case of, just getting all your close friends and confidants to sign on. The one letter of support that does purport to address a ZBA factor is from State Senator Mike Simmons.
Interestingly, he recites that the project will enhance on-site commercial retail. That's actually not true, and there's been no evidence to support that there'll be any enhancement of on-site commercial retail. In fact, we've learned today that we might lose one commercial retail person. Again, the letters of support are that were submitted with the application are of very limited use. I would also note that in the with regard to the public support for this, in the applicant's filing with the Community Development Commission, which was originally set for January 9th, there was a representation that a second public survey would be conducted by Alder Clay. That has not happened, and there's no indication that such a survey will happen. So again, we're left with the survey that was done over Christmas, before the community meeting, before any issues were resolved, and we have a statement that a second survey would be done, when in fact no such survey would be done. In sum, at this stage, we oppose the granting of the application. We continue to want to work with Cornerstone. However, if the special use is to be granted, we believe that it should be subject to the following conditions. A limit of 1 person per unit, which would, in light of the reduction to 39 units, would be a limit of 39 men to be housed in the shelter at any given time. This is just literally 1 person different than what Cornerstone has agreed to, so it's not it's not a large area of disagreement. No guests or visitors, which is something that Cornerstone has committed to and which is in our expert report. Curfew hours, we believe the curfew should start no later than 9 p.m. and go to at least 6 a.m. I understand there appears to be a commitment that it would start at 11 p.m. We firmly believe that as a condition, the ZBA should require a curfew and include the times of it so that it is enforceable. And it should include not just a start time, but an end time, because you have to be in there by 11, but if there's no rule about when you can leave, it's not really a curfew at all. We believe it should be limited to men over the age of 50. The submission by the applicants talks about the pressing need for space for retirement age and near retirement age. We believe that limiting it to people over 50 would go a long way to help address our concerns, and I only speak for myself as owner of Two Bears Tavern, our concerns about some of the safety issues. We believe that as a condition of granting the application, Cornerstone should be responsible for all damage to the retail tenants that's caused by people staying in the shelter. It's just a simple matter of if they damage our space, they should be on the hook for it. As a condition, we believe that if the retail tenant's insurance premiums rise as a result of the shelter, Cornerstone should be responsible for the additional premiums. And finally, Cornerstone should be responsible for providing visible safety and security support on the north side of Wilson Avenue, from Broadway to Racine, and on Clifton from Broadway to Wilson, in order to help promote and address residents and businesses' concerns about safety. Again, thank you for your time, and stand ready to answer any questions by council or this board.
All right. My thought is, unless my fellow commissioners disagree, is that we'll hold questions until we get to the objections. All right. So if you do have questions, save it, and we'll address it later. All right. Thank you, Counselor. We will move on to the next attorney. Let's go with Counselor Asaro. Counselor, and for everybody else here, we've heard a lot. Again, I don't want to duplicate things, so the points that you want to raise them, but please be precise. With that, proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, Lenny Asaro on behalf of nearby property owner Denny. In connection with your
respectful admonishment. I've got 4 points. Here's my roadmap. Number one, I'm gonna propose a very simple factual stipulation. Number two, I would just like to have a very limited cross of Mr. Kissel and Mr. Winter. Number three, we're gonna have a very brief direct examination of my client, Mr. Denny. And number four, I will conclude with just very short remarks. That's my roadmap. Okay. First, I would like to propose a factual stipulation. On January 8th, 2024, there was a community meeting regarding this matter. On January 16th, 2024, there was a dated official denial of zoning certification, which is included in the packet. Also on January 16th, 2024, the application for special use is dated and filed. On February 1st, 2024, is dated the Oak Kissel evaluation report. And on February 16th, 2024, today's date, we are here conducting the hearing on special use. I propose that stipulation to the applicant.
All of those facts seem accurate to me. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd first like to ask some questions of Mr. Winter. Mr. Winter, good afternoon. There's a report, it's called the Oak Kissel Evaluation Report. That report is dated February 1st, 2024. Are you familiar with that report?
Yeah, I read it several times.
When did you first receive that report?
I don't recall, I'd have to check my emails on the data. I imagine after it was produced, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay, but the report is dated February 1st, as we've stipulated, February 1st of 2024. So is it fair to say that you received it on or after February 1st, 2024?
I'd have to check my emails to see what data came in, but if that's the date it was produced, then after that date, or that date, I'll be interested.
Do you have the report in front of you?
Yes, I do now.
Okay, and you see that on the first page, it's dated February 1st, 2024?
If you like, I can check my emails to answer your question. If you're looking for when I got it, why are you asking that question about when I got it? You answer me that.
Okay. My question actually was, is the date of that report that you're holding in your hand, is it dated February 1st, 2024? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you did not receive that report prior to February 1st of 2024?
I don't know, I might have seen a draft, I have to check my emails.
I'm just asking you the final report. The final report. Is it fair to say that you did not receive the final report prior to February 1st of 2024?
Unless I've checked my emails, I can't tell what date I actually received the final report.
Okay. Do you have reason to believe that you reviewed a draft of that report prior to February 1st of 2024?
Mr. Chairman, I fail to see the relevance here.
Relevance?
Well, the report contains the opinions of Mr. Kissel. And if I could get some answers to these very foundational questions, his opinion, the report contains his opinions regarding the standards. I would like to ask if I can get these foundational questions established as to when he got it, then I can get to the actual.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna allow you to,
substance.
I'll allow you to continue.
Thank you. Did you receive it?
Objections overruled.
Okay, but I just have to point out, this is the final report.
Right.
So it wouldn't have been dated February 1st if he'd seen it before, and it wouldn't be dated February 1st if he'd seen it after. It was released on February 1st. That doesn't mean that it's not an iterative process. When you engage a land planner, he will have a lot of research to do, and then he will probably need some factual questions answered that he winds up working with us and our client to obtain. So the report may be dated February 1st, but much of the information in the report was no doubt known by the client well in advance of that.
Okay, all right. We're getting into rebuttal. Make a note and you can address it in rebuttal.
Okay.
Yeah. And for Mr. Clouder's benefit, I'm not going to interrupt anytime he objects, but I laid out a very clear, succinct roadmap. I just am asking these foundational questions so that I can get to the substance. So if I'm allowed to do that,
you are.
We can move this proceeding along.
Yes.
Thank you. That report is dated February 1st, 2024, correct?
Correct.
That is the final report that Mr. Kissel prepared, correct?
Correct.
Okay. did you receive the final report on or after February 1st, 2024? Did you recall? Do you recall whether or not you received drafts of his report prior to February 1st, 2024?
Not specifically recall.
You don't recall?
Could you move to the questions without determining the dates?
He gets to ask the questions, not you.
Can you turn to pages 8 through 16 of the Oak Kissel report?
Yes.
Those pages contain Mr. Kissel's opinions with respect to his evaluation of this proposal according to the special use criteria, correct?
Yes.
Those are Mr. Kissel's opinions, correct? And you don't have any idea when you first became aware of these final opinions based on your answers to the prior questions, correct? Okay. And you testify that you read this report many times, correct?
Said so.
After you read the final report, whenever you received it, did you have any questions or comments about the report, specifically with respect to the evaluation of the proposal according to the special use criteria on pages 8 through 13? Did you have any questions or comments about Mr. Kissel's opinions? Yes or no?
Yes.
You did have questions about his opinions, correct? That's your answer?
I have a clarifying question, right? Opinion versus.
No, my question to you is, with respect to his opinions that are on pages 8 through 13, those are Mr. Kissel's opinions, correct?
Yes.
And when you read those pages and his opinions, did you have any questions or comments about his opinions, yes or no?
Not about his opinions, no.
Okay. Did you have any comments, or strike that? There was a community meeting held on January 8, 2024 regarding this matter, correct?
Correct.
And was there notice sent to individuals from the nearby neighborhood or community, as the term neighborhood or community is referenced in standard 17-13-0905A2? Was there notice sent prior to that community meeting?
There was emails from Alderman Clay's office. This was the meeting that she was hosting. There was plentiful commenting on Facebook and other social media platforms. So that's where most people, I believe, heard about it, and through sharing information, emails, texts.
My specific question was there notice provided in advance of the community meeting that a community meeting was going to take place? Correct me if I'm wrong. Your answer was yes, there was notice. And the notice that you testified to was there was an email sent out by the alderman. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Was there
Mr.
any?
Chair, if I could just object, there is no requirement that a community meeting be held. So what is the relevancy of establishing how much or how little notice was provided for the community meeting?
Well, because actually the applicant, via Mr. Clower, completely opened that door when he talked about that the comments that they got from the community meeting in response to this application directly pertains to the standards here, one of which has to do with whether or not this special use is in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. There's another standard in here that also invokes potential impact on the neighbor and the community. So if there was a community meeting and if there were people that were commenting about this particular element, I would think that the zoning board would certainly like to know what, if anything, that they said on those particular standards. That's the reason why, because they opened the door and they made it a part or a predicate of them proving up their standard. That's the reason.
Objection is overruled. Continue.
Can you answer that question?
Can you restate it, please?
Is it your testimony that the notice of the community meeting with respect to this matter was sent via email by the Alderman's office?
Yes.
Was there any other form of notice that was provided of that community meeting?
I saw individuals posting it on Facebook. I'm sure others could testify to that too.
Did you attend that community meeting? And at that community meeting, did you speak?
I did, and the video is available on the Alderwoman's website.
Did you at that meeting share any of the opinions of Mr. Kissel that you were aware of at that time that are contained in his expert report on pages 8 through 13? Yes or no? Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I just have a few questions of Mr. Kissel.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Kissel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you today, sir? Good, thank you. It's good to see you. Now, you prepared the written evaluation report in this matter that's dated February 1st, 2024, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you retained by the applicant to prepare that evaluation report?
Yes.
And when did the applicant review it?
I don't have a specific recollection. Generally, I believe it was either late December or
2024. I'm sorry, 2023.
yeah, late Beach last
month. Prior to the date that you provided your final report to the applicant, were you asked by the applicant to attend any public meetings regarding this matter? No. Did you attend the January 8, 2024 community meeting? No. Do you have any independent knowledge as to whether or not the opinions that you expressed on pages 8 through 13 of your evaluation report were disclosed at that January 8, 2024 community meeting?
I have no knowledge.
Did the applicant ask you to attend the community meeting to share any of the opinions that you've expressed in your report?
No.
With respect to the standard 17-13-0905A2, did the applicant ask you to try to interview or meet with any nearby neighborhood or community residents or business owners? No. With respect to section 17-13-0905B3, did the applicant ask you to try to interview or meet with any nearby neighborhood community residents or business owners?
No.
With respect to section 17-13-0905A4, did the applicant ask you to try to interview or meet with any nearby neighborhood community residents or business owners?
No.
With respect to section 17-13-0905A5, did the applicant ask you to try to interview or meet with any nearby neighborhood community residents or business owners?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Kissel. Mr. Chairman, I would like to call my client, Matt Denny. Thank you.
Thank you.
1 second.
And just remember, keep your voices up, and Councilor Sardo, I know you want to look at your client, but please look at the court reporter so he can get it.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Matthew.
And what is your residence and business address?
4654-56 North Clifton Avenue.
And who's the owner of that property?
Uptown Recording LLC.
And are you the?
All right, sir, if you could just.
Why don't you come down?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
So I think that we left off with, who is the owner of that property that you identified?
Uptown Recording LLC.
And are you the principal member manager of that LLC?
I am.
And can you briefly describe what what type of use is that property?
It's a professional recording studio.
And is there any other uses? You reside there?
I do reside there with my 5 children
And where do you reside within that?
on the second, third floor.
And how long have you owned and operated your business and lived in that building?
23 years.
And
24 years. I bought the purchase the building in November of 2000.
okay. And did you first become aware of Mr. Kissel's report and his opinions contained therein sometime last week when you and I communicated?
Yes.
And with respect to standard 17-13-090582, it states or provides that the special use or the criteria is whether the special use is in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of neighborhood or community. Do you have a layperson's opinion as to whether or not the special use will have a significant adverse impact on the welfare of the neighborhood or community, in particular your use?
Yes, I mean, the answer is yes. Again, I've been there for 24 years. When I first bought the building in 2000, it was required by the Chicago Zoning Board to buy a C-zone building if you were going to operate a professional recording studio. Those were antiquated laws. It used to be really big, but I understand the industrial nature of the zoning. So I searched far and wide. I had already lived in Uptown for 5 years by then, so 1995 to 2000. But I loved the community, and I was restricted by the zoning, as you probably know, on what kind of building I could put my recording studio into. And as you probably also know, most C-zone buildings in Chicago are parking lots and gas stations. It's not really suitable for a recording studio. I did, however, find one building that was C-zoned on the 4600 block of Clifton. When I bought the building in 2000, there was, the Cornerstone was there as a community center right next door to me. And that was acceptable. A year or two later, they opened up the Sylvia Center, which I did object to. And we were granted a list of conditions. As you know, they were given the zoning variance to house the homeless there. And that was remarkable to me that they would put 2 homeless shelters on a one block stretch. When they added the 3rd homeless shelter, the Epworth, I didn't object, even though we are within the 250 feet of that building. I don't know if it's required by law, but it seems to me that they added another homeless shelter within the Sylvia Center. That's 3, but I didn't object back then because the second homeless shelter zoning board thing didn't go our way, and I had learned a lot from that experience and thought, well, how bad could it be? And so we've lived this way for 10 years. I can't 10, 12 years. And I haven't complained. I haven't complained to the Cornerstone. I haven't even talked to the Cornerstone in years. So we're doing our best, but over that year, those years when Epworth came, we don't use our front door anymore. We have clients load in from Leland because the harassment by the people on the street became prohibited. I mean, clients didn't want to go here. I mean, who's going to go to a recording studio when you're harassed loading your equipment into the recording studio? My children, who I have 2 18-year-olds, 2 16-year-olds, and a 13-year-old, don't use the front door either. I haven't used the front. I mean, I use the front door to run across the street and run back, but generally speaking, friends, family, Ubers don't come to the front door. Clifton for us is pretty much unusable. We on my Uber right now, my pickup is 1137 listed. This whole situation, I'll be quick. I'm looking for reasonable people. I'm looking for people to say, okay, 1 shelter, wow, that's a lot. 2, wow, that's really pushing it, but we'll be good, we'll be hit. 3, okay, that's a lot. Now we're going for 4. And it's not that we don't understand that there is a homeless problem. We do understand there is a homeless problem. And that's why it is imperative that the rest of the city pick up the slack. Not one street in Uptown that any reasonable person would certainly agree with that statement. And maybe I'm wrong about that. It could very well be that I'm wrong about that. I don't think I am. But if I am, I would like to hire my own expert to tell me, Matt, you're completely wrong. 4 shelters on one street, on one block, and now to be not only on my street, but on the major commercial corridor in Uptown that the community has spent years trying to revitalize. But again, my expert may say, Matt, you're barking up the wrong tree. This is a great idea, but common sense tells me that that's not going to be the case. But since we don't get a continuance, and since I didn't find about the community meeting until the week of, so I got no notice as a neighbor. Granted, next to the property that they're looking at buying, I fall short of the 250 feet by like just a few feet. I mean, really, to the tape measure. So, but I get it. They don't have to notify. But I think it probably would have been a good idea, at least for the alderman, to say, you are the only business / resident, permanent tax-paying resident on that block. Don't you think we should talk to that guy? And the answer to that is a resounding no. In fact, let's have a community meeting and I found out about the community meeting from a friend of mine, saw it on Facebook and then messengered me that, hey, is this your block? With a week to get ready for the meeting. Certainly not enough time to find a lawyer who totally flustered. I didn't find this wonderful gentleman until a week after the meeting because I couldn't find anybody. I mean, excuse my outburst here, but this is really frustrating that a business owner with 5 children who wants nothing but the best for Uptown as a community and in full understanding that we do have a homeless crisis. I've got 3 homeless shelters on my block. How many do any of you have on your blocks? I guarantee, well, let's just raise hands. How many people have homeless shelters on the house where they live, or on the block where they live? You have a homeless, well, of course, thank you. Okay, so I'm just asking, for reason, I think 3 is enough. 4, you're gonna put 4, and now I find out that the building at the across the street from the building they wish to purchase is up for sale. Is that one next? You're gonna buy that building, make that a homeless shelter? Are we just gonna move down the line? Is that entire section of Uptown just going to be homeless people? I don't think that's a good idea. But to answer your question, sorry that was long-winded and I'll be quick. But no, I mean, we don't use our front door. And so I don't know if that answered your question.
And just so that the board's aware, your property is located at the intersection of Clifton and Broadway, right?
I am adjacent right next door to the Cornerstone Community Outreach Center.
Right.
I'm at the top of Clifton.
So you're north of it, and so then to go down Clifton southbound to Wilson, that block is what separates your property, the business in your home, and the property that's special, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I have no more further questions of my client. I just have 3 statements in close, and that way I can finish off here. So for the reasons, so based on the testimony that you heard and the answers that you heard from the applicant and Mr. Kissel and my client, I would just respectfully, and the stipulation that was agreed to, I would respectfully just renew my request for the record for a continuance, and I will close on that point. And I understand that request is denied, but
I understand that everyone would like to preserve the record on the request for continuance. You do not need to raise it again. The board recognizes that everyone here would ask for that continuance again. That request has been denied and it is preserved for the record for all of the objectors.
Thank you. And then lastly, then with respect to the standards, but for the reasons in the testimony that was given, by my client and by some of the earlier testimony that you've already heard, and even for some of the testimony that you may also hear, which I'm not aware of course. For those reasons, on behalf of my client, we would be respectfully opposing this particular special use permit, but more importantly, have a full hearing. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, Counselor Augustine, you can go next. Let's brief,
Sure. Yes.
let's not travel the same ground.
Okay.
New.
Again, for the record, Fred Augustine, just give you just a roadmap too. I'm gonna ask a few questions of the witnesses, and I'm gonna make a statement, and then I'd like Jeremy Falk of the church to make a statement too. Someone else from the church is here too, he can make a statement as well. So again, Fred Augustine, on behalf of the Uptown Covenant Church, here with me is Jeremy Falk, pastor of that church, and I have a few questions I'd like to ask the witnesses that were not briefly asked. So, couple to Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, so based on our testimony, it looks like the applicant also operates 4628 North Clifton. Is that correct? Did you inspect that property?
I expect you to go inside and see.
Okay, but did you inspect like, yeah, okay. Are you aware are they the sole occupant of that space or do they share that space?
Don't have time.
Okay. The other facility, again, 5253 North Kenmore, the applicant operates, is that correct?
The operator shelter that one.
Okay. Again, did you inspect the property?
That one I don't believe that's.
Okay. So you're not aware if they're the sole occupant or if they share the facility?
Correct.
Okay. In your report, I know the other attorneys addressed it a little bit, but I try to address it, phrase it, excuse me, standard 1713-090582 goes to the general law. You fail in your report to address how this proposed use affects the church, who is a co-tenant in this building. Why is that?
I approach this from a land use perspective. And what I'm doing is evaluating whether the land use or a change in land use is a significant deviation from the existing conditions. Based on my analysis, it's contained in my report, and all of the basis for that, I find that the change from a studio apartment market rate to a non-congregate housing is not a significant change.
Okay.
Therefore, the general land use context remains the same, and there's no reason why, from a land use perspective, that would have a negative impact on the neighborhood or the community.
But you do say in the report that this facility addresses homelessness, so you're addressing the general welfare. Don't you agree, as a co-tenant, the church is part of that general welfare as well?
It's part of the context, yes.
Okay, so it would have been behooved you at least to have a conversation with the church about this proposed use in terms of preparing the report and preparing your expert witness or opinion. Is that correct? Okay. Touch on another standard real quick. 1713-090585. Go to pedestrian safety. Again, your report is silent in terms of how this proposed use affects the church, who's a co-tenant in this building. Why is that?
I address pedestrian safety and comfort from the position of public facing pedestrians.
Okay. But aren't they part of the public? I mean, they have churchgoers who are the public, they come to the space. Shouldn't they be considered in your report as well?
They are considered.
Okay, so you didn't state that under the standard.
Not specifically.
All right. So Mr. Thompson, quick question for you. Is the proposed use will it be sprinkled?
Yes. No, excuse me, no. No, we have had consultation with the Department of Buildings and
keep your voice up.
Yeah, we've had consultation with the Department of Buildings, and it's our understanding that the change in use is not significant to the point where we require sprinkler system.
You've consulted, but you actually didn't submit a building permit where they're reviewing plans. Is that correct?
No, we talked to Commissioner Grant Albert for Department of Building opinion.
So it is of the Department of Buildings.
Yes. Mr. Earl.
Also, how many forms of ingress and egress are at these?
Let's see. There are at least.
May I answer that?
Sure.
So
Yeah,
there's,
sure.
there's two residential stairwells, there's a common space hallway, there's next, rear fire escape, and then there's the tenant's own entrances that are.
Which are separate.
So that's 4 or 5, right? 5.
Well, there's 2 stairs plus the fire escapes.
And then there's that one with the dumpster.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, 5.
How of those 5 forms of ingress and egress will the proposed use utilize?
All of them, because we're the landlord for the tenants also, but all the egresses for fire safety, of course, primary entrance, and so I'm answering, he's your witness, but.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
At this point, the proposed plan is that, the ADA access is open for all residents, and they can, exit or entry through stairs, which will be monitored by security. They haven't landed on the final plan, but that's the general.
So as a follow-up to that, then you've laid out briefly the security, which is not concrete, but how is security going to address those 4 forms of ingress and egress with this facility?
Yeah, like our current properties, residents will be buzzed in, whether by direct view or camera system, for entry.
Okay. Now, I'd like to proceed to make statements here. I believe I'm making this questions. My opinion, special use should be denied. It's because the applicant has not fulfilled its criteria for special use, specifically as it relates to. Excuse me, I can't hear you. Sure. I feel like the special use should be denied because the applicant did not fulfill its burden for special use, specifically as it relates to general welfare and pedestrian safety. In fact, you could argue the transitional residents would actually have an adverse impact on us. Again, and if we could have, the drawing is up. The proposal here is, which, again, we got this yesterday, but so we didn't have time to really dissect it and talk further with the applicant, but the plan shows we're sharing a hallway with the proposed use. That's very problematic from a safety standpoint. Many of our members utilize that entrance off Wilson because it is ADA accessible. That presents safety concerns, especially during service when families and children are present. There's just an unsafe environment. We don't feel safety, there's enough safety program. I believe they mentioned 2 or 3 members. I think it's got to probably be more, especially if there are more, there are 4 forms of ingress and egress. You know, we have to watch that. Plus, if there are incidents, you know, someone's going to have to address that. So who's going to be watching? There's just a lot of unknowns, and we need a firm security plan, and we don't see that. Second point, facilities that the applicant currently operates. Again, it's my understanding they're the sole occupants of that facility. This is a different situation. They are going to be tenants with my client as well as other commercial establishments. That changes things. That means the security plan has to be firm. And that's what all we're asking is to work with the applicant, a firm security plan. Again, especially for us, we're sharing the hallway. That presents a big issue for us, and it's a big safety concern. Mr. Kitzel's report, I asked him a few questions, but when it comes to 1713, 905A2, and 905A5 specifically, he doesn't take into account us as tenants who are utilizing the same space, didn't also consult based on his previous testimony, other commercial tenants. I feel that's very important. You need to consult that in order to meet the standards of pedestrian safety as well as general welfare. Again, it's not met. He fails to mention it in his report. It's not going to be sprinkled. Again, it's opinion, but we're talking about 40 units here that are going to have kitchens and stoves. So the likelihood of fire increases. And so what's going to happen if there's a fire? The residents will be affected. My clients will be affected. I mean, they're tenants too. So it's not sprinkled. I mean, again, safety. I feel like there's not a program here. To that, again, based on the testimony, they have not fulfilled the requirements for a special use. So I'm not gonna raise the expert witness objection. I know that's already on the record. So with that, I'd like my client to actually say a few words.
Good afternoon. Thank you for, my name is Jeremy Falk, and I'm the pastor of Uptown Church. Our church recently became tenants in this building just over 2 years ago, performing hundreds of thousands of dollars of renovations, and the majority of our congregation lives in the Uptown area. We are a local church. We reflect the diversity of our community. We enjoy the location that we're at. I know that you've already heard that there are 3 homeless shelters on our street currently. That is actually something that we embrace and love being right there in the heart of that. The idea of a 4th shelter is not something that our church would object to, because that allows us to serve more needs within our community, especially those that do have high needs. So our goal through this entire process has been to dialogue with the buyer about how their mission can complement and work with us and our mission. We wanted to find guarantees and assurances that what they were planning to do with the building would not disrupt, interfere, or cause our operations to be put at risk, potentially. From the get-go, we've had such high concerns because the burden of what is going to happen to this building rests on the sacrifice of the church. And we found out about the project on December 15th. And the original elevator location was proposed to be in our sanctuary, right where our pulpit is located at. That was a no-go for us. And we're like, we cannot accommodate that. We felt like this was going to be pushed upon us versus asked upon, versus a request of us. So we became, a little bit nervous to say, what are our options here? Do we have protections, or do we have to just allow an elevator to be built in our sanctuary? Working with the buyer, they proposed a second location that would still be in the sanctuary. And our concern has been, we have a special use as a church granted by this board a couple of years ago to be in this commercially zoned building. That special use, we believe, and we're being advised, would have been compromised if the architectural plans of our facility were to change. We specifically were requesting clarity on that from the buyer and from the city. Clarity never came. We've had specific demands, not demands, but just requests that are pretty high for us to try to figure out. And we are being asked, just go along with what we're doing. We'll take care of you. We'll make sure the church is protected. But we've been saying, no, show us how the church is protected first, and then we can give our consent and we can move forward with you. The special use that we were granted was based upon the fact that our Wilson entrance is the common hallway that you see on the architectural plan. That is the main entrance, exit, and basically the church lobby for us. As you move through that entire hallway from Wilson, you get to our door, which is now on the back side of where that elevator is located at. Granted, I'm speaking to this plan and I don't know much to say about it because we just received this plan yesterday. And that is why we were asking for a continuance, because we needed time from this board to figure out how this new elevator plan affects the operations and the daily use by our church. We have made a specific, clear request of the buyer to create a separate ADA accessible entrance for our church and for the shelter if this project is to move forward. The safety and the ability for our people are not qualified to provide the level of support in that common corridor as we welcome people, not just to church, but our building is used for a variety of community meetings and events in the neighborhood. We welcome children, teens, seniors, and we think it's an unreasonable ask to ask our church to share interior common space with the men's shelter. That is a risk that we're just not willing to put ourselves into. We have our own sets of safety plan around how we deal with children and adults with kids, all of that kind of thing. We don't understand completely how the use of that hallway is affected. For us, our lease technically identifies it as a common hallway because it does need to be a fire exit and it has very minimal use. And we signed our lease in good faith with the landlord, knowing that the hallway under the current layout barely gets used for much. So much so that you'll see on the pictures on Wilson that our church name is on the door of that common hallway entrance. Our church has a $3,000 lighted sign installed at the approval of the landlord, basically identifying and showing this is the entrance for Uptown Church. Our website identifies that entrance on Wilson as the main entrance for Uptown Church. We need that entrance because it is the only viable ADA accessible entrance into our space. And that was, we presented that here to the Zoning Board of Appeals to say, this is the only way that we can make this a viable thing for our church to use this. This is the wrong side. This is Clifton, and the Clifton side is not, from what we understand, cannot be made ADA accessible. So it is the Wilson side, if you're able to put that picture up. Yeah, so you'll see it right there over the van, just to the right there. There's an Uptown Church sign. Our decals are on the door. That is our main entrance and exit. So for us to give our consent and our approval, we've been asking Cornerstone for a couple of main things. Number one, we don't want our special use permit to be violated at all during this process. Knowing that an elevator technically was going to be built in our space, we felt that was the case. We don't know if these new plans are viable or not yet because they just were presented yesterday. The alderman has informed me that if this new plan for the elevator, which they're proposing in the 7-Eleven space, if it doesn't get approved, that it can go there, we will be back to talking about the elevator going into our sanctuary again. We believe that would be a violation of our special use, and that is not a risk that we can open ourselves up to. We've talked about noise mitigation for the elevator in terms of how can we ensure that sacred spiritual practices can continue to happen without loud mechanical noises happening. We have received no assurances around that yet. Once again, it's like we will get you that information, but we can't get you that information right now. We've talked about issues of occupancy as we were going to be shrinking our square footage if the elevator has to go back into our location. Obviously, like I said, the safety concern of us not being able to share interior space in the building, that's just something that we can't go for. We are assuming the new information that we received last night said that they are going to have to use 5 to 7 feet surrounding the entire elevator to build it. That would block us off for however many months construction is going from our ADA accessible entrance, and we would not be able to operate legally. They would need to come into our space to do the build out of the elevator, potentially shutting down services for however long the elevator takes. Once again, I am not here to oppose the special use to say we don't want the shelter. Our demands, we believe, have been reasonable to say, how can we ensure the missional viability of our church in the process of the mission of CCO moving forward? CCO is looking to expand their mission to a fourth shelter. We are fighting for the existence of our one mission, of our church, of our people, many who have sacrificed lots of hard-earned dollars to renovate this building and to make this building our home. We believe this is the project as is puts undue hardship and undue risk upon us as a church, which is why we feel like we are in an awkward position now because a continuance wasn't granted to feel like we have to oppose. And that doesn't feel good or look good from the standpoint of I'm a pastor and I want to provide services for people experiencing homelessness. We have people from the shelters already that are attending our church and part of our church family. I am only asking, can we do this project in a way that ensures our viability and doesn't displace us and doesn't move us out of the building for an extended period of time? We're just gaining momentum coming back out of COVID. We know what it was like as a church to not have a building during COVID, and it was damaging. We need to be a worshiping community that can be together, present. The needs of our church are so different than the needs of a business. We were just hoping that those needs are being accounted and taken into account in this process. And I'm hoping that you as a board are hearing me that there's so many unanswered questions and there's so much risk in terms of safety, construction, displacement, you name it, that I would be asking now that a continuance isn't available to us, that you would deny this based upon the fact that we do not have enough information. Once again, we just received this new elevator plan yesterday, and we still don't know what the impact is completely of how this is going to affect our operations. Thank you.
I just reviewed some of the documents for sure.
I'm sorry, sir, can you state your name?
I'm sorry. My name is Terry Liu. I'm a representative of the leadership team at Uptown Church. I just reviewed documents that were shared with our leadership team at our church yesterday. That was including an FAQ, an updated FAQ provided by Alderwoman Clay's office, the Alderwoman of the 46th Ward. In that FAQ, it reflects that the anticipated construction time for that elevator will be 16 weeks. So for 16 weeks, based on the 5 to 7 foot perimeter necessary surrounding the proposed elevator shaft, for 16 weeks, essentially according to this FAQ, Uptown Church will lose its ADA access point. There are a number of members of our congregation who have mobility issues who have to use that entrance to join us for church. Additionally, 16 weeks of, for anyone in this room that is part of a community like a church, imagine for a third of a year not being able to gather with that community. That will have a significant adverse impact on us as a commercial tenant. And so now you've heard that Two Bears as a commercial tenant might not be able to continue to operate within the space due to insurance issues. Uptown Church might not be able to continue to occupy that space as a commercial tenant because of loss of ADA access for 16 weeks and displacement due to construction within our space. At what point has Factor 2 failed to be satisfied in this board's eyes? That's all I have.
Thank you. All right. Who is all right? Let's go to
Tara.
Tara?
Yes.
All right, Tara.
I have some questions for Mr. Winter.
Okay.
Thank you. Actually, I will mimic what the attorneys did. My position is I have some questions for Mr. Winter. I may have a question for the expert, and then I will make a brief statement. I am a lawyer, but I am here today just representing myself as a homeowner next door to where the proposed shelter is going. So I'm gonna kind of, if I say we, I'm gonna speak on behalf of some of the other owners in my building, just for sake of context. I live in a condo building right next to the proposed shelter, and there are 12 units in my building. In the bottom is 2 commercial spaces, a Jimmy John's and a vacant space. So is there any objection? Can I stand? Is that okay?
You can stand.
Okay. All right. Mr. Winter, I have a series of questions. My notes are a little more scattered than I'd like them to be, so bear with me. I may jump around. If I think I'm repeating myself, I will stop so that I don't do that. I know brevity is important. I want to talk to you a little bit about something that I want to make sure that I have clear. At first, at the meeting that was held in January 8th, there was going to be, or it was stated by you, that there were going to be occupants in this homeless shelter over the age of 50, correct?
Based on our experience of who received shelter in Chicago, yes, there would be individuals over 50.
Sure, but not, and then I think today you cleared that up, it's not limited to over the age of 50. Basically, I think your attorney said anyone over the age of 18 is a possible candidate to be in that building. Is that true?
That's always been true, yes.
Okay, so, and I'm not talking just so we can narrow things down. I don't want to ask you too many questions. I want to sort of stick to the topic. I'm only going to ask you about this shelter, not what traditionally is happening. We'll just focus on the proposal. So let's talk about that just for a moment. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions that I know the answers to based on your and my conversation last Friday, but because that's an out-of-court conversation and I'm trying to move this along, I'm going to do just a little bit of leading to get us all there. Okay, so let's talk about the folks that are coming in. When they come to Cornerstone, how are they vetted to be able to be placed in that particular non-congregate shelter?
pre-question. You asked me not to speak from my experiences, only speak from the proposed model.
I'm sorry, let me be more clear.
Yeah.
I only want to talk about the proposal that you have, not the other shelters. I'm being specific to this shelter. So this proposed shelter with the 40 non-congregate male shelter, how are you vetting people to get in that shelter?
All individuals are referred to Cornerstone through the Department of Family Support Services system. Any individuals that are being referred to Cornerstone, we choose to do a preliminary sex offender registry check. And so that if they are on the registry, we have to say, sorry, the individual can't stay with us. That's the process.
Okay, so let me stop you there. So in order to register as a sex offender in the state of Illinois, you know that you need, but the person who's registering needs a state ID, right? If they go to 35th in Michigan and they're gonna register as a homeless person and they fill out that sex offender registry log, they need to have a state ID to show who they are. You know that, right?
I can't speak to the process. I can only speak to the screening that Cornerstone does.
So does that mean that Cornerstone ensures that every applicant who will go into this 40-person shelter will have a state ID with their first name and last name on it?
No.
Okay, so how do you verify that someone is a sex offender if they don't come to you with a state ID?
A variety of things that we mentioned this when we talked on Friday. An individual may have a passport, an individual may have a driver's license, they may have an out-of-state ID, they may have a out-of-date ID of some kind. The individual will, they may have a birth certificate, they have a name on there, they identify themselves. When they do the referral at DFSS, which, you know, we want to ask Kim about that, and her department that manages those. So we have as much data as we can on that person, and individuals know their own name, date of birth, and they tell us that. And if we look them up and they're there, then we say, sorry, we can't have them. If an individual does stay with us and there's a discrepancy of some kind, as we're working with them, the very first thing we do is help them get an ID if they don't have it. Certain school records, birth certificates, whatever you have to get that ID. And it's an active process to ensure that we don't have someone that's on the sex offender registry, not just at intake.
Okay, so let me stop you for a second. So I think what you just said is that they may not have a state ID, but they could have a birth certificate or a passport or something of that nature. And you use those types of identifications to verify if they're a sex offender.
I'm gonna ask commissioners, so this is a program model discussion. I don't know how this is relevant to zoning. I just thought prepared this question.
It's everything that I'm asking, and I'm sorry, I meant to say this at the beginning, is only going to points 2 and 5. So I am gonna tie that in. This has to specifically do with community safety. That's where this is leading, and for sake of this, any question, and I've kind of noted it on some of them, either goes to point 2 or point 5, they specifically have to meet. Okay, so that's why. So let me get back to that. So every person that comes in is going to have some form of identification, but not necessarily with their picture on it. Is that
No,
true?
that's not true.
They will. Everybody will have first name,
No, you
last
said
name,
everyone
photo.
will. I'm saying no, they won't.
Okay.
There will be individuals who like new arrivals come to Chicago that may be undocumented or asylum seekers. They have legal documentation, but not actual state issued IDs. So it's a long spectrum of what they come to us with.
Okay. And so how do, okay. So you and I had a conversation with this, but I want to bring that conversation to this forum. So folks that come in, this proposed shelter are going to have, you have their first name and last name, and you can do a sex offender registry check on them. But you are not doing a criminal background check on them and relating to, let me be specific, either past criminal history, and past could just be a few years, or current pending criminal cases, correct?
Correct. Cornerstone and the DFSS model do not expect to run a criminal background check on residents to be able to access shelter. That would be a barrier, and I'm sure it's more of a civil rights question we should ask of someone else, but if that is allowable to limit someone's access to shelter based on their past criminal history.
Well, I'm not suggesting that someone is limited to the shelter. I'm just saying that you, the CEO of Cornerstone, and the entity could choose to go above and beyond what's required by the state to offer extra protections to the citizens and do a background check. You could do that,
I
right?
guess there's a presumption that there's a lack of safety because they're experiencing homelessness in that, when you say add extra protection, is that what you're saying?
Well, do you think that, I'm not, No, that is not what I'm saying. Real estate brokers have on their phone an app where they can check to see who's coming through. And it's not because you think at an open house, the person who's coming through to look at the house is an armed criminal. It's because of safety. It is not because you think that the person who's coming to look at the open house is a vetted criminal. There's no preconceived notions that those people are gonna rob the homeowner and you as the broker are gonna be on the hook. The app is called Forewarn. Okay, so it's not because of that. It's because of community safety. So I'm gonna ask the question one more time. Nothing is prohibiting Cornerstone from offering extra safety for the community by running background checks, correct? You're just not required to do so.
Cornerstone's not running background checks, it's probably how it works.
Because you're choosing not to, not because you're prohibited.
Right.
You had told me last week that sometimes folks come to your shelter and you don't know who they are for over a month. It may take a while for them to gather papers, get their things together, and you're not sure of their first and last name. Is that still a true statement here today? I'm bringing this back up in front of the board. What's that?
What's the question?
She's asking if what she just said is a true statement.
I'm concerned that in a colloquial discussion, you're making it into a statement of fact when I'm addressing that it can take time to get a valid state issued or government issued ID. I think what you're doing instead is making it a statement that we don't know who they are for a month. I disagree.
So, okay, so you do before, let me ask this then. So before someone is allowed to get a bed in this proposed shelter, you will know their first name, last name, and date of birth?
To the best of our ability, if they're presented with after referral from the DMSS.
Is that a yes?
I'll say no then, because I can't confirm that we'll have all of that data before they are able to be in a safe place to sleep.
Okay, that's a no. Okay. Let me move to another question for you. There are 40 apartments in the that are 100% occupied in the Two Bears building with the church, correct? 40 units about that?
In the Cedar Street building?
Correct.
Yes, there are 40 units of housing that there's as of occupancy. I don't have the current rental. I have a outdated one at this point.
Do you know what the market rate in the city of Chicago is for rent?
That's a very wide question. For what type of apartment? Say no. No, I don't know.
Okay. So do you know right now 2 of those apartments are being rented for $995 a month?
Do I know that? I don't know which apartments you're referring to. There's
Okay, I'll ask the question again. Are you aware that 2 of the 40 apartments are currently listed on the website being rented for $995 a month?
I've seen that dollar amount.
Okay.
On there.
Mr. Chair, we'll stipulate that the rent that would be paid by the 40 occupants in the shelter will be less than the amount of rent paid currently by the 40 apartments.
I would accept that stipulation, except that wasn't the point I was trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that market rent is $1,700 a month in Chicago, and this is affordable housing, folks, that you're moving out of it, not market rate apartments as you suggested to the board. Market rate is $1,700 a month. Affordable housing at $995 a month. Those are the folks that you're displacing, and it's a fully occupied building. You know that as a prospective buyer, correct?
I would have to defer to Cedar Street as to how they determine if those units are market rate or not. That's not my information. We've been told the whole time these are market rate micro studios owned and operated by Cedar Street. So I can't comment on if this is or isn't what you're referring to.
As a prospective buyer, you've seen the leases and you understand the occupancy rates, right? Because that would be important to you to know that,
I've
correct?
seen the leases and I understand the occupancy rates, but you're asking more about, do I understand them as market rate for me? What you're saying, I can't answer that.
Okay, so it's interesting because your attorney is arguing to this board that those are market rate apartments. That's their argument. And as a layperson, just a common person out there, I know that they're not market rate apartments based on data produced and also based on the fact you've got 2 units for sale and the proposed building you want to buy at $995 a month. So now
Mr.
you're
Chairman,
backtracking?
Again, they are market rate units. There is no subsidy. There's no subsidy with the building. It's just, she's misrepresenting. They are market rate units. They charge what the market will bear. They're not section 8, they're not vouchers, they're not affordable requirements, ordinance, units. They are market rate units. They charge what they can get on the open market.
I'm gonna take that statement as an objection to the foundation of her question. Move on.
Okay, the next thing I'd like to move to is I want to talk a little bit about the alderman of the 46th ward in this case. Your attorney said a few moments ago, and I think even you said as well, that there is support for your project, correct?
Alderman Clay has issued a letter of conditional support for this project, yes.
Conditional. I think her word was in her letter last night, contingent support, right? Contingent on her new safety plan that she's.
You have in front of you, if that's the word, I don't know exactly what the word was, but yes, it's not complete and final.
We can agree on that, okay. When you approached Alderman Clay in mid-December with Cedar Street as a potential buyer, that deal was inked when you approached Alderman Clay, correct?
The PSA was signed December 15th. I don't know what day it is. I actually spoke with her first. I had spoken with her office about this project in general, because we've been working with the Department of Housing for some time. So exact time I mentioned to her first, I don't recall.
But when you approached her in mid-December with Cedar Street and began the discussions about talking about doing a survey, that was a signed deal with these timelines in place, correct?
Yeah, Cornerstone had signed that PSA, yeah.
Thank
Just
you.
a sale agreement.
Okay, thank you. The next thing I want to ask you about is Epworth Church. You currently have 28 folks at Epworth Church, correct? That are homeless?
Ladakah Community Building at 5253 North Kenmore is where we lease space for our 28 beds for Manic Springs homelessness, yes.
Okay, and while I think your attorney had stated, maybe you even gave it an answer, I think your attorney said it, that the future is uncertain. I think that was the word that he used. No one has given you a written notice of eviction out of that space, correct?
There's no written notice of eviction, correct?
Okay,
Yeah,
and
the testimony on that has already been that his lease ends in June, and then I think they might get a month-to-month deal after that until they do renovations. That was the test. Did I state that accurately? Okay.
Okay, thank you. So this idea of putting this non-congregate shelter above the 3 retail spaces, my question is this: what is Cornerstone using as a model for this plan?
It's a novel plan, as Uptown United called it.
What does novel mean?
New, unique.
So if it's a
Innovative,
novel plan
creative.
to you, could that also mean that it is untested?
Untested, I don't know.
Well, let me ask the question again. What plan are you modeling this after? What is Cornerstone modeling this plan after? That's my question.
So it's founded on the non-congregate shelter model of housing. Hotel 166 had a similar setting during the COVID pandemic.
Where is that located? Is that here in Chicago?
Yeah, it's downtown.
So you're modeling this after Hotel 166?
I was expounding. Other shelters have used hotels. There have been apartment-style shelters for a long time. Cornerstone has a kind of semi-congregate space for families. This is new in regards to non-congregate shelters in this way in Chicago. And it's new to this idea of having a kind of commercial business or possible commercial growth. There's a darkened door there in the middle. So this is a new model that is being designed based on multiple things together.
So just to summarize what you said, the answer to your question is there is no model, correct?
There is no model exactly like this. I don't know. I haven't studied.
Let me ask the
rules.
question again. You are not replicating a model that you've studied so you know this will work. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
There's an example in Canada like this.
Are you familiar enough where you can share that with the zoning and how that's going to be successful? No. Okay. So the next question that I have is this. Have any studies been done by Cornerstone to show that a non-congregate shelter above a commercial space or in a mixed-use space will not have a negative impact on the community's safety or the community's economics?
Have we done a study on that?
Correct.
No.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that the building located at 4603 North Racine is effectively a guinea pig in this case?
Where is 4603 North Racine that you're referring to? That's your
Are you
building?
being serious?
I don't understand how guinea pig and your condo.
Wilson and Racine, the building with the Jimmy Johns, the one that,
If you ask
the one we
question
talked
again.
about last Friday, the one that I talked about today. That's the building I'm referring to.
All right, hold on, stop, all right, hold on. Yeah, hold on, everybody, we can't have people talking over each other, okay? So it's gotta be question and answer, and there can't be two people talking at the same time, the court reporter cannot take that down,
I understand.
okay?
The record to reflect, I'm approaching the screen, and I'm pointing to the sign that says Two Bears, and I'm pointing to the building that is just to the left of it. Do you see the tall, copper looking turret next to it?
I see you're pointing to that building that you referenced as 4603 North Racine.
Do you not know that that's the address for that building?
My question wasn't about the address. My question was about the reference of a guinea pig. And calling your building a guinea pig, I'd actually ask if you could tell me more what you mean by that before I can answer it.
What it means is that I asked you the question, if Cornerstone was modeling their business plan after anything and you said no, then I asked you if you had done any studies to show that a non-congregate shelter above a commercial space would not impact the community or safety, and you said you hadn't. So my follow-up question to those two is effectively, is that building a guinea pig in this proposal? You don't really know what's gonna happen because no research has been done, correct?
I'm saying I would not call it a guinea pig. No.
Well, you don't know what's gonna happen, right?
Why is it a guinea pig?
Is there anything for this board to consider today that nothing will adversely affect that building economically or safety wise? Do you have anything to show this board that those folks in that building don't need to worry?
Yeah, George's report, I don't.
Mr. CEO, I'm asking you.
Yeah, as Mike said, it's existential, the concerns. People are raising the idea that suddenly having 40 people who are experiencing homelessness sleeping above them will be a new threat, as if it's a threat to begin with.
I didn't say that.
I'm responsible. This isn't about you, ma'am. I'm talking about existential and the theoretical question that you're raising to me about if 4603 will be a guinea pig. I can't answer to that because everything that is being raised in opposition is existential, as Mike said, and that community safety will be impacted because these individuals experiencing homelessness will be sleeping in that building. And it's as if that's a new threat to the neighborhood. I don't know how to answer your question about guinea pig then.
Okay, so I want you to forget that I said the word guinea pig. I'm gonna ask you a yes or no question so we can move on to the next question I've written. Is there anything that you can show to this board, any case study that you can show this board, that those people in that building are not gonna be negatively impacted either by their safety or economically by you putting this proposed shelter in? That would be a yes or a no.
No.
Okay. Next question. You're proposing putting the 40 people above, I'm sorry, you're proposing putting 40 occupants above a 4 AM bar who may have mental health and substance abuse issues. And before this seems like an outlandish question, I want to just direct you to where I'm getting this so that you know. I also want to point out for the board, and I'm sure they already know this, I'm referencing this to be specifically to them not meeting the standards for section 2 of what they have to produce. Okay, I'm going to direct you to page 9 of your report. So on page 9 of your report, on the top part, it states a recent study indicates that over 70% of homeless population suffers from mental illness and or substance use disorders. That is my basis for asking you this question. So you're proposing putting 40 people who more likely, more than half, maybe 70% according to your report, might suffer substance abuse or mental health issues. So my question is, what have you done to satisfy point 2 on this for the zoning board to show that this is in the public's best interest, putting them above that 4 AM bar?
Is the question, is the bar bad for them?
That isn't what I just. Do you need me to ask the question again?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I also have a problem with your question. I think it's very argumentative. The issue is that, you know, you're asking him, but, you know, they put on a whole case about why they thought that it would, you know, be in the public convenience and meet all the factors. So I think that very broad, open question, it almost opens up the door for him to just say, well, the testimony of Mr. Kissel and testimony of this person and that person. So I think it's a little unfair the way you're asking the question.
Okay, but Mr. Kissel isn't a mental health expert, or he didn't say he was, or he's not a,
I don't think anybody is a mental health
right.
expert.
So what I'm asking, sure. So what I'm asking is, based on his report, what I'm asking is based on the report, it says that 70% of folks who are homeless have either substance abuse or mental health issue. That's based on their report. So what I'm trying to identify is if they're going to have more than half their occupants potentially have some sort of, issue, whether it's mental health or substance abuse, how does putting them above a 4 AM bar promote public safety? Because one of the things they have to show is this promotes public safety. So I'm asking how it does that. I'm not making the argument against it, that I'll do later. Right now, I'm asking him because maybe I've got it wrong. What does he know that I don't about why that is safe to do that?
I think it's great for individuals to have a really safe place to live. These individuals are part of our neighborhood, they're part of the public. They themselves will have a dignified private space to live in.
So, do you know whether people who have mental health or substance abuse issues, if they require additional care? And what I mean by that, let me be more specific. Do they require more structure in their daily lives? Do they require some supervision? Do they require making sure that their meds are taken? Do they require extra monitoring than maybe others who are not afflicted?
Yes.
The answer is yes, they do?
Yes.
Okay, so with that answer, how can you ensure this board that those folks are going to be receiving the supervision they need when the very setup is each person is in their own container, so to speak. Each person is sort of running their own show in their unit. How can you let this board know that it's safe, that those people who need extra care, probably some structure, probably some supervision, maybe just some follow-up to see if meds have been taken, how is that going to be accomplished?
Individuals we're serving now are already being provided all that care.
But they're not living in a non-congregate shelter, the individuals you're serving now. And I told you, I just wanted to talk about these folks. Okay, so let's try that question again. How are you going to be able to ensure that?
I have to bring experience into these answers because it's based on a model of care that already exists. The only difference is that they have their own room.
But you see the point. It's unfair for you to answer a question about previous experience when you yourself told the board a moment ago, this is new, this is novel, this is a new animal. So I'm going with your answers on this. This is a new idea, putting this up there. So what you're doing in your congregate setting doesn't translate because this is new. So how can you ensure that the factors of public safety that you have to show this board are met by having people with substance abuse and mental health issues, like your own report, are being properly cared for in a structured environment?
The answer to Nal was from your question about having non-congregate shelter over a space that has 3 or more commercial tenants. That was an answer to non-congregate or the like style of shelter, because that does exist and is in use in different ways across the city and the state and US. So it's not novel in its complete plan. The very specific question of yours was non-congregate shelter in the same building as commercial retail. That is what was novel. Non-congregate shelter is less common but exists. And the primary difference between non-congregate and congregate is that non-word, which means these individuals have a private or semi-private space, but the continuum of care is the same The operationally might be a little different in that now the direct care or program aid staff, like I mentioned earlier, will do room checks. And we already do our family program, which has semi-private rooms. So that the shelter piece isn't novel, and I must be able to answer to it from our experiences in the program models that we have.
Well, care is not the same because these people will have a ton of autonomy, which is the beauty of the product. They're going to have a lot of autonomy where the folks in the congregate shelters, which is what you have now, have far more supervision and far more structure, a curfew in place, post monitoring them. So this is different in that sense. We can agree on that, correct?
No.
Okay, we'll move on to the next question. There is not, is it correct that each one of these, I think it's gonna be 39, either 39 or 40 units, is currently outfitted with a stove, correct? Stove and oven?
Yes.
Okay,
Are you gonna go down the line with the sprinklers? Because I've heard that
I'll
objection.
let it go. Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
yes, no repetition.
Okay, sorry, hold on.
I can add one programmatic comment. Each individual comes in and their case management support is individualized. If someone does present where they don't know how to use the stove or oven, which is in our world too, we may decommission that stove or oven programmatically. It's a very individualized care for each person.
Okay.
So I just want to add that because that's how we're perceiving this plan will function.
Okay, thank you for that. One moment. Ask that question. Sorry, I'm trying to go through some of this I've already asked you. One moment. Oh, okay. In your report, on page 12, the same report that your expert drafted, on page 12, it says at the bottom, this is specifically looking at where it talks about section 1713-09058, parentheses F. And then underneath it, the response. That's the part I'm going to. It says guidelines for the facility to forbid weapons, drugs, or alcohol on site. So my question is this: is your site going to do any random urine drops for its occupants?
No.
Is your site going to do any room sweeps? And if the answer to that question is yes, how often are room sweeps done?
We call them room checks. So yes, but we call them room checks, and they're done at minimum weekly, more periodically, you know, with the more mobile case management work that we're envisioning for this, where they're coming and visiting the tenants, it could be more frequent.
Okay, so no random urine drops, weekly room sweep or room checks, as you called it. Metal detectors, any metal detectors at any of the 4 points of ingress or egress?
We don't provide metal detectors in our spaces.
You said
I don't know if
that,
that's allowable or enforceable. It's a question.
okay, so the answer is you're not gonna do metal detectors, right? Okay, so let me ask you this, let me take you back to your report. So in your report, it says that guidelines for the facility forbid weapons, drugs, and alcohol. So let's talk about weapons. So once a week, someone does a room check. Is anyone doing any kind of like pat downs when people come in and out if you're not gonna do metal detectors? How do you know if anyone has a weapon on?
It's not, we don't pat down people when they come in. During the
Okay.
room checks, we have these conversations. It's in the guidelines that any form of weapon like this is not allowed and be subject to exit from the program if it does exist.
So what does action from the program look like if you find a gun somewhere?
Well, if there's a gun, we call 911.
Okay, what if someone is high and you need to bring over like an ambulance to revive them? So you know that they've been using, and I asked that because it's in the report, that drug use isn't allowed.
So what do we do if they're high?
No, let me ask a question differently. In the report, it says that drug use is prohibited. I'm asking you, what does the shelter do if you have an occupant who is high, and I took it a step further and said, it's not just speculation, but like, let's say you're gonna call the firehouse over and they've got to revive the person with Narcan.
So if someone is high, that's a whole range of what that could even mean.
Well, in your report, it
Because
says
it's
that drugs are
drug use,
prohibited. So
yeah.
let me ask you this way. How do you ensure that those occupants are not using drugs? Let me ask you that.
We don't ensure they're not using drugs. Humans across America use recreational marijuana as long as legal in their states. People can go downstairs and have a drink if they want. What we're talking to here is that drugs are not allowed on the premises, and if they're found, they're confiscated and gotten rid of. And if it's been, and we tell the person this is not allowed, maybe they have a prescription for it, and that could get too high too, right? And so it's not allowed, and it's found, it's confiscated. If it breaks the guidelines again, they may be exited from the program. But harm reduction is also a very important process in regards to helping someone find the treatment they need to recover from their substance use disorder.
The last area I want to touch on has to do with security. Your security company, I believe you told me last week, you use an in-house security team. You don't use a professional company. I know that Alderman Clay sounded like from her letter that she sent out last night, she was looking for a revised security plan. I'm not privy to what that is. Are you still able to use your own task of folks that are there, or are you going to beef up security and hire like a professional firm?
Our plan is to continue to hire our own security staff.
So that means you'll outsource it, or you'll use people who are employed by
They'll be
Cornerstone?
employees at Cornerstone like they are now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, question about this. So you have, you've already testified there are 4 points of ingress and egress, and I believe you said there's one person working at a desk, right? So there's one physical person who's security, is that right?
Yeah, that'll be one person post that test, yeah.
Okay, and I think you said that the other points are monitored with cameras, is that correct?
That'll be the intent, yeah.
Okay, including, as you know, and I'm gonna walk over here again to the picture. I'm pointing to the top left part of the photo. You can see that part of the building touches part of the building that what you now know is 4603 Ray C, correct?
I see they touch it.
Okay,
Walk by there.
and you can see that it's flat, right? You're aware, you're looking to buy this building, you know that there's a rooftop that exists up there, right?
Yes, I know it's roof.
Okay, so my question is, what security measures are you gonna take to ensure that that rooftop is secure?
Locked and monitored rooftop access.
How so?
Cameras, you know, exterior cameras where there's Cedar Street built these weird doors out there. The walkway, well, those aren't for pedestrian use. They'll be locked off there for maintenance and repair only, fire exit, of course. So cameras and those door sensors that ring at your monitoring device, if they've been activated, things like that.
So you told the board a few minutes ago that there's going to be one human and there's going to be 4 people monitoring, or there's going to be cameras monitoring the exits around the perimeter at the base on the ground floor. And also there's going to be cameras and sensors up on the roof because there's full access to the roof. Who's monitoring the cameras for all the doors in the roof while the human being is monitoring downstairs hallway?
The surveillance system will all be connected with display of all cameras and sensors. That's
Who's monitoring that?
security is.
When you say security, is it the same person that's stationed on the lower level? Is one person doing the security for the whole building?
That's the plan.
And does security change when the church has mass and they're going through that main door? And as we heard from the owners of the Uptown Church, that there was a concern about this shared entrance. Is there still just going to be one person monitoring that entrance, the other 3 entrances, extra people in the building and the roof? Just one person?
Yes.
Well, just one.
At that station, yes.
So let's say, in my example, somebody in the building overdoses and needs assistance and has to have 911 call. And so your security guard has to go up to maybe call the 911 or check on someone, do like a well-being check. What does that, and let's say it's Sunday morning and church is gonna get going. So now, who's monitoring the cameras? Who's monitoring the doors? And who's monitoring all the other 39 people in the shelter and all the other folks coming in for mass? Who's doing that?
So we testified to this earlier about what would happen if there's an emergency and what security staff would do. And so we're going over the same thing again.
I don't think I asked that exact same question. If one person goes and has to go up for an exigent circumstance, so it's just left unmanned?
No.
So there's a second person, a second floating security person in there?
No, it's we mentioned earlier, it's the program aides or direct care. Maybe there's a presumption in your understanding of the program as if there's this chaos happening.
No, I don't
There's
imagine chaos. I'm just trying to figure
39
out bodies.
people in their apartments. If there's an incident of some kind like you're mentioning, security and program staff are already communicating, program staff are already up there. People will make sure these doors and cameras are monitored it's not like people will be coming in and out actively every minute of the day. There's a nice security station, like any residential building that has multiple tenants. You have a receptionist, you have a security, address the issues as they arise. The same thing here. These are 39 individuals or 40 individuals who have a nice place to stay.
Is program staff 24/7?
Yes.
Is it, how many people are program staff in addition to the one security guard?
There'll be 2 people minimum staff 24/7.
So one program staff, one security guard,
That's what, yeah,
and that doesn't change even when there's mass.
mass.
Church, when church is in
I'm not
session.
sure what his operational plans would be if this goes through. We've presented a hallway sharing plan. We haven't come to, agreements on it. If the one conversation was if this does go through and we have to have a shared hallway, then during the time where they're doing their using of that space, how they do for welcoming, we can shift. These are portable devices you can do cameras and answer phones on. Our security guy can be somewhere else in the building so as to not have a negative impact, if that's how they see it, on their welcoming for their church service. But that's the flexibility that we've offered with them to talk this through. If this happens.
I have no further questions. I just wanted to make a statement and then I'm done.
Briefly.
Thank you. On behalf of the owners and the building of 4603, we were hoping to be able to, whether we presented an expert here or just gathered additional evidence that we could present to the board, we were looking at speaking with members of the community, such as the Chicago Police Department, to understand the stats as it relates to safety, specifically what changed maybe on Clifton when those 3 shelters moved in. Another expert we were looking to retain is someone who would be able to help us understand the impact on our real estate, given we're within 250 feet of the proposal. A third expert we were looking to retain is someone who'd be able to help us understand the impact of the community if this project goes through. And finally, the last expert we were hoping to attain would be someone who could help us understand understand the condition of other properties that Cornerstone owns. What is that like? Are some of them in foreclosure? Are they being kept? Are there code violations? These are going to be our neighbors. Are bricks literally touch that building? Are these going to be folks that are good neighbors? That's something else that we wanted to confer with an expert so we'd be able to present to this board, perhaps draft a report or just call a witness and have that person subject to cross-examination. Those are 4 opportunities that we weren't able to move forward with today. My argument is this. Nope, it's not. Sorry. My argument is this, as there has been very little for this board to consider that this program is safe. As you heard or was briefly mentioned, 97 letters came from the community for support of this. We do have all that with the application packet. I urge you to look at that because as my neighbor pointed out, almost 80% of them have the exact same address. It's kind of like getting all of your friends and loading them into the bus and driving them to a pep rally. This is not a wide-based community support. Like there's thousands of people in Uptown, but we got 200 people or 80 plus people with the same address saying this is a good idea. That's not community support. That's biased. The other thing is you've got 22 public officials. Please look at those letters. They're template letters. They are not original. They don't even diversify even from the state reps. They're almost boilerplate between the two. And also, where are they today? They sent in a letter that was sent to them, sign this, it's a template, it looks like every other politician who was asked to sign it, but they're not here today to voice their support. I'm here today to voice my concern. I wrote a letter to Alderman Clay. I've had a meeting with Cornerstone. I've had a meeting with the 46th Ward, and I'm here today of my own free will, not being compensated in any way, urging the board to deny this permit. There was a survey that was done over the holidays. That survey was done at a location that was biased and slanted toward Cornerstone. That experience, and it's available to view because there was a link. There was a live view of it. I urge you to watch it yourselves if that's something permissible. It's like a pep rally. There was very little opposition. I mean, they said that there was going to be like no curfew, no background checks, and everyone was chanting. This is a small section from the same religious group that all thought this was a great idea. This isn't a widespread sampling of the thousands of people in Uptown. Notice was mailed to us around January 17th. We've had less than 30 days to try to prepare to say something intelligent in front of you today. And you saw that I presented when I asked for continuance, all the notice, 6 days in a row, timestamps, pictures, nothing up in the window. That means there's other folks that don't even know that this is going on. Angela Clay didn't put it in her newsletter Friday. Again, opportunities for notice to be done. She's not required by the ordinance. They are. I'd ask you to take that into consideration. Is this a good fit for the community is a question. I already have 3 shelters in my backyard. I haven't said boo about it. I've never complained about it. It's one of those things, you live in an urban environment or in a neighborhood. Part of being in a neighborhood is that you're a good neighbor and you kind of roll with the punches sometimes. That said, now that there is something that is going to be right next to my building that can have additional safety measures, they can do background checks, they could do metal detectors, they could have more than one person manning 4 doors, a roof, and a church, a common church hallway. They could do that, but they're not. And in my opinion, and I'm not an expert, it is a recipe for disaster. You've got folks who have substance abuse issues, admittedly so by the report, living above a 4 a.m. bar. It's dangerous. They're not being supervised. And also something that this board has not heard is anything about what do the sidewalks look like? That's like for 0.5 on here. What does it look like for the community? What does it promote pedestrian traffic? I think that's 0.5. There's nothing for this board to consider that pedestrian traffic is not going to be negatively impacted by this. That security person is not going to have the ability to walk outside, see what's going on. What if there is some type of wording, which I understand is not against the law in the city of Chicago, but if there is, and there is some type of pandering or bad stuff happening out there, and it's their residents, he's not even in the position to leave. There's not enough staff to do it. There's been nothing for this board to consider that this is in a good place for the community, and that people will not be deterred on walking up and down Wilson. Something that the expert said, and I decided not to cross him because I didn't want to, I don't think I need to. I think I got the answer from Mr. Winter. But when Mike was asking him about, wouldn't you agree it's a substantial adverse effect if the retail businesses close? And they went back and forth, and he finally said yes. I wanted to add on to that. It's not just about Mike losing his business. It's about us losing a place to have our HOA meetings, to grab a drink after work, and about Downstate Donut closing so I can't go there Sunday morning. It's not that. And by the way, if Mike loses his insurance and Downstate Donuts loses their insurance, there is nothing this board has heard today that other businesses can go in there and be viable. If these guys can't get insurance, what is there for you to consider other occupants? Which means if you grant their permit, you are literally disabling the thriving small businesses, the donut place and the Two Bears. So to ask you to deny their permit on that basis, it's not just about the business owner, it's about the community. Finally, there are 77 neighborhoods in the city of Chicago. More than 60 of them, no shelters at all.
Yes, we've heard this objection. He made the point that there were 3 in the neighborhood. The owner of the studio made the point that there were 3 already, and that this would be a 4th. I've heard that objection. I don't need to hear it again.
I'm just saying it's an oversaturation.
Are you
And
done?
with all of that, I'm asking you to deny their request. Yes.
Thank you. All right, we are going to take a recess. We're going to recess for till 1:30, a 10-minute recess. Commissioner Toya second, Commissioner Esposito. Yes. Commissioner Rao.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. We're in recess until 1:30.
I gave it back to you.
For everybody in the room, it's just gonna be a little bit longer, because we gotta switch court reporters, so we got a new court reporter now.
Let's go on. Pretty much.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Hello, this is my favorite.
He did.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
I think I'm Yeah.
All right, everyone, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the zoning board of appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Rao.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. As you can see, we do have a new court reporter. We are still in the middle of calendar number 5324S. For those who are going to speak, because we do have a new court reporter, please say your name before you speak so that our court reporter can take it down properly. All right, with that, I can see Councilor Guston has his hand raised.
Yeah, so I know I already spoke. I got Freddie Guston for the record here on behalf of Town Church. No, we did want to supplement some more statements for our objection to at least submit that electronically, possibly if we can, for the record or no?
No. Okay. Anything that you wanted to put on, you need to put it on when you made your case. Okay. All right, so before we turn to the next objector, I just want to remind everyone that we've heard a lot, okay? Repetition is not needed and it is not wanted. So if you have something new, please add it. If you just agree with the objections that have been stated already, you can just say that, you know? So with that, who wants to go next? All right, we have a woman raised her hand in the back here.
Hi, good
State
afternoon,
your
everybody.
name and address, please.
Denise Stein, 4650 North Avenue, number 3. I also own the Chicago Center for Photojournalism at 1226 West Wilson Avenue. It's free and open to the public community center.
Could you maybe come up and take a seat here so that our court reporter can hear you? And please just keep your voice up.
Sorry, could you spell your name? Denise, Denisee, and last name is Keim, Keim is in there. So I'm invested in the community. I own a business and I own a property. I'm a tax-paying person. I run a community service as well. It's free and open to the public. Somebody suggested that the Upworthy Church now that is free being evicted from the church.
Addressing me, so no, we answered earlier that a lot of the community has extended our lease through June 30, and may opt to go month to month after that until we find a new location.
So they don't want you back.
They have plans of their own use of the space.
It does not include you.
Correct.
Okay, so they have an article that they wrote in July of 2023 this summer that stated almost the exact opposite. They said that they finally got landmark status for their building. They're going to build about 40 low-income housing apartments efficiencies. And they also stated in the article on Block Club, it is possible the building could include transitional housing for people experiencing homelessness, Jones said. Upworthy is home to a homeless shelter run by the Uptown-based community Cornerstone Outreach, which could expand its presence on campus. So I'm not sure.
I can respond that that is not the current owner. The current owner is Baraka Community.
So
that was Epworth for the Methodists back then. And it's true, we were seeking to possibly build there. But due to the time constraints of the project and costs, the landmark status, the disrepair of the space, it was not feasible for us to use that space. That is out of date.
Okay, so that they've sold the building since the article was written. Thank you for that. Getting back to the Sylvia, the other building that you own and run, the female women's shelter. When was the last time that was inspected?
I don't know the city's inspection schedule, but I'm sure you're probably referring to the conversation inspection that is stated as failed due to not gaining access on January 24th. I had no notice of them having been there. We have no documents, but we will set up further inspections.
How are they not allowed, how were they not able to gain access?
I can't answer to that. It's a 24/7, staffed door that they could gain access to by not being or ringing the doorbell. So I can't answer as to why they stated they didn't have access, but I am aware of that inspection that states as failed.
And thank you. And they stated that on January 23rd, 2024, inspection 142-17405, arranged premises inspection, most units unable to verify interior conditions, detectors, and occupancy. Existing open violations require reinspection for removal.
I see that.
That was less than a month.
Correct, I see that too.
Your other violations in the building, fail to maintain the exterior wall, fail to maintain the parapet, fail to maintain the lintel, replace broken windows, missing or defective window panes, all elevations with broken panes. Custodian staff not available at the time of inspection, unable to inspect interior stairwells, rooming units, basement, common areas, and other. So it's not the only time they had inspectors that have been there and they can't get access. So you're saying that this new proposal of yours, you're going to do things differently? Other violations were fire alarms, carbon monoxide detectors. I mean, you're getting fines for not having fire alarms and carbon monoxide detectors in the buildings. And you're gonna say that you're gonna do room checks in these private rooms with your new proposal when the city of Chicago cannot get access to your building a month ago?
I'm not gonna comment on how the city of Chicago does or doesn't show up for inspections.
I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't, right? When they say they show up and I don't know.
So how are you gonna improve, like fire, so do you know fire codes, right? You've had fires before in the buildings, correct?
15 years ago, that's a small fire.
And since then, you've had violations for not having fire alarms and carbon monoxide units in your building, correct? So you've had fires in your building and you
So
still are
there is-
delinquent on putting fire safety measures in the buildings you currently run.
Correct.
Okay.
Incorrect.
It's
It is incorrect. There's an active fire alarm system that is in good, whatever's called steady, standing today. At times, there was like, a device will go out because of water, or stuff like that, like a typical building, and it's addressed. And if they inspect when it's down, I can't control when they inspect, it's great, we fix it, it's not working.
So when I asked you about security after the meeting, in January, you said that you would have somebody stand outside with the vest on Wilson to protect the people going in, but you didn't mention that at all today in the safety questions. You said that you would have a person like you do now with the yellow vest on, standing outside of the building. And I'm wondering, are they gonna protect the hundreds of people that go by every day on their way to the red line in front of that building?
Cornerstone responsibility is to the residents of the building, the quality of safety there. What I was referring to is that often we will see our security staff also between buildings, standing outside, you see them in the yellow vest. It's more to signify that's who our security is. I'm not sure what your question is though, because no, I will not police the streets of Chicago. That is CBD's
Oh, because you said you would have somebody standing outside in a yellow vest like you do on the.
Is your interpretation that they will be permanently posted there? Is that what you were trying to understand from that?
Well, safety is definitely one of the.
We're not gonna permanently post someone outdoors of our building. Our staff do stand out there, but that's the flow of traffic and safety plans, but I'm not sure what your question is.
Safety. Like, can somebody bring up the map? You said that they would have visual view of the outside of the cameras. It just doesn't. I'm sorry, I'm just going by what you answered
Our
my
safety
question about
protocols will
safety
be-
protocol. And after the meeting, at the, everybody's coffee, you stated that you would have somebody outside on Wilson, on the street in a yellow vest for security. So that has changed since we spoke.
I believe it may have been a misunderstanding of the finality of that statement. Like I said earlier, our security staff do stand outside at times. Walk down Clifton, you might see them.
Where are, do you have any, like studies done on your success rate and the people that live with you and you care for? Is there a place where we could go find testimonials from the people that you've lived with, case studies, success rate, like what is, you've been in this business, you said 30 years? And so where is your stats on your success rate? And the people you take care of?
Programmatic, this is a programmatic question, I just want to pause and like happy to run down this track, but relevant to
I just,
zoning.
you don't need to tell me now, I just like, would like to know where I could find it.
Yeah, we don't maintain that specifically as a history. All Chicago and homelessness website has a dashboard about homelessness in Chicago, and you can get information there more too. And the DFSS holds our quarterly reports and data of our client participation and outcomes.
So you have no written like anything to give to the board to say, this is how many people we've helped, this is how many people we've placed, this is how many people that we've serviced, this is what we've done for the community, this is how they've impacted the community positively.
No,
you don't have any in 25 years. You must be very proud. Thank you very much.
Documentation doesn't prove success. The people being housed, clothed, fed, that's
What are we all doing here? This is all documentation of something, isn't it?
Okay, do you have anything else?
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Would you like to go next? Could you state your name and address, please?
Sure, address?
Name and address, yes.
My name is Ashton Goldsworth. I live on Magnolia Street in Uptown.
Spelling of your name?
ASHTYNN. I'm a resident of the Uptown community. So I have a couple of questions, and also just points to address. And you said that you're concerned about the fabric of the Cornerstone communities. That's your primary purpose, is that correct?
So the fabric.
The fabric of the communities, maintaining them, helping people, that's what you're focused on. And are you also concerned with the fabric of the Uptown community that you serve?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the demographics of the Uptown community and how they've changed over the last few years?
Yeah, it's become the most whitening ward in Chicago. Yeah.
Not concerned about how white it's become, more so looking at across the board at demographic statistics, right? So in looking at those demographic statistics, and obviously I'm not white, so one of those people that live in the community today,
The average household income in Uptown is $88,000. It's grown by 9% roughly. The median income is $63,000. That's 7% increase. I forgot your name. You're a part of the Department of Housing?
Yes.
What's your name?
Mary.
Meredith. Meredith mentioned, and I believe your lawyers have mentioned too, that Uptown is a haven for homelessness, that it's lost affordable units throughout Uptown, that it's those units that are even looking to move into have been used to be renovated as, and there were supposed to be studios that you consider to be market rate. Maybe not the 1,700 that Tara mentioned, but $995, which is higher than the amount that the people that are in the shelter could afford. Is that correct? Likely.
What's the question?
I'm asking, is it higher than what those people and the people that would be moving into the units could likely afford?
Well, the people who are moving in are literally homeless.
Yeah.
Can't speak to their economic status or their ability to afford an apartment.
Okay, so if that's the case, and looking at that, $50,000 and above, it represents 58.3% of what Uptown residents actually make. You're saying that this fits within the fabric of the community. The community has changed. It is changing. And I feel like you're not necessarily considering that fact. Yes, there is a historical version of Uptown, but there's also a version of Uptown that's pretty significant, 60% or more. That does not represent what you're considering. That does not represent what you said, Meredith, at this point. And I completely, fully understand as a resident, as a homeowner in the area, that homelessness is an issue. It is not only an issue in Uptown. You said it's a US issue, is that correct?
It's an international issue.
It's an international issue. Is it an issue that we only address in Uptown? Likely not. So just thinking about, when you think about the community as a whole, and you're saying that we're thinking about community, or going back to what the board said about the points being made and the 5 criteria for special use. One of them being the interest of the community, the general welfare of the community and its adverse impacts. And that it represents what the community represents today. Can you, in good faith, say that it's significant that the way that things trended in Uptown, that it is representative of the current constituents of this community? The majority, you used majority earlier in terms of saying that you support the majority, or the majority of the people within the shelters will go and use supportive services. So I like to use the same word, majority, and say that the majority of Uptown right now actually makes significantly more and doesn't fit within necessarily the shelter model that you're speaking to. And I think that that should be at least a consideration. That when we talk about the fabric of the community, and just wrapping up here, you talk about the 5 criteria for special use, one of them being the fabric of the community.
Yeah, hold on.
You were speaking as how people are.
When you guys are need to comment, you really gotta whisper so that you don't disturb the court reporter. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, so I mean to say, when we talk about those 5 criteria for special use, when we talk about the impact on the community, the fabric of the community, maintaining the fabric of the community, let's consider what the community actually represents right now. Not what it used to represent 20 years ago. You yourself said, Mr. Hunter, that it's become whitened. I'm not gonna put race on top of economic trends. We can, if we look at US economic census data, but you yourself are saying that the community has changed significantly, which goes against what Meredith said from a current day point of view. Our views should matter in that context. And the fact that your organization hasn't necessarily even spoken with that part of the community, you haven't spoken with the businesses that are being gone to on a regular basis that have invested in this community. Downstate Donuts, I go there to support the community. It's a $4 or $5 donut. Most people that afford a $4 to $5 donut, probably, they moved there for a reason. They studied the demographics. Stan's Donuts moved in as well. All of the luxury development in the area, they've moved in as well. It would be great to see them here today, absolutely. But let's just be honest about what is actually on the table here and what the community actually looks like. And it's not to say that it's representative of the whole community. It's not to say that shelters should not exist. But I think it is fair to say, hey, there's another voice and there's a whole other swath of people that you're not considering, that you're not mentioning, and I get why you want it, right? It's not in your best interest too. But there's 60% or more of the community that is not being represented by what you're saying. So the fabric of the community is important here, and it is not meeting the criteria for having this new development in the community. I'll leave it at that, but just wanted to make sure that was said. So in closing, I respectfully object.
Thank you. All right, sir, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, it's Steve Hoffman, STEVE, I live at 4603 North Racine, Terra. And being a neighbor to the object property within 250 feet, probably surprises no one. I've got concerns, if not straight objections. I'm going to focus, just for the interest of expediency, on point number 2. That this project should be in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. So I mentioned before, when we requested a continuance, that the representation of community support for this project, I think, should be ignored. In the interest of not repeating myself, should I restate those? And is this different forum or?
It's in the record already.
Cool. Then looking at the evaluation report from Kissel, just want to, in my reading of your argument, your response to this point number 2, I agree with everything about homelessness being a big problem in society and it's getting worse and all the things that exacerbate it. But I don't see anything in here about how this specific project, meets criteria number 2, that it's in the interest of the public convenience and will advance, it won't create a significantly adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. So am I missing it, or is there a central tenet that you'd like to summarize as to why this doesn't? Did I miss it in this text? Or is it focused specifically on the homeless community in the neighborhood and in Greater Chicago? That's what I'd like to know.
No, Chair, we'd like to just, he's given testimony, he's supplied a report, it's all part of our application.
I'm not questioning it.
Right, and that's your right to do, but there's no reason to get into an argument here. We accept your comments, but the record is the record, his report is his report, and we presented our case as to how we meet the 5 criteria in our case in sheet, and you're asking them to basically restate information that's already in the record.
It's not, though. I'm asking if it is, clarify, otherwise confirm that it's not. It's specific to the broader community outside. Is this, your response to point number 2 is focused solely on the problem of homelessness. I don't see anything in here about how this project does not adversely impact businesses, property values, renters, public safety, transportation, and some of those other things, right? Private elements, so the top 3 of the first one. Is that an error of omission, or is it that we don't have data on it? I just want an explanation why that is a glaring gap in the defense of point number 2.
I would respond that I don't see it as a clear gap. The criteria you're talking about basically has 2 prongs to it. The first question answers basically, is there demand for this? Is there demand for this in this location? That's absolutely clear. And there is demand for this facility, and that there's demand for it in this specific location. The second is, would there be an adverse impact from a land use perspective on the community, the neighborhood, etc.? The fact of the matter is, the land use that's being proposed here is substantially similar to the prior land use on the property. Given that, the impact would be substantially the same from a land use perspective. Any other questions about the operation of the facility have to do with just that, the operation of the facility. And those have been answered by the applicant and the indication of their longevity and their record in the community basically reinforces the notion that there will be no adverse impact on people.
Then with your expert opinion, how do you respond to Uptown Recording's statement that, yes, one shelter is fine, two shelters fine, three, and now the fourth, that we perhaps are overusing a small area of land for the same thing? Because personally, right.
So the fact of the matter is, this is a different type of facility. The type of shelter facilities that exist here are overnight or temporary shelter. They close for 12 hours. The constituents that have to find other facilities during that period of time. On site, there are additional services to accommodate that. This is a congregate district, which means it basically is no different than a residential development, but for the services that are offered in this particular location. From a land use perspective, they're virtually the same. There's no increase in density, there's no increase in the number of people there. The only thing that is different, again, is that services are offered on site for a specific population.
Okay. So the fact that, I do see a difference.
Excuse me, sir. When everybody speaks, can you just speak loudly so that she can hear you?
Sure. I'm sorry, is that me being too quiet?
It's everybody.
Okay. I do see a bit of a difference because the current market rate unit apartments up there, in that current space, they sign a lease, generally when you sign a lease, you go through a background check. You do have a contractual obligation and a financial incentive to take care of that property and not cause any problems. I'm not saying that the guests at this facility would cause any problems, but the incentives aren't there to provide the same kind of care for the unit that you're staying. Any response to that, or is that completely invalid in your opinion?
Is there a question?
I would like to know if you agree.
Sorry, you're gonna answer the statement.
Okay. Is it unreasonable to think that there is do you disagree that there is a tangible difference between the way that the current property is used and the way it will be used under this project? If currently the tenants that stay in those apartments are under a lease contract and they have a financial responsibility to take care of that property, whereas in the new proposed agreement, the new proposed use, there will not be that incentive, there will not be that accountability. Is that not a concern?
No, it's not a concern. The fact of the matter is the operator facility, that assumes that responsibility.
Okay.
And they have a proven track record.
Okay. Then I noticed if you're trying to prove number two here, what I would consider a pretty big gap is that there's no mention of sharing a transitional shelter in the same building as retail business units. Is this something that we just don't have enough data on to speak on any experience? To speak on any expertise, or is it that it's just not a concern for proving point number two? I'm wondering why that was missing in your explanation point number two.
So your question is whether the mixed use nature of this particular property would cause harm to the neighborhood.
Not just a mixed use property, sharing a building with retail units and a transitional shelter. And the reason why I suggest that it does is that retail units, whether it be a restaurant, whether it be a bar, a salon, retail units only survive when they create a space that is welcoming and comfortable for passersby to come in and do business. I think to say that there's a transitional shelter, the current situation of having several transitional shelters down the street on Clifton already sort of dissuades a little bit of foot traffic from those businesses, but it's something that the community can bear and the businesses are bear. But I think we're approaching a point of oversaturation where expanding to 40 units overhead and having a main entrance that's literally 2 feet away from the entrance to Downstate Donuts will dissuade customers from coming in. I'm wondering why there's nothing in the report that speaks to that sort of mixed use of a single building.
The mixed use nature of the building has absolutely no impact on the impact of the community. Commercial uses are absolutely part of the fabric here and continued it. The fact that there is a transitional shelter above it does not alter how those businesses operate.
Can I ask like-
The other thing, if you allow me to finish. The other thing I think that is misunderstood about this type of a facility is that it has the effect of removing the homeless population, those experiencing homelessness, from the street. It gives them a place to stay 24/7. It gives them a place to store their belongings, which is something that's absolutely absent in the different type of congregate shelters that there are throughout the community and throughout. The effect, again, is beneficial to commercial users because it does have the effect of removing a portion of the homeless population from the street.
Just wondering how you can say that if there's, as we established before, there's no current example of a transitional shelter that's sharing retail units, or sharing a building with retail units.
I can say that because I have experience with these types, with at least two other non-congregate shelters. And the effect of one of them, which has been, yes, I'm right. One of them is a well-documented case in Edison. This is the Margarita Inn. Now, this isn't a mixed-use situation, right? This is a conversion of a hotel.
Proceed.
Well, it's very similar because what we have here is a conversion from basically, micro apartments to non-congregate housing. That has been in existence for a period of time before they went through their zoning process. So it was actually a known entity as to what the effect was in terms of, effect on surrounding businesses. This is adjacent to downtown Edison, so it's a very high concentration of businesses. And there, of course, were concerns about the things that are being raised here. And the fact of the matter is that during the period of time when it operated and since it's been approved, there hasn't been any significant negative impact on those commercial businesses. Now, this isn't the same situation, but the fact of the matter is these types of facilities are relatively new.
In isolation or next to each other in a cluster of four?
I can only speak about the impact of the non-congregate facility. The congregate facilities exist. Their impacts are known, and that's part of it.
Okay. It sounds like we don't have an example of these confounding factors. Multiple shelters very close together in a small amount of land, and having one of those shelters sharing retail units with businesses. What is the impact on those retail units? The reason why I ask, I'm very concerned about hurting those retail business units. I think it will really cripple the, even if Two Bears and Density Donuts moves out, I don't know what business is going to want to operate there unless unless they're selling insurance or something that's just is going to hurt the pedestrian traffic that were built for the past couple of years.
All I can say is I disagree with that characterization. And then again, I'll just restate that these types of facilities have the effect of removing the homeless from the street.
Well, and I really wish we could have had a continuation, because I would have been able to get a nice one on my end. It sounds like I understand there's only so many data points that we can pull from to have that expertise, and that this is a little bit of an experiment. This is a big experiment, to be honest. Just rather we didn't do that in our neighborhood with an existence of a large concentration of shelters. In that case, I just think it'll hurt the Wilson corridor, and so I can't help but wonder why this specific property. So Andrew, to you, we spoke on the side, and I think twice in that conversation, although we got cut short, twice in that conversation, I wanted clarity on why did we land on this specific property? Driving around Uptown, I know of several blighted buildings, dilapidated structures that could have used this TIF money to rebuild a beautiful structure that serves this exact same purpose that would be a much better benefit to the community. This property is very problematic because of the concentration, because it shares retail units. Why do we land on this? Why were there no other properties in
Mr.
this?
Chairman, there,
Then why don't we have any specifics?
these questions have been answered, but this is really irrelevant. What the search was, how we selected this property. The case involves the application of 5 criteria to this property. It doesn't involve the process by which this property was selected.
The objection is sustained. Move on.
If the crux of the argument of why this project fulfills objective 2 is that this takes homeless people off the shelter, I don't think this specific property is the property that can do that. That is the crux of my, I know he was objected, but I had to say.
No, that's fine. But I guess part of my problem with your question is they're really not questions, they're just comments, and then you said, what do you think about that? And that's not really how to cross-examine. So I think the better thing to do is just tell us what your objections are and get it out that way.
Okay, my objections are that the explanation under point 2, that it fulfills number 2's criteria, is that homelessness is bad and we need to have more shelters. That's obvious, that's a fact. But this specific property does not fulfill that objective. It actually creates a lot more complications, and I think a significant adverse impact on the retail business and the foot traffic of an important corridor in our neighborhood. It's right off the Wilson stop, it's the front door to our neighborhood. There are businesses further down the street that rely on foot traffic coming down that way. And I think if Two Bears closes and Downstate Donuts closes, and it's just empty retail units for four different units in a row, I think we're gonna lose that. It's gonna hurt. So that's my objection. For those reasons, thank you for listening.
Thank you. The last objection you gave was the most succinct, statement of an objection, so I
would have loved to have
appreciate that.
counsel.
Well, there's a lot of attorneys here. All right, who's next? Okay, sir, if you could maybe come to the front. Yeah. Okay, sir, could you state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Eric Koski. That's ERICKOSKIE. I live at 4603 North Racine.
I know you've heard me say it, but please avoid repetitive objections, something new.
No, I'll make a concerted effort to bring some fresh blood into the conversation here. So I guess getting right to it, Mr. Winter, as far as the code violations, you said that you had no awareness that the city was at the property, is that correct?
So that January 24th was correct.
And you also stated that there was no evidence or record that you knew of that they were at that location that day. Correct. Now, you're reassuring us that security cameras will be used throughout the facility to monitor these situations that citizens are concerned about. Do you have cameras at the Sylvia Center?
There's a front door camera, there's about 4.
So would you have had the ability to check the camera that day to see if the inspector was there?
I can't even confirm if the inspector was there.
Well, you could confirm if you had camera footage, is that correct?
If there was a time and date that was stated, when it's going I could have scanned for the days.
You seem concerned that you weren't able to meet, so wouldn't you have possibly checked the cameras to see if they showed up or if they're.
This came to my attention yesterday.
This came to your attention yesterday?
That's right.
That sounds familiar. So I guess.
Sir, I just want to make a point here. You still have to be respectful, okay? So avoid those kind of comments.
I apologize. So is the security vendor, or are the security cameras also installed in house? Since you're.
You don't own the property yet, so there's nothing installed that belongs to.
No, it's Sylvia.
Yes, they are.
So they're installed by the current security team.
By me.
Okay. How many cameras do you have?
Mr. Chairman, could we limit the questions to what security we're going to employ at the new site?
I'm getting
rather
there.
than
I'm just
going back to
establishing
the old site?
Is that an objection?
Again, the property.
It is an objection, and the objection is that we're talking about a different property. So if you're trying to link it to this property, then do it quickly.
No, I'm just establishing that his facility, well, first I was expressing that the code violations, are something that seemed that they weren't, well addressed by Cornerstone. And if it's gonna, impact the facade of these buildings and it's gonna impact the facade of the new building, then I'm concerned that it's gonna reduce traffic in the area because people think that it's a dilapidated or not area in the way that it's similar to Clifton and so on. So that's what I was trying to establish. Now, additionally, what I'm trying to establish is the use of security cameras in facilities. And I'm trying to verify who exactly is installing these security cameras and who operates them. Because Mr. Winter had alluded to the fact that it is Cornerstone that hires in-house security. And I was just curious who's managing these cameras.
So why don't you ask him who's gonna do the cameras in the building that we're here to talk about?
Okay. All right, so who is gonna be installing the cameras in the building that we're talking about?
We haven't chosen a vendor yet, because we're on the property, we're not working towards closing yet. Once we get there, then we'll pick a vendor to install the cameras. We won't install them ourselves.
So you relied on a professional to establish where the cameras will be placed to align with the security protocol that you're proposing?
That's the work we will do with that vendor.
So you haven't done any security camera work yet to establish what the plan is for security cameras?
Not with a outside consultant, correct? Okay.
So with all of the statements that you've made about cameras throughout the facility, that is merely you opining, is that correct?
It's based on my experience in operating properties, working with our board member who runs a security company, worked with others who manage facilities. So it's an experience-based understanding. I'm a licensed owner security officer. I've been training in these things. I understand the layouts of buildings and how to install cameras for best view. And I've used that experience and understand the layout of the building as it is and how we may project that into it if we do own it.
But neither you nor anybody in your operation is licensed to properly install security cameras.
Board of director, it runs a licensed security company. As to do they have a license to install, I don't know. We work with contractors. That's why you hire them, because they're the licensed ones who look at your design and they build it out for you.
But I would say that you've spoken very confidently, and that many of your answers have revolved around the fact that there's going to be a camera that the guard at the security desk is going to be relying upon. But we don't even know what that plan looks like. So how can we say that the building is going to be secured by cameras if there's no plan in place whatsoever? There haven't even been vendors contacted to establish where these cameras will be installed and how they'll be safe.
What's the question?
How can you assure everybody in this room that these cameras are indeed going to be installed and installed safely in a way that is consistent with the concerns that you're addressing in this litigation?
If the question is, what's our plan for installing the cameras, where they will be, when they will be installed, et cetera.
No, I'm saying, how can you reassure?
What I'm saying is, we'll be happy to sit down with you in advance, but right now, we haven't closed on the property. We haven't filed for a building permit. We don't even have an approval yet to be able to operate it, this proposed use there. So we're happy to brief you on where the cameras will be installed, both within and on the exterior of the building, but it's way premature to be thinking those things right now.
Well, no, I feel that that has been the fallback defense of our concerns as a community, is that, we're gonna have cameras there, we'll have cameras here, oh, there will be a camera there. I believe that you've been speaking in almost fact that you had, it seems that you had a plan and you're speaking from it, but these are not, is what I'm getting at. So there is no plan of how these cameras will be installed to keep this facility safe. Is that correct?
I don't answer to that. You're looking for, I don't think.
There's no current. Okay.
Yeah, there's no current.
Okay. All right, so another thing is, I have a few points here. So, Kistler, I believe that you touched on this. You said that like twice in your previous testimony here with Steve, I believe, you said that Cornerstone has a record in the community and they have a proven track record. But Mr. Winter just established that they do not keep any metrics for their facilities. So what basis did you have to establish that Cornerstone has a record in the community and a proven track record?
Two, first of all, are longevity, second, their selection by Department of Housing for grant.
Mr. Kizel, just for our court reporter's sake, don't talk too fastly and speak up. Sorry.
Do you have any qualitative statistics, quantitative statistics around it, or just?
No. I add to that. If you said that, I said that we don't keep metrics, that's inaccurate. We track boatloads of data, and it belongs to the DFSS, to a delegate agency of theirs. That's what the reports go, that's what the data is tracked. Is that correct?
Is there gonna be on the, where will the supplies and that be loaded into this facility?
Then there's that garage door space, which is the trash compactor next to the little door. So maybe down the hallways, elevator. You know, there'll be the big move in the beginning to furnish the space, get all the kitchen utensil things that the residents will need for linens and cleaning supplies. And from then it'll just be like any tenants, wherever the landlord chooses that they can and can't move their stuff out of, is what we'll have to. Because right now, there's no people moving out all the time. Furniture comes in, furniture goes out. And so we'll design the best path, most likely I would imagine, bring it to the elevator.
So how do you implement that the residents will be, will they be cooking their own food, or they're just supplying?
Just like anyone who's in an apartment, you can go buy your own groceries, or you can go to a food pantry. If someone either doesn't want to, is not yet skilled at, or is unable to prepare the meals, they can come down the street to our cafeteria.
Okay, so there'll be no centralized loading of food and that into the facility?
There's no commercial kitchen being installed there, no.
Okay, and no food delivery services?
So why individuals?
Well, no, not individuals, I'm saying, like Cisco and that.
We currently don't use Cisco.
Well, I'm just using that as,
Yeah.
any large trucks that will be making deliveries to this facility?
Yeah, if there's any kind of food deliveries, they'll go to our main location, just down the street. That's where our coolers are and stuff. Individuals can shop from there, you know, food pantry like anyone else, we have the food as a part of our program. I don't anticipate any large delivery vehicles coming for us on that location.
Also, there's been, I believe that you, Mr. Winter, said that.
You gotta speak up.
Sorry. Okay, good, no problem. So the, I've heard, I believe, it was you, Mr. Winter, that said that, I've heard the phrase part of our neighborhood for these residents, and I don't deny that. But I do want to establish that there is, you know, a difference between 3 to 6 months on average, up to 2 years, versus, you know, permanent supportive housing. In the way that those individuals become integrated into the community. Would you establish that there's a difference there in interaction with the fabric of the community?
Yes.
Now, in that distinction, do you think that there is a loss of essentially in the hyper-local area, there would be a loss of the continual fabric of society? So, but there is a difference, correct? Between long-term.
Yeah, he just answered yes to that question.
All right. All right, so in that there's been statements that I believe Mr. Kistler stated that this will bring individuals off the streets from our community, as in uptown. But Mr. Winter, isn't this the first available shelter for the entirety of the city?
The first move will be those that are staying at the Baraka Community Building at the time we transition, they'll move directly into this property. And then whatever beds are available is part of, course, they're all part of the DFSS shelter network with those number of men, whether it's 28 or whatever the bed count at the time, will move in. And then the remaining beds will be available as part of the DFSS referral network, yeah.
So there won't be consistent residents, there'll be individuals from throughout the city that will be there from a day to up to 2 years.
The question about the DFSS referral model or like to stay at commercial?
Stay.
It can vary quite substantially. The individual may get housed quickly, a person may move to a new location on their own, or they may stay there until they are permanently housed. Yeah, so it can be a wide range of length of stay.
So Mr. Kistler, you had said that this will bring in individuals off the streets of the community, and that was your basis that it'll have a positive impact on the local community. But if these are individuals from throughout the city being brought in and staying for various times, how does that directly improve the local community bringing people off the streets?
It assumes that there's a mix. A certain amount will be removed from the streets who are in the uptown community, and certainly there's a possibility that others will be removed from other parts of the city.
So it's a very minimal number that would potentially be from 46 wards, is that correct?
I have no idea whether it would be more or
Statistically
not.
speaking?
I have no idea whether it would be more or not.
So, well, I guess I'll go straight to my objection.
Question, right, 28.
I'm sorry, your time has passed. We're with this gentleman now. He's about to state his objection, and then we're gonna move to the next person.
All right. You know, as having lived in this location for over 6 years, you know, I've seen already in this short period of time the drastic change that occurred. You know, I was there when the Wilson Men's Hotel was still running across the street from this location. And I've seen, you know, from that point, businesses struggling to stay. They continue to struggle to stay, both in this particular spot and, you know, leading up to the Red Line tracks, there's been businesses that have been that. And been very happy to bring in both Two Bears and now Say Donuts, who have lasted and are actually a great part of the fabric of society, having an LGBTQI plus business, plus minority-owned business run primarily by women. It's, you know, I feel like it really is a central part of the neighborhood that I live in. And to hear that the concerns of uninsurability for these businesses and potentially ineligibility from the small business improvement plan based on their stipulations, I fear that we're going to lose these businesses and that the fabric of our community is going to be completely uplifted and we're going to be left with vacant storefronts. So I'm not insinuating that the houseless will create crime in the area. I'm saying that vacant businesses that are a result of this proposal will result in crime in the area. And I do not think that establishes a healthy area for unhoused individuals to live in, nor does it establish a healthy area for a safe area for, you know, our residents to live within. So with that, I object to this.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have a new objection, sir? Please come up here and take a seat. All right, sir, could you state your name and address?
My name is Martin Tangora, Tangora, 4636 North Magnolia, so it's around the corner. We make reference to the 5 points in that one section of the code about the standards for special use. And I think point 5 I was going to speak to, that's the one about pedestrian safety. We heard Matt Denny, who's lived on this block for 23 years, and he doesn't use his front door. I don't see why there's any need to say anything more about pedestrian safety. That's with the 3 shelters that are run by the same organization. And now they want to put a 4th one on the same block. So the pedestrian safety is definitely an issue. I want to zoom out a little bit. After 48 years living in this neighborhood, when we came to the Wilson Avenue neighborhood, it was known as a skid row. There was taverns and packaged liquor up and down both sides of the street. The same year that we moved, Truman College came in, and of course it wiped out a bunch of taverns and packaged liquor stores, and it certainly didn't do anything for the retail. You might think that the students would shop across the street, but first you have to have a retail strip. Also, when we moved there, the Wilson L stop was notorious for being dirty and smelly and urine stained, and it wasn't an attraction. Now, the one thing that's been accomplished by the previous alderman was we got a $200 million new L station. And so you would hope that now more people would be using the rapid transit, coming to the Wilson L, and then, of course, scattering to their residences. So the South, for a long time, for many years, people, especially women, didn't go home on the north side of Wilson Avenue because it was dangerous. There's a pedestrian safety issue. There was a very bad bar where the Two Bears Tavern is now, which I'm not saying is a bad bar. It's been a big difference. Women were also afraid to cross this corner of Clifton. It was known as Blood Alley. It was known as Needle Alley. The I forget what do-gooder organization it was. They would come in and offer free needles, clean needles for drug users on this corner, which made the corner very unattractive for people using the L and trying to walk home. And now, this is many years later, while Matt has lived on this block, at the north end of this block, he and his family have posted videos showing gang riots on the block while Cornerstone was running shelters. So we know from experience that having Cornerstone shelters doesn't guarantee pedestrian safety. And we have gotten to the point where people actually walk both sides of Wilson Avenue. The south side is the college that when they built the new station, they eliminated all the retail that was west of the station. But anyway, the north side, we had some snack shops. One of the snack shops turned out to be a gang hangout, so that's closed now. That's in the 4603 building. But let's just zoom out. We're looking at a proposal to put a 4th homeless shelter on a block that is zoned commercial. Now, that's just loony on the face, right? It's just loony on the face. And then the question about the general welfare of the community, I was glad that Eric brought up the question of whether these people that we're taking off the street and putting them into the shelter are from this street, or maybe they're from 35th Street, because 35th Street, I think, was mentioned by one of the witnesses for the proposal. Uptown has been a magnet for dependent communities. And one way you get to be a magnet is by having 4 shelters to serve those communities on one block. It doesn't make sense, especially when it's a commercial zone. So the planner said, from a land use perspective, there wouldn't be any difference between the present use of the building, about 40 affordable units and the proposed use, about 40 shelter units. If there's no difference from a land use perspective, why are we spending $8 million of taxpayer money? We're replacing low-income people in affordable housing with lower-income people in shelters. How does that benefit anybody except the 40 clients of the shelter? It just doesn't make sense. The money is going to an organization that doesn't have a good track record. That Ms. Kime talked about the building code violations. I'm not going to go into what kind of a cult the Jesus people are, because Mr. Winter has succeeded in not mentioning the Jesus people, who are the real.
I take objection to that. I'm not ready to say you calling us a cult is disgusting. You're othering people that are uptown citizens, and I would like an apology right now.
I don't remember.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you.
Hold up, all right, sir, everybody calm down. Sir, just finish your objection.
Okay, Mr. Winter was very careful at the community meeting on January 8th to convince the audience that there was no connection between Cornerstone and the Jesus people. He himself lives in the Jesus People building, and he is the secretary and the treasurer of the Jesus People organization. So this testimony at that community meeting was misleading. But that's neither here nor there. I'm trying to zoom out. I'm trying to say you are going to give $8 million to a religious organization to make no change from a land use perspective, and to threaten the slowly revitalizing retail corridor west from the new $200 million CTA station to the residential area, which is a National Register Historic District. I don't see the sense in going into a commercial zone with a fourth shelter and threatening the retail use of this strip. And so I ask you to reject this special use.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else? Seeing none, we are now done with the objections, and we are going back to the council for the applicants for what I would hope will be very brief rebuttal and closing.
Yep, I promise to be brief. There are a lot of specific concerns that have been raised which we could address, and I don't want to spend the time doing that. Hopefully, stuff that's in the record is somewhat responsive to that information, and hopefully along the way in this 2-minute summary, I'll pick up some of those concerns. I want to return to what the standards are and what the criteria are, and ask the board to appreciate that Cornerstone is an experienced, highly regarded provider of shelter and supportive care. They engaged in a robust community engagement process. It doesn't mean that everybody agreed or that everybody disagreed, but everybody was given the opportunity to share their views, including today. Homelessness is an acute social problem, and we all should be grateful that DOH and BFSS selected Cornerstone to develop this important project. There is no evidence to suggest that locating a shelter, for example, at this location, would have an adverse impact, including on the commercial businesses. This is a residential use. We are not asking for a rezoning, we are asking for a special use. The only difference in this residential use from the one that is currently at the property is the level of services that the residents receive because they are members of a particularly vulnerable population. In fact, there are at least 2 examples of which I am aware of a similar fact pattern where you have supportive housing mixed with commercial uses. And to the concern Mr. Sullivan expressed about being able to get insurance, I'm certain that the commercial interests at those 2 locations got insurance, and I'm happy to inquire and find out who their insurance provider is so we can make sure that those sorts of problems are disposed of.
I would object to that line of questioning.
Hold up, I'm sorry.
I move to strike it. I move to strike this.
Overruled.
Okay, can I state the basis?
Well,
He's
No.
testifying, he's the attorney, he's offering
It's
facts.
closing argument.
I also want to make, I also want to just single out the people here who are the opponents, are the proponents who didn't speak. There are a number of them. The suggestion that there isn't a lot of support in the community, I hope is belied by their presence here today.
So the people that are, could everybody who's in support but hasn't spoken, could everybody raise their hand?
This is when people live.
All right, let the record reflect there's 15 people currently in the
It
room.
would have been an even longer hearing had they.
Yeah,
elected to speak. So I'd like to hope that many of the concerns have been addressed and are in fact already in the conditions that staff, DPD staff have written in the special use. As this long hearing concludes, it's really hard on many levels. I think we all appreciate to build shelter for vulnerable populations. Cornerstone has always at all of their locations been a great neighbor. They will be one here. And while it's certainly not a requirement under the special use criteria that an applicant or an expert interview residents and businesses in order to allow them to render an opinion as to the impact on them of a particular use, Cornerstone has been an active and engaged community member and partner and neighbor, and I'm confident that they will remain so. This is a dynamic mixed-use neighborhood. Cornerstone has and will contribute to that dynamic and is mindful of the unique needs of this population and has in place things like 24/7 security and highly trained staff and appreciates their place in the neighborhood. Moreover, this is a fulfillment of a city mandate promoting shelter and supportive care for which city resources are immediately available. Look at the measures we've already taken to ease the concerns of our immediate neighbors and tenants, and there are others that I think we can commit to today and beyond. We've already relocated the elevator to accommodate concerns raised by Pastor Falk and the church. We will honor that commitment, and we will ensure that you have ADA compliant and access to your location at all times. We will be a good partner to you. We're not required to do a lot of the things that we're willing to do, but we're going to do them because we're a good neighbor. And as more information is revealed about the disposition of the retail space on the ground floor, we'll share that information. We'll make sure that we make a plan together. We want your church to continue to be the resource that it is for the uptown community. I appreciate that we will address some of the thoughtful points along the way, and I really do hope that you'll ignore some of the, what I can only call a demonization of some of the residents that we've heard today. It's unfortunate when vulnerable people with limited means are deemed to be a threat and somehow seen as less worthy. 2 points I think have been lost or I don't want to be lost today, and shame on us for not having made them front and center of our presentation. First, this is a non-congregate model. It means that these are essentially 39 mini apartments, with the only real difference between what's there now and what will be there in the future, the level of services and care for a particularly vulnerable population. Second, because of this level of care and the range of services on site, this means that it will take people off the street who currently have to travel back and forth within and beyond the neighborhood to obtain some of the services that we will be able to provide in sort of a one-stop shopping measure at this location. This new model is not only novel, but it's truly innovative and visionary. And thank you to the two department representatives here for recognizing that and leading on that point. I will last say that there are legitimate concerns that we will address as our plans evolve. There are 5 criteria that must be met in order for our permit to be issued. Our evidence and experts prove that each is met, and Cornerstone's track record should give everybody the comfort they need to suggest that they will be good, responsive neighbors as they have always been. We urge your favorable review. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, we will take this matter under advisement. I want to thank everybody, both the applicant and the objectors, for your time. Take it under advisement.
Just quickly, as you're leaving, please do not congregate in the hallway or in the lobby. If you guys can just get on the elevators and go down, because that lobby is completely full.
Can I just ask?
You can, we're gonna go today, you can watch the live stream and double click. Yeah. Or you can check with us Monday if you don't wanna watch it. Oh no, Tuesday, we're actually closed on Monday. You can call us on Tuesday, we'll let you know the time.
I mean, just.
Live stream.
Question about. You can call us on Tuesday. Or you can watch the live stream. And then vote on the record. It's on our website. So are you all done? Not even close.
All right.
Which case are you all here for? Okay, so that's not until the 2 o'clock call. We haven't even finished the morning call yet. So it's gonna be a while before, if you guys wanna go maybe grab something.
We're also about to take a lunch. So that's about to happen.
A lunch?
Yeah, they're gonna be here to like 7.
Way later than that.
Oh, y'all work down to 5, huh? Ain't no 9 to 5 around here? Oh, man.
But do they have a time limit?
Yes, no, we don't have time.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't.
You guys are doing the morning, the rest of the morning right now, right?
I think, I'm not sure what the lunch we're gonna do it now.
Oh, okay. But when you, whatever you do, you're picking up in the morning, whatever you got in the afternoon. Luckily, my afternoon, I got continuous, so
Oh,
hopefully
there you go.
they'll let me go.
Do you guys want to keep grinding? Ready to grind? Can you grind? Can you grind a little longer? All right. All right.
So I'm gonna bring in like maybe 6 cases.
Okay.
Even if we get like half the morning done, and then you guys wanna take like a 30-minute lunch?
Yeah, it's gonna be a 30-minute. When we do break, it'll be 30 minutes.
And Jeremy, can you bring the washroom?
Yes.
Is it out there? It's somewhere out there. I'll find it.
Nearby.
What's that?
Okay.
Our comment tonight,
I called it up to before. I called it up to here.
we've heard every case and we deliberate.
Okay, let me have people for 23-5 West Race.
Where we are?
Okay, how about Chuck City?
Over there?
Or you wanna go over there and be outside the camera?
I don't know.
We wanna be in the.
You wanna be on the camera, okay. All right, listen up, everybody, this is where the applicants and their attorneys will be sitting, okay? And if there are any opponents, they'll be sitting in these seats over there, so have a seat. Okay, good. All right, if there are no opponents, they want the short case.
Absolutely. Yes, for everybody in here, if there is no objection, then it is the short form.
Yeah, just
Okay.
swear it, that's it. You're here, you're out.
We're just waiting for our court report.
Oh, I saw.
Yeah, right?
I wish I had some. Thanks for watching. Watch over, make sure. Time is up, yes.
No, it's not.
We have a question here.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, no problem.
Yeah.
Oh, I got called in. Yeah. All right, Victor? Yeah. The lieutenant wants to know, okay, I called up the cases up to here, so we're doing approvals. So are we taking a break after that?
We're probably gonna take a 30-minute break.
Okay,
after that.
after Wolcott?
Yep.
Okay,
So they can eat lunch.
okay. And then power through, okay, got it. Okay.
You're all here for the cases.
Janine?
Oh, you're.
Janine, these are only morning cases.
These are only morning cases here. So I'll get you all right.
Well, there he is. I found him. He's here. No, you can see where you are. I just wanted to know you're here.
All right, so, are you ready? Okay, great. So we're on 54, 55, and 56, 24Z, is that correct?
2035 West Race.
Yes. Yes, okay, great.
There's a preliminary matter. There was a lady who came neutral. She didn't know where to sign. She put in her name in the opposition there. But when she saw the plans that there was going to be we weren't building anywhere near her, it was purely in the back, not on her side. And Mr. Slutsky gave her his phone number for any construction issues. She withdrew any objection and she authorized me to tell you that.
Great. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Short form.
Yes, sir. My name for the record is Tom Moore. Tell the board who you are. Mark Slutsky. Mark, you have a contract on this house?
I own the house.
You own the house, and it was an absolute mess. A hoarder lived there, it was falling apart, and it's in a nice neighborhood, and you wanted to renovate it and make it into a nice house. Yes. And it's on a short, thin lot, and it needs lots of work, and so you hired architects. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with your witness statement that you and I worked out. Is that right? Tell the board who you are.
John Pinto.
And John, you're the project manager for the architect that has made the plans in this.
Correct.
And it has certain hardships because of the size of the lot and other existing old building conditions, right?
Correct.
And so we're doing the 15% addition to make it a livable place, is that right? And you and I worked out an affidavit where we addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance if they so fit. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently. That is that.
All right, we got a substandard lot. Any questions from the board? We'll take it under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next case, 5724S, 2024 West Irving Park Road.
Everyone's getting situated. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 5724S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon suite. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much, and the board recognizes Mr. Ryan's expertise. Counselor Shortform.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas for the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Metro Salon Irving Park LLC, which intends to do business with Metro Salon Suites. The applicant owns the ground floor retail unit at 2024 West Irving Park Road, and he's proposing to establish a 10-unit or 10-suite salon suite concept in that space. Special use is required because the property because there's at least one other personal service use located within 1,000 feet. Two witnesses, Mr. Schuler on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Ryan, our MAI appraiser. Jim, can you state your name and address for the record? James Schuler, 1240 Vincent Place, You're the manager of the applicant, Metro Salon Irving Park LLC? Yes. And you're seeking a special use to permit a salon suite concept from 10 suites at the subject property, is that right? Yes. You submitted, or you worked with me to completed witness affidavit in this case? Yes. And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the affidavit you provided, correct? Thank you. Joe, please state your name and address for the record.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President of Sale Appraisal Group, and offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe, you prepared a professional report summarizing your findings and conclusions specific to the special use approval criteria in this case? I did. And to your understanding, a copy of that report has been submitted to the board? Correct. And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report? Thank you, Chairman. That concludes the applicant's case.
Any questions from the board? We'll take it under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next case, 6700 West North Avenue, 5824-F.
While everyone's getting situated, I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 5824S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. Would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. The board has already recognized Mr. Ryan's expertise. Counselor Shortform.
Thank you. My name is Director Tom Moore. Will you tell the board who you are?
Shannon Jones.
Mr. Jones, you have a long time near west side barbershop, is that right? You're a licensed barber, is that right? Yes. And many and most of your clients, or many of your clients, come from the Austin area, and you have an opportunity to rent a space at 6700 in the building that's been renovated from the old bank there, and you have a lease to do that. And this board sees fit to give you a special use. Is that right? Correct. And you and I worked out a witness statement where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this special use, and if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with this. Yes. And this is where you tell the board who you are. Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President of the Sale Appraisal Group, offices 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago. And at my request, you made a report where you addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant the special use, and what was the result of your report? I examined each of the uses, and that is our case in chief.
Any questions from the board? We'll take it under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you. Good weekend.
Next, three cases, 2428 West Erie, 2432 West Erie, 5924Z, 6024Z, 62 and 6324Z.
So just so you understand, there's really two cases. There's the 3 flat, and then there's a splitting of a lot with a single family next to it. So both need variance.
What's that?
The 2428
you wanna take them together, or you wanna take them?
Separate, because I come and oppose like 24, 28.
Oh, you're opposing 24,
Yeah, opposing
28.
24, 28, you know, because I don't want it 1 feet from my hands, you know, this was before like 3 feet supposed to be moving building, and right now standard ladder like 1 feet, but I have new fence, everything new concrete over there, so everything destroyed.
Have you had an opportunity to speak with the applicant?
No, it doesn't, nobody talk to me to say why you come in here.
Do you wanna speak?
No, I don't wanna speak because this 1 feet just be not, just, you know, development, when he can do it, he can break in my fence, my sidewalk, everything, who can like to fix it, you know, at least supposed to be 3, at least 2 feet, I agree, but not 1 feet from my property.
I guess the question I have though is, do you wanna see if you can have a conversation with the applicant before we hear the
No, he's
case?
supposed to be good before, I just don't want to, I don't want to do, I just don't want to let him move from my property, how possible, like 2 feet at least or 3 feet. I don't want to just do, you know, because building how he can fix it, or I can fix it something, we don't have space to work.
Okay, all right, so let's take these separately then. We're gonna start with, because your objection is to 59.
No, 24, 28.
Yeah,
That's
right,
easy,
yeah.
because my building 24, 26.
Right, yeah, that's I was just talking about the calendar number, which is
Oh, okay,
59.
I'm sorry.
5924Z. We'll take this one separate. That's 2428 West Erie. And then we'll handle 60 and 61 together after this.
So if you want, sir, you can have a seat over on this side.
So we sit on this side?
Yeah, just at the table, at the Great Church.
Okay, we're doing the single family first?
2428. Yeah, the single family. Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand, including the objector? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed.
Thank you. My name is Director Thomas S. Moore. Tell the board, please. My name is Mateusz Wojda. Mateusz Wojda. We call you Matt.
Yes.
And you and your brother and the help from your parents bought the 3-flat 2432 West Erie. Is that right? That's correct. And you've been renovating it. It's correct. There are full plans on it. And then, but your brother, who was out of town today, but you're a co-owner of the vacant lot next door, and he'd like to raise his family there and build a single family. Is that right? That's correct. And so it's a 24-foot lot. So we're asking for a variance to allow him to build, the architect can tell us exactly, but to build a single family home. Is that right? And you you own the building on the other side, right? The 3-flat. So there's no objections there. We were unaware of this objection. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. You and I worked out an affidavit if you would continue to testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
Will you tell us who you are, sir?
Victor Dropschall, licensed architect, Red Architects, 2123 North Dayton.
Okay, and we'll get to the other case, but you have done plans for the 3-flat, is that right?
Yes.
And in order to split the lot, that has to be brought into compliance, which the plans would do.
That is
right?
correct.
But also, the family wanted to do a single family so that his brother could raise his family there. And will you tell us what the hardship is there?
Sure. So typical lots in Chicago are usually the width is 25 feet. And this particular lot is a 24-foot lot. And there is a section in the zoning ordinance that does allow a 20-foot building to be built on a 24-foot lot, typically with an administrative adjustment. But since we are coming in front of this board, raising other variances, we kind of bundled that in as well to this variance. So we're asking a standard building
So the hardship is, all the buildings on 25-foot lot would be 20 feet wide. And, so that's our typical buildings in Chicago. And since this lot is 24 feet, our building would be substandard. So in order to keep it, with the intent of, all the other buildings in Chicago as a 20-foot building, we're asking for that 1 foot reduction.
And the 1 foot reduction is on the 3 flat side.
It's,
No, both sides.
yeah, from what I see here, it's on.
So
on
it's
the east side-
24 foot
On the
lot.
east side,
It's a 24 foot lot.
correct,
And we're gonna be 1 foot off the
east side,
east side, which is the 3 flat side.
no.
I'm sorry, the west side, 1 foot off the 3 foot.
I'm sorry, right, so from the west side, we'll be 3 feet away, on the east side, we'll be 1 foot.
And the 3 flat is on which side?
The 3 flat is on the east, I'm sorry, on the west side,
So on the west side, how many feet off the lot will we be?
3 feet,
And on the east side, how many feet will we be?
1 foot.
And
Upside down, put it from your building, put it 1 feet from my, put it 3, this will be better. He put it from his building, he wanted to have space, and from my space, to my building, you know, everything we crack, everything, something, when he's digging, because I know they're digging very, okay, I'm sorry.
Sir, yeah, you'll get your opportunity to
I'm
speak.
sorry, okay.
Just for our own clarification, is that correct? The neighbor, you will be you're proposing to be 1 foot from the neighbor, but 3 feet from the other property?
So at first, we tried to do this as administrative adjustment, as you know, there is a predominant side setback requirement in order to obtain that. And we were on the predominant side on the east side. So the zoning department, if we would go into the typically and ask for this reduction, would grant us the east side 1 foot reduction. Because for the whole entire block, we are, that's the predominant side that would have the smaller side setback.
most of the houses on the lot, or all of them,
On that block, the east side is the smaller side.
so the whole block is, right?
For the predominant block.
So if we mark this as exhibit number 1, this is a lot one survey that you did.
Correct.
That does all, that positions all of the buildings on the lot.
Correct.
And then it lists them all in a chart here. And it shows that it is the predominant condition to be further east than west, is that right?
That is correct.
But is it 1 foot?
So that what it says, it has to be either 1 or less. So some buildings are even 0. Some buildings are, probably 1, but the predominant side would be similar to what we were proposing.
And that's what the chart shows, that you can count the number that are 1 or more, is that right?
Yes, true.
So can I just ask why you wouldn't do 2 feet on each side?
So we need a 3 foot setback for light event. So in order for livable spaces, they require a 3 foot setback. So like a bedroom. So if a bedroom faces that side, but let's just say the side property, it needs a 3 foot setback in order to have be a livable space. Otherwise, that space is not considered livable. So that bedroom that has a window on the side that has less than 3 feet is not considered a livable space for building department requirements.
So does the existing buildings where you want the 3 foot setback, the one next to it, the building next to it, is it built on the lot line?
So
3 flat is close to the lot line.
So his current building is built, yes, that one is built on the east side. So that one is built right on the property line. The one on the right-hand side, it has 2 foot, 2.66. I think, yeah, let's just say over 2.5 feet of setback from that property. So see the building on the right has 2.5 feet, over 2.5 feet of setback from the property line. The building on the left is, let's just say practically on the lot.
So the resulting single family would be that 2.5 plus the one would be 3.5 building to building, is that right?
Yes. So from the new construction, if we would put a new building on that lot, we would be 3 feet away from the building on the left, and we would be over 3.5 feet
No,
from the
this is
building.
not 3, this is 2 feet.
No, I understand, but right, we're just saying from the building and then property. So like, once again, if we would put that building that we're proposing on that lot, we would be 3 feet from the building on the left and 3.5 feet, over 3.5 feet on the building from the right. But since the building on the right is already 2.5 feet on their property, we would be only 1 foot on our property.
I understand.
And since, like I said, since the zoning department asked us to do the survey of the entire block to figure out which side is the predominant side, and they would govern that decision for us. And so that is why when we present these buildings, we use that as our guide.
And the reason that we didn't do it as administrative adjustment is because it was tied to the 3 flat next door as one zoning lot. In order to split it, the zoning department, if you're coming to the board about one thing, you come to the board about the related. And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this grant, and if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it.
Yes, I would.
That's our case.
Now, sir, could you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, this is 6342 North Oakley, Chicago, Illinois, 60659. I live it, but this is my building 2426 West Erie Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60612.
And your name?
Vasil, Vasil, Burak.
Could you please slow down a little bit, please? Just slow down.
Okay, sorry. Vasil, the last name Burak, Burak.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, but yeah, she's right. Just slow down a little bit, but tell us.
Yeah, because I'm
I
I'm sorry. You know, everybody have a lawyer, I don't have. Without becoming like this.
I got you. So tell us what your objection.
You know, objection is this, because, you know, 1 feet, if you do somebody noble construction, this can begin, this can put a shore with this, like this, over there, not easy digging because stone, you know. My fence can fall down, my sidewalk also be broken totally, and I don't know how concrete be, because building almost like each 100 years old. You know, concrete over there before, not like this, not like right now. 6 feet inside, and nobody can pay me later for this. If he say like that, my friend of mine, he's also built it like this building. He's a lot also 24, but one side is put 3 feet, and next side 3 feet, and build it make it 17 feet. You're not supposed to have a big building and close it my window, everything, because he wanted big window. This is the not point for him. Make it smallest building, apartment, that's it. If you want a big window, big apartment, outside, or not outside, in suburb, too many land, you know, we can make anything what you want. This is the Chicago.
And are you a developer or?
No, I'm just owner, but I also do too many jobs before construction.
Right, you know the
industry. I know what this is.
Right.
Because nobody can, in 1 feet, you cannot do concrete. You have to put 4 inch. You have to put a sure take it at least 1 feet, and something like the fell down, everything, concrete, everything, you know, who can pay for this? I need like to go core everywhere, you know, everybody nicely and sign it. After sign, nobody won't talk to you. Why I come in before, send me 3 feet, okay, I think all right. Later send 2 feet, notice, I not go nowhere, I think still 2 feet, okay. Right now send it 1 feet. Who know after 1 feet can tell, okay, take it, your sidewalk, everything, because we want biggest building. I don't want this is honestly like this. If talk to me before or something, maybe we can do negotiation, something. Okay, like I do before, fix it my building. This is Leo over there, old guy. I tell him, please,
I put new fence, I fix it for you, everything, if I something, destroy it, everything. We make negotiation without no court, no nothing, not, but like this, you know, because it's one big bedroom. Come on, I wanted also big bedroom, but what I can do, if there's a building close my window, also I cannot see nothing. 2 feet, I agree, I don't need, I know normally it's supposed to be 3 feet, but okay, 2, but not 1 feet. He's wanted, let him move to his building, if don't want it, make smaller house.
And did you attempt to reach out to the owner to
No.
have this discussion?
No, I don't have, nobody called me, nobody tell me, no nothing, so I come in here. Okay. I think this be okay, everything, somebody can call or talk, but nobody say nothing. But I come in here, you know, because everybody, I ask him, contractor, everything, like, I think maybe some people smart yourself, you can have a big problem with your house. Man start digging, because over there, like monolith stone, everything, it's not easy digging over there. I'm sorry, I talked too fast. See why some people have it permit and cannot build it, only have to put it like 3 feet, you know, this is like the rule. My friend bought it, land also, he put one side, second side 3 feet, and building only have 17 feet. But he's wanted 24, sorry.
All right, thank you.
Sorry about this, you know.
No, thank you for your objection. You're entitled to come in here and say why you're in objection, so thank you for coming. We're gonna go back now to the applicant. What's your response to this?
With the 1 foot, if there's a need for shoring, et cetera, that can be done, right?
So, yes, there's many situations in the city of Chicago, as we know, that there's buildings built right up to the property line. So, but there could be some form of steel shoring implemented into that to make that, that fence undisturbed. So that for sure can be done, or I just talked to the owner as well, you know, he would be willing to agree that if there's any damage to the existing property, that will be covered by him.
And he'll have insurance.
Correct.
I think I was going to say, if it comes to the proposer said he was concerned about the fence, about the sidewalk, we would take care of that. I guess we haven't had that discussion up to now, but if he's worried about things that he's done to improve the property and he's worried about road being damaged during construction, we would be willing, of course, to cover that.
And you want to be a good neighbor, you want to have a good relationship.
Of course, yes.
And had we known, we were out here for 4 hours, if we had known this gentleman were here, we would have sat down with him.
And also, you know, they own this property for how many years? 8 years or?
No, this is 2020.
8 months, not years.
2020.
Yeah, I was built it only, it's still not that.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
14.
14?
Yeah.
So may I ask, if this variance is not approved, how will you change the plan?
I mean, then obviously this building would be in a hardship, right? So we would have to make the building narrower. You know, so that would have, obviously, like, you know, there's hallways that we have to keep it as a 3-foot hallway to be usable space. So the only things that would be affected would be spaces such as bedrooms. There would be like an 8-foot bedroom, you know, which, you know, I know that's not a big bedroom. 9-foot bedroom is also not a big bedroom, but it's better than an 8-foot bedroom, right? So these are the type of items that will be affected with this altered design. That's why typically, like I said, zoning department does allow with the administrative adjustment to the approach to cases like this on a 24-foot lot. So people could have a 20-foot building and regular bedrooms to be constructed and usable spaces essentially. Because like you could have maybe an 8-foot bedroom that is long, but that's not a usable bedroom. You know, how do you put your furniture? It's that in my opinion, since I'm guessing that was such a huge case in the city of Chicago that had happened numerous times, the city of Chicago decided to put this as an administrative adjustment instead of a variance type of procedures because it's so common in Chicago to have a 20-foot building.
Can I?
Absolutely.
Yes, this is not true, 8-foot bedroom, because right now everybody builds it, I have too many builder guys, right now do it, whole apartment, like, if you wanna make it two divided like this, okay, this is behind, but everybody do first floor, kitchen, bedroom, second floor, behind one, master closet, and front another one, they said, how many bedroom you want, they have 20? You have to buy property, this is not true. There's nobody do like this 8-foot bedroom. I know, there's closet.
So.
Oh, in another best building, have entry over there behind, because I know this is a guy who died, a long time, I helped him. This is over there already 3 feet, another side, this can go. This will go between building. Move it his property to his building, that's it. And he can go in my area, I can take it fence label, if we friendly, that's it, let him go. If he needs something, move it. Yeah, because I know this is if crack of building or something, I can have big problem later because like foundations is like 100 years old, maybe more, you know. This is the, if without basement, okay, at least, and how this can fix it if something happen, you know, that point or something, fence here, you know, how this can fly or what. This is not working like this usually. Too many people right now, nobody say, just move it left side, right side, 3 feet, that's it, this is commercial somewhere, you know, like Chicago Avenue or Western Avenue, okay, I understand. But this is not Main Street.
Yeah, well, what about, I mean, can you just flip the setbacks?
We could try to do something like that, but then even if we're gonna be 1 foot away from the existing building, there's, and this building is a frame building, so it would have to have a exterior sheathing to be placed. 1 foot would not be a sufficient amount to have somebody, a person who's in there, actually put that in there, since obviously we have also a little bit more leeway on the east side, then there will be a little bit easier to implement the construction.
Well, 1 second, yes, you can, but let me ask a question first. What about, I mean, because the objector was talking about he'd be okay with 2 feet. I mean, can you change it so that you just push 2 feet on his side?
So what would happen is we would still need the 3 feet on one side because of our light ventilation.
But couldn't you flip your floor?
If we flip it, then we're against a building where there's no way that somebody could come in and actually build that wall.
But isn't that his argument as well?
Can I have 1 moment?
So we would continue this. We'll go to every case, make it a buildable lot. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can I make a suggestion? The other case is to make this a buildable lot. I'd like to go forward with that one. I'd like to continue this case for 2 months and see if we can work out a new plan.
No, it's not a working plan. I don't want to spend my time today, spend all day. This is correct. Second thing, can I say something?
Yeah.
For heating, this is not true, because heat right now go up. In roof, everybody put it heating system pipe in roofs. They say you don't need to put it side of building because it's not legal. This is not, nobody can give you permit for this. Second thing, masonry guys working when you want build it from inside, but still 2 feet. You have enough put it for. I know I do it everything long time. I know everything how it works. Masonry guy put it from inside. Everything rigged, everything. He's doing it 2 feet. Listen, how you can, if you say you cannot do from another side 2 feet, how you can build it from my side 1 feet? If I not like to come into my property, what you can fly? This is not true, sorry.
No, it just means we would think that there will be some kind of agreement today, so that's why, like I said, it would, you know, I think like the owner is willing to.
Whatever what you want, if you got the one that like.
You can't both talk at the same time.
I'm sorry. Look at the smallest building, make it big bedroom, That's it. Like everybody wants, we plan, I have planning home, everything. We do too many buildings with friends. I know how this works. This is houses. If you have lot smaller like this, what you can do? If I say no, 2 feet, only 3 feet, I can take also lawyer and something make like this story, but I don't want it. People understand me. I don't want to make it mess for me because today I can say good night, everything, and tomorrow I can have problems and start building.
I mean, here's my, on the continuance piece of it, I'm not comfortable separating it from these other two because I feel like even though we're listening to this one right now, I feel like they're connected and.
Not necessarily, because you make this a buildable lot, and then you can build as of right, but you have a very thin house. Or you can make a deal so that you could have some setback, but not as much as they're asking for. You know, now you have a buildable lot and you can build within the rules, or if you think you need a variance, you could come back for a variance or on a continued date, or maybe you make a deal in the meantime. I was just trying to create middle ground. But you're saying you would want to continue them both.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna continue this, I'd like you to work it out completely with Mr. Barak. Because I think that's what you would need to do if you're gonna, otherwise we're just gonna hear it and we're gonna
But we're still not working because, you know, I know that's a big problem.
I understand the plans as they exist don't work for you right now, but what I'm suggesting is if we were to continue this for 2 months, in that time, this applicant right here would contact you and try to reach a deal with you. And if he does, then you can withdraw your objection and they'll revise the plans as they see fit, you know, as in agreement with you. And then you don't have to come back here in 2 months. You'll just tell them that you don't have an objection anymore. Or if you can't reach an agreement, then you'd need to come back here 2 months from now and say, hey, we couldn't work it out. But the reason I say that is you have an opportunity here. You've got an applicant who's a neighbor of yours who sounds like he's willing to work with you. And I would suggest, as my fellow Commissioner Toya always says, communication is the key to success. And I would suggest that the best way to get this resolved would be for you to speak with the applicant and try to work this out.
But I can speak. I don't have to say nothing, because when he's agreed 2 feet, okay. I don't ask him 3, still 1 feet, I okay. I ask him 2 feet from my property, that's it.
Right.
And I be good neighbor to many cities. This is guy old, he passed away, we live with him, friendly, everything. I make it my fence, I make for him fence, I pay everything before he give me water when I fix it, my building, something like this. And I know what I can do. I can say yes, and afterward, I can fix it everything, building, fence, sidewalk, everything is be destroyed.
I just, I guess I want to respond to that.
But I know this is responder, I know this is not related. And window we close it. Also in my building, this is nobody can see something from window. We put the building to building, and also it's like Jake. You do please 2 feet and that's it. And I agree with 2 feet, okay, I don't want a tree, no nothing, no make problem, no nothing. Yeah, make it smaller bedroom for 1 feet, that's it, it's nothing. Please understand, this be everything destroyed, I know, because I know this. You put a form for concrete, and sure for this, if this can go to my sidewalk, it's destroyed totally everything. You can see if somebody come in and destroy your building, who knows how long he can build it, how he can fix it later. I don't need, I make it everything by my hand, you know, everything.
Mr. Chairman, I always try to find middle ground. We would have spent the 4 hours if we could have, but if you give us extensions, we'll give it our best shot.
All right, we're gonna continue this. Calendar numbers 5924Z, 6024Z, and 6124Z will be continued to April 19, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's the same. You didn't spend time, I tell you too. Thank you. I don't want to. Thank you anyway.
Thank you.
Next two cases, 6224Z, 6324Z, 2222 North Halsted.
Oh, yeah. All right, would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? I do. You have no objectors, so short form.
Absolutely.
Very short.
Very short. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Andrew Scott, from law office of Gossett, left, Jeff Engelman, ENGELMANN, with the applicant. And this left is Mike Barresso, MARESSO, and the associate is the project manager. The proposal before you are for 3 variations: a side yard variation relief, rear yard variation relief, and also a relocation of the rear yard required open space. This is a 19th century building on North Halsted Street. It's been through extensive discussions with the surrounding community. There's a strong desire, starting with Alderman Michelle Smith, moving on to Alderman Steve Newsom, to preserve the building. And so, in consideration of preservation of this building as well as architecture, we were able to work with the community to come to consensus to allow a fourth floor to be added on top of the building. And that fourth floor necessitated the relief that we're seeking today. So again, the hardship that we're facing here is we're trying to strike a balance with the preservation community, while at the same time making productive use of this particular piece of property. I should also note for the record, Ward Miller was here earlier today. He hung around for a while. I do have a letter from him, and I would be remiss if I did not tender that to the record. So a letter of support from Ward Miller. Jeff, for the record, you are the managing member of the applicant, is that correct? That's correct. And we prepared an affidavit of testimony, is that correct? That's correct. And if you were called upon to testify today, would your testimony be in substantial conformity with the affidavit of testimony today? Yes, it will. Okay. And Mike, the same question, we prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf. Yes. And if you were called upon to testify today, would your testimony be in substantial conformity with that affidavit of testimony? Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, we're available to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two cases, 64, 6524Z, 4243 North Walcott.
All right, would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Councilor Kolpak, short form.
Thank you. My name is Paul Kolpak, Office 6767 North Milwaukee. To my left is the applicant, Joe Skiba, SKIBA.
And to his left is our architect, Mr. Peter Sterniak, Sterniak. We're here for 2 variations. I would ask to consolidate these for the purpose of this hearing. Our variations are for rear yard, side yard, and the hardship here is the fact that we're 2 through lines. We had a objector here this morning, showed him the plans, he withdrew his objection. There was an objection filed, I believe, on Tuesday with our neighbor. We sent the plans to our neighbor, they were confused, they thought that the 0 setback affected the house, it affects the garage. As soon as they found out that it was a garage, they had no problem. Mr. Stephen, you're purchase of this property, you're gonna knock this property, the existing structure down, and build the 2-family home on that. We prepared an affidavit, all that is testified, any further justified substantial complaints to that affidavit. Mr. Sterniak, could you please state your name?
Peter Sterniak.
You're a licensed architect?
Yes.
You were in front of this board before? Yes. You went to this site, you actually spoke to the neighbors that way?
Yes.
Could you explain to the board the hardship for being approved?
Well, the other street, which is typically the back of the alley, is required to have front yard setback and side yard 5-foot setbacks on each side, which is not quite common. Having an alley, you build your garage with all the variations and reliefs. Here having on a street, which looks like an alley, but it's called a street. It requires us to come here and ask for relief. Everybody else has a garage on Honoré, and whoever wants to rebuild their garage would have to come in up here. So it's quite inconvenient, but we're here and we're hoping.
Mr. Sterniak, we prepared an affidavit. Can you sign that affidavit? Is that correct?
Yes.
If you're asked to testify, any further you testify to get compliance with that affidavit?
That's correct.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much, everybody. Be welcome.
Thank you.
Next 3 cases, 67, 68, 69Z, 2906 North Main.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Would everyone plan to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these debates? Thank you very much. Proceed.
My name is John Shapiro. I'm the attorney for Lynn Paulson, who is here today. Lynn is the homeowner. We've owned this house since 2013. So this is where we're family. Started to do a little bit of work on the house, mostly siding the second floor. But ultimately, everything that they're doing and what they're in for plans has no effect on the footprint of the building, the height of the building, or anything else. Our 3 variances that are requested have to do with the side yard setbacks, the rear setback, and the floor area ratio of the building, which is just slightly over what's required. All of these things existed when she purchased the property. All she's doing at this point in time is her family is growing, and they're expanding to the second floor. So then when we put all of this together, we sign it. So her hardship is that there's nothing she can do about any of these things. They're pre-existing.
You can have her swear to her affidavit.
So then when we put this all together, we've created an affidavit concerning the property that we signed and dated, notarized. We're going to ask go through those questions again today. Is there any change to anything? No, it's going to be the same. That's basically.
Any questions from the board? Take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next 2 cases, 70, 71, 24Z, 2712 West 24th Place.
All right, would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, short form.
Thank you very much. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and property owner, Ninth Investment LLC. The applicant owns subject property at 2712 West 24th Place. The subject property is a single lot measuring 24 feet wide by 124.13 feet deep, and it's currently vacant and unapproved. The applicant is proposing to develop the property with a new 2-story, 3-unit building. In order to do that, we are seeking variations to reduce the minimum lot area for 3 units from 3,000 square feet to 2,951, so 49 square foot reduction. We're also just shy of our open space requirement. The technical requirement is 195 square feet, and we're at 193.91 square feet. Again, the hardship is 7,600 lot, 24 feet wide instead of 25, and then also 124 instead of 125. I have 2 witnesses on behalf of the applicant, Victor Gonzalez, and our project architect, Peter Sterniak. And Victor, can you please state your name and address for the record?
My first name is Victor Gonzalez, and my address is 4135 West Oakville Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
And you are the manager of Ninth Investment LLC?
Yes.
And again, you, that entity owns the subject property, is that right? Yes. And prior to today's hearing, we did create a sworn affidavit on your behalf in this case. Yes. And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statement you provided? Thank you. Peter, can you state your name and address for the record again?
Peter Sterniak, 6650 North Woods Highway, 205 Chicago, Illinois, 20731.
And Peter, you agree that the substandard lot width and depth dimensions are the hardships to variation over its work. And again, as I explained, it's a 49 square foot reduction in minimum lot area.
Yes.
And about less than 2 square feet in open space. Correct. And again, you also, we also worked on the affidavit to support the application in this case. Correct. And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the statements made. Thank you, Chairman. That concludes the applicant's case in chief. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Take it under advisement. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next 4 cases, 72, 73, 74, and 75, 1805 West Grace.
Everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Yes. Thank you very much. Short form.
Thank you again, Chairman. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant 1801 West Grace LLC. The applicant owns subject property at 1805 West Grace Street. As you can see from the survey in the aerial, the subject property is irregularly shaped. It lacks any access, and it's actually encumbered by 2 utility easements that provide utility vehicle access to the property immediately south of ours. Currently, our property is vacant and unapproved. Our property has 2 buildings that will be taken down. The plan then is to develop the property with a new 5-story, 62-unit residential building with off-street parking for 31 cars. So this is a transit served location. So there is a bit of relief that we need because of that. We're asking to not comply with the pedestrian street standard in front of the property, so that it's set back more than 5 feet. We're asking to not comply with the pedestrian street standard to allow for continued driveways at the front of the property. We're also asking to waive the loading berth, reduce the rear setback from 30 feet to 12 feet. By way of quick background, this is a project that actually started in about 2016 under Alderman Pilar. It then transitioned to Alderman Martin, and I believe there was a letter of support for the zoning change issued by Alderman Martin. This is all part of that Type 1 program. With that, I have 2 witnesses on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Todd Braun, and our project architect, John Split. Todd, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Todd Braun, 1149 Peninsula Shores Drive, Clarence, North Carolina. 11149 Peninsula Shores Drive, Clarence, North Carolina. 3 units.
And Todd, you are the manager of 1801 West Grace Street. I'm sorry, 1801 West Grace LLC. And again, you're proposing to develop the irregularly shaped lot with a 5-story multi-unit residential building, correct? And headed into today's hearing, we prepared a written statement on your behalf of this case.
Yes.
If you would continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements you provide?
Yes.
Thank you. John, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Jonathan Split, 4001 North Ravenswood Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
And John, your firm designed the proposed 5-story multi-unit building that's the subject property?
Yes.
And it's your position today that the irregular lot shape, lack of alley access, and also the utility easements that exist on the lot, taken together create particular hardships or practical difficulties the proposed variations would overcome?
That's correct.
And specifically with respect to the front setback, I want to be clear with the board, because of the transitory location ordinance, the technical setback is supposed to be 5 feet. We're asking for a 10-foot setback to provide additional landscaping and setbacks for the residential building.
Correct. Our immediate neighbors are mostly residential, and they asked for a larger setback that could be landscape. We also have only one access point to the lot, which is a driveway, which is also a shared CTA easement. So for safety's sake, by pulling the building back, we get a sight line to look out. Those are the two.
And John, if you understand it, we submitted a sworn statement in support of the application today.
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with your sworn statement?
Yes, sir.
Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members.
Any questions from the board? We'll take it under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 7624S, 3843 North Cicero.
I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation for counter number 7624S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed drive-through to serve a proposed fast food restaurant, Dunkin', provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Sejul Donuts Inc., DBA Dunkin' Donuts, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated February 7, 2024, prepared by Colebrook Design. If everyone's planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Yes. Thank you very much. Give it a short form.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, Nick Vasikas for the record. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Sejul Donuts Incorporated. The applicant is currently a tenant at the subject property. The issue is the subject property is a retail strip mall, and there's a drive-through component currently supporting the Dunkin' Donuts store. Our application today is to install the single-lane drive-through to support the store. The building that's existing would be taken down, and a new 1,700 square foot store would be replaced and become the only building on the lot. I did want to point out for the record that there were originally landscape variations that were withdrawn. We worked with staff to resolve those issues. So the only issue before the board at this point is the special use for the drive-through lane. We have 3 witnesses available to testify. Again, Mr. Vishal Shah, on behalf of the applicant, and our project architect, Stephen Culver, and our MAI designated appraiser, Sylvester Kerwin.
For the record, the board recognizes Mr. Kerwin's expertise.
Great, thank you so much. Another point I wanted to make is in the introduction, in the summary of the case of the agenda, it did reference a plan that initially proposed a residential unit above the second floor, so a second floor unit. That's been removed. I want to make sure that the plan that's being presented today, the board recognizes and realizes it's only for a 1-story Dunkin' store. That residential unit's been removed. And we did submit that back in October. So with that, Vishal, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Vishal Shah, 5000 West Park Road, Chicago, Illinois.
And again, as I stated in my introduction, you're proposing to essentially redevelop the subject property with a 1-story Dunkin' Donuts single drive-through lane.
Yes.
And as part of the process, you've worked with Alderman Gardner as well as the local chamber.
Yes.
And going into today's hearing, there was a neighbor who had concerns that we've come to an agreement with, and we no longer have an issue. Is that right? And it's also your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
You would continue to testify that testimony would be consistent with the statements you provided?
Yes.
Chairman, we do have Steve Kohler, our project architect. He's no longer necessary as the variations are gone, so I'm going to move to Mr. Kerwin for time. But can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sylvester J. Kerwin Jr., President of Warren J. Kerwin Associates, Real Estate Appraisers and Consultants. Address of 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest.
But you prepared a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions specific to the special use standards?
Yes, I did.
And generally speaking, you believe that all the special use criteria are met, is that right?
Yes, it meets all of the criteria.
But it's also your understanding that my office submitted a copy of your written report to the board?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
That's also.
Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Next case, 7824S, 5230 North Lincoln.
All right, I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 7824S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a 50-bed transitional residence facility within an existing two-story former motel building, providing residential, psychological, and behavioral therapy, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Volunteers of America of Illinois, an Illinois not-for-profit corporation. Two, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated February 14, 2024, prepared by Gensler. Three, the facility is utilized exclusively as a transitional residence for persons experiencing chronic homelessness due to a combination of mental health challenges, substance use disorder, and other chronic health conditions. And four, there are no more than 50 persons residing on site at any time. Would everyone plan to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form, and the board does recognize Mr. Mooseweer's expertise.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, my name is Steve Friedman with the law firm of Applegate & Thompson here on behalf of Volunteers of America of Illinois. This is a public-private partnership between the city of Chicago and the VOA. The property is being purchased by the city. This is received from the pictures. The existing Diplomat Hotel on Lincoln Avenue, and Volunteers of America will be the operator of a 50-bed transitional residence to house people who are suffering from chronic homelessness. Let me introduce my witnesses, and we'll move ahead. To my left is Nancy Hughes Moyer, who's the president of Volunteers of America. Nancy, you are aware that as part of our application, we submitted an affidavit which spoke to the standards of the special use and the operations of the facility, correct?
Yes, I'm right.
And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be in accordance with those, with the statements you made in that affidavit?
Yes.
Great. Also, Kareem Musawar, our expert. Kareem, you're aware that we submitted your report to the board. In that report, you your expert determination that operation of this transitional residence would qualify under all the various standards for a special use under the Chicago zoning ordinance. Is that correct? That's correct. And if you were to continue to testify today, you would testify in accordance with that report. So it's support of the granting of special use, correct? That's correct. Thank you. I would also state that we do have Sean McGuire from Gensler, who's our architect, to the extent you had any questions, but with that, we thank you for your time.
All right. Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's two cases, 79 and 8024Z, 6701 through 09 Northwest Highway.
All right, would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Yes. Thank you very much. However, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. Morning, for the record, my name is Timothy Martin with the Office of Commissar Raines, Attorney at Law, LLC. I'm joined today by Matthew Neff, manager of Guidepost A LLC, the applicant, and Paul Yangas, who is the property owner. I will call Mr. Neff as my witness. Matt, you submitted an affidavit, or I submitted an affidavit on your behalf to the board. If I were to continue questioning you, would your answers today be consistent with the statements made in that affidavit?
Yes.
Mr. Knapp is my witness.
Oh, okay, great. Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
This time, we are going to take a recess so that the board can get some lunch along with the ZBA staff. Call it an early dinner. We'll reconvene at 4:30. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Rao.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes for recess until 4:30.
I do want to get these
Oh, I will. Oh, I'll say it. I don't need.
Is Nick in the hallway? Fatikas. Did you work it out? Cedric? Are they here?
There's 3 people.
Okay, so you guys may have to sit like on this end, and then we'll just let them sit on that side.
Architect and applicant, in the hallway.
Okay, you wanna get him?
Can you give me a second?
Yeah, we're still waiting for Rachali to come back.
Yeah, right. Are the cups? Oh, yeah, right, yeah. For sure, right, yeah. Yeah, right.
So the first one's gonna have objectives.
Make sure you silence all your phones, please.
Okay.
Right, and architect is downstairs, they're making their way up through.
Objectors on this one? Yes.
I do know, I'm sure. Like sometimes.
Oh, no, I haven't done that yet. We can, continuances? Yeah, okay, all right. All right, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the zoning board of appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito. Yes. Commissioner Rao. Yes. Commissioner Toya. Yes. I vote yes, and we're back, taking continuances or withdrawals at this time. Councilor Fatigas, what do you got?
Yes, sir. So on page 11, items 460-23S and 461-23Z, regarding 2321 West Howard Street. We are seeking a second continuance on this. We're actually working on a branding issue. It's a corporate issue for approval because of the neighboring similar use.
Stop. Please silence your phones.
If we can get a 2-month continuance, we should have that sorted out. Again, it's a corporate issue and not an applicant or DPD issue at this time.
2-month continuance?
Please.
Okay, so calendar numbers 46023S and 46123Z will be continued to April 19, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Chairman.
Yes.
453, 23S, and 454, 23S at page 11. We're working with the applicant to finalize the proposal. We'd like to request a 1-month continuance.
Okay, for both 453 and 454? Okay, so calendar numbers. Hold up. Everybody, please, if you have a phone, please silence it right now. Calendar numbers 45323S and 45423S will be continued to March 15, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Are you requesting for Cottage Grove also?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
calendar number 439, 23S, on page 10. DPD is still waiting for the applicant to provide updated plans and responses to comments. We request probably 2 minutes.
Okay. Right, calendar number 43923S be continued to April 19, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
And then, Mr. Chairman, also on page 10, on behalf of the applicant, we received a correspondence requesting that they withdraw the matter for 4623S at 4225 through 29 West Madison.
All right, so calendar number 44623S is withdrawn. All right, you still need your.
Do you want to go to St. Lawrence? He's
Can
gonna
we come back? That's.
Yeah, let's do that.
225.
All right, yes, we'll call 32523Z. Right, Mr. Donner, Mr. Musawir, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so, Mr. Donner, I remember you. You were here, for a variation on a pool, and, we continued the case. And refresh my recollection, why we continue the case?
Cause I had to, adjust the pool on 5 inches. So my architect had brought, some plans to move the pool over to adjust that 5 inches that needed.
Okay, and, so what happened since the case was continued last night?
So what happened, I took to the pool.
Yeah, what have you done since we continued the case, the last time we saw you?
Got the architect to redo the design and take the pool loose to get it, with sort of, with the standards.
Have the plans been submitted to us?
We really haven't, we're waiting on a permit to be,
Why isn't the architect here?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
So the architect attempted to get the pool permit reactivated in order to complete this edit to the plans that he had submitted before, and he was not able to get that done through the building department. So now he's going to submit an easy permit in order to
And what the new plan would do is, relieve the relief that was sought for the pool side yard next to for the pool setback next to the neighbor's property. And spell out the content of the pool being less than 4 feet deep and less than 25,000 square, 25,000 dollars.
All right, Mr. Donna, here's what we're gonna do, because you're not ready yet, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue the case, because you've got your architect working on this. If he is able to work it out, then you can just withdraw your application here. But as of right now, you're not ready to do that because the architect doesn't have the permit. This matter, 3523Z will be continued to May 17, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given. Thank you.
And he's trying to make this code compliant, right?
Yeah, well, we're still gonna have the 18-foot setback. That's not compliant, but that's setback towards his property. That's the setback towards the neighbor's property. Will be compliant in the operation of the pool.
Okay, but then you still need that other setback.
Correct.
So you may need a new denial issued from zoning?
And yes. but we may
Okay,
notice-
so if you get that, then just refile and we'll amend your application. But just refile, if they give you a new denial, taking away the variation that you're requesting here, the one that you're gonna make code compliant. And then we'll take care of it from there.
All right, Nick, are you ready?
We are all here, yes, sir.
Excellent. So now this is 29323Z and 29423Z, 1421 North Sedgwick.
Nick, if you can slide down here as much as you can, and the opponents can sit next to them.
They're gonna slide down. So if you would like to fill these seats there. Right
Okay, so would everyone who's planning to testify, both the applicant and the objectors, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Councilor Fatikas, please proceed.
Thank you very much, sir. Again, for the record, my name is Nick Fatikas, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks at 221 North LaSalle Street. I'm here on behalf of the applicant 1423, 1425, 1427 North Sedgwick LLC. The applicant owns the subject property located at 1421 North Sedgwick Street. As you can see from the survey, the subject lot is significantly substandard, measuring 50 feet wide by only 102 feet deep. It's also irregularly shaped by a 2-foot inset at the rear of the property. And on top of that, it's a landlocked property and lacks access to a public alley. Today, the property is vacant and unimproved. The applicant is proposing to develop the site as a new 6-story, 23-unit residential building. In order to permit the project, the applicant is seeking variations to reduce the rear setback and to waive the loading berth requirement for the new building. I'd like to note for the record that a type 1 zoning change for this specific project was approved by City Council back in 2020. The building program being presented being presented today is nearly identical to what was presented to the community, Alderman Burnett, and City Council. With that, I have two primary witnesses to call today on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Kevin Rasco, and our project manager, Mr. Mike Loresso. Also present is our structural engineer, our licensed as engineer, Mr. Michael Cox. And with that, I'd ask to call my first witness. Kevin, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Kevin Roscoe, 1701 North Sheffield Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
And you are one of the managers of the applicant entity 1423, 1425, 1427, North Sedgwick LLC, is that right? And that that entity owns the subject property at 1421 North Sedgwick?
Yes, sir.
And as I described it, the subject lot measures 50 feet wide by only 102 feet deep. It's also regularly shaded at the rear. Correct. And it's landlocked by neighboring properties on three sides and does not have access to a public alley. Is that right? Yes. Again, today the lot is vacant and unapproved.
Yes.
And you're proposing to develop the site with a new 6-story, 23-unit residential building, right?
Yes.
And in order to permit the project, you're seeking variations again to overcome the irregular and substandard lot depth dimensions and the lack of alley access.
Yes.
And provided the board grants the relief, your plan when we started this program was to sell the units on the open market. Correct. However, given the current market conditions, you are considering a lease option for the units to again address changes in the real estate market.
Yes.
Still, though, you have provided the board with a summary of your projected costs and anticipated return for that sales program.
Yes.
And Kevin, with respect to the projections that we provided, I want to be clear that the goal of the variations and the setback reduction in particular is to allow for adequate living space and functional layouts for the proposed residential units. Is that right? Correct. And the purpose is not based exclusively upon the desire to make more money out of the property, but instead to provide marketable for sale units that make the project financially viable, specifically on 102-foot lot. Correct. And you believe the proposed floor plans and layouts will meet the new construction market demand, is that right? Correct, yes. Kevin, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Moresso, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Michael Russell, 120 West Madison, Chicago, Illinois.
And Mike, you are the project manager for this particular project or project. And again, you also have previously testified before this board, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And in order to permit the building program, variations are needed to the irregular and substandard lot depth dimension and the lack of alley access, is that right?
Correct.
And with respect to the rear setback reduction, is it true that you've adjusted the plans to remove the balconies that were originally proposed off the rear of the building?
Yes.
And that's a significant modification because it allows us to provide a full 10-foot, 11-inch and 12-foot, 11-inch respectively setback between the rear building wall for floors 2 through 6 and our rear lot line. Is that right?
Correct.
And that change was offered in response to concerns raised by our neighbors regarding privacy, light, and air. Is that right? And that's the only change to the program between the type 1 zoning change approval and what's being presented to the zoning board today.
Correct, yes.
And so it's increasing the setback that we're actually being proposed.
Correct.
And again, it's our position that by providing at least 10 feet, 11 inches of rear setback on our side of the lot, there will be over 20, I'll call it 25 feet of physical separation between the rear of our building and the rear building wall of our neighboring building. And you believe that 25 feet tall separation will absolutely maintain an adequate supply of light and air to the adjacent properties, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, for reference, we did provide an aerial photo that's part of the handout taken from Google Maps to show the footprint of the neighboring buildings in relation to the subject lot. And I did provide the objectors with copies of everything that has been submitted to the zoning. All right, now, Mike, with respect to the waiver of the loading berth, that relief is also directly related to the substandard depth dimension, but more importantly, the lack of alley access, right? Because if we had another 23 feet of lot depth to work with, or at least an alley to access the property from, we should have been able to accommodate that requirement. Correct. Instead, though, your design allows resident loading and unloading to access the garage at the front of the lot and occur entirely within our building. Is that right?
Yes.
And doing that will keep loading activities off Sedgwick Street and help reduce any potential traffic conflicts in the immediate area.
Absolutely.
And Mike, it's your professional opinion that the proposed residential building program follows the pattern of development in the subject area. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mike, we believe that because the neighboring properties are also improved with buildings that encroach into their lots' rear setbacks, also because of that substandard lot depth dimension. And I want to be clear, that's both on North Sedgwick and on North Orleans Street. Thank you. And again, do you believe the project being presented to the board complies with the type 1 transit serve location amendment that was approved by city council back in 2020?
Yes.
It's also your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Chairman, just because we do have objectives, if you can give me a moment, I'd like to get the responses to the exact standards in this. Okay. If you believe the practical difficulties and particular hardships are due to unique circumstances that are not generally applicable to other property, other similarly situated property in the immediate area, you believe that the variation of granted will not alter the essential character of the locality.
Yes.
Sure, I very long. Is it your opinion that the alleged practical difficulty or particular hardship has not been created by any person presently having an interest in the subject project? And most importantly, do you believe that the proposed variations will impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent property or substantially increase the congestion in the public streets, increase danger of fire, endanger public safety, or substantially diminish or impair property values to any of those standards? So you believe that all of the approval criteria for variation are being met at this point? Yeah. And that's just also takes into account the additional approximate 6 feet of setback by removing the balconies from the rear building. Is that right? Yes. Thank you. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. I do want to say, actually, before I formally rest, that we did submit copies of the ZBA resolutions in a handful of cases: 476, 96C, 161, 97Z, 515, 06C, and 47, 15Z. I want to also be clear that while we absolutely appreciate that the board does not create precedent, offering the resolutions to establish or prove up a trend or pattern of development in this specific area. Over the last 25 years, the development of the properties in the 1400 block of Sedgwick and the 1400 block of North Orleans have been directly impacted by the substandard lot dimensions and lack of alley access. At least 4 of the existing neighboring buildings had to go through the same process because of those same lot conditions. We're not suggesting that the board grant our relief solely because it approved a reduction on the neighboring lot, and I want to be clear on that. We're asking the board to conclude similarly that the substandard lot dimensions of lack of alley access are real hardships that impact the design of any building on these properties, and that the requested variations are necessary to permit orderly and compatible development that meets current market demands. With that, our team would be happy to answer any questions you or your board members have about our program.
Any questions from the board at this time? Let's turn to the objectors. Who would like to go first?
I'll start.
Okay, could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Jolene Christine. I'm an owner at 1422 North Orleans, which is the building directly east of the proposed construction. I'm here with another owner from my building. Greg Carnacci is in 1424 North Orleans. And Brian Stewart is a resident of the building next door at 1426 North Orleans, which would be directly northeast of the proposed construction. Our building represents 8 owners who are all opposed to this setback variance. Brian's building represents 18 owners, all opposed to this. We don't oppose construction and we don't oppose having a building there, but we do oppose the huge reduction in setback that they are requesting. And we've been working with them since last August. We've come to a number of these meetings. When Sarah was part of this, we actually invited them over to our building. The architect, the owner, and Sarah came and discussed this. And at that time, they did agree to eliminate the rear balconies. The reason that we requested that is because they also own the building directly north of the proposed construction. And we have had numerous disturbances from that building. They rent to very large young groups and we have parties going on at 3 a.m. I've called 311 numerous times over the years that I've been there. Our building's very quiet. We have many owners that have been there 10 years and 20 years. And we purchased knowing that we had the protection of these setbacks and these zoning laws to protect us so that we would not lose the light. This is all of our light from the west. We would, a building this close to us would significantly reduce our light and it would infringe upon our privacy. They would be looking directly into our bedrooms. So we feel that, and we've told them, we've tried to work with them. I've had a number of emails to Nick and to Sarah. We'd be willing to compromise on the 30 feet because of the fact that they eliminated the rear balconies, but not to the degree of 12.92. That's too close. That's too much noise, too much reduction in privacy and quiet enjoyment and a reduction of all of our light. So we are willing to compromise, but not to this extreme degree. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
I would just add,
Could you, before you?
I'm sorry, my apologies.
That's
My name
okay.
is Greg Getnacci, and as Julie said, I live in the building directly east of the empty lot.
What's the address?
1424 North Orleans.
Okay.
2224 is the same building.
Sorry, could you spell your last name?
CATENACCI. My interest is there substandard lots, and they want, hey, feel bad for us, these are small lots, we need extra space, we need to do an accommodation at these people's expense. They paid a reduced price for these lots, so these lots are worth less. And I don't know if we just have to fix it at our expense, that doesn't seem right. I'd also say that there was a building down the street around 1509 that did get permission to go all the way to the back of the lot with very little setback. That was right behind the garage and the storage center that's on Oregon Street further to the north. It was not truly upon a residential property. So that's all.
Thank you. Sir?
Brian Stewart, BRYAN STUART. I'm at 1426 North Orleans, along with 17 other unit owners. I've been a resident for over 22 years, so I've seen a lot of development. From our standpoint, we're looking forward to this development. We don't oppose development in our neighborhood. It's just, again, the setback. You know, they do own north of the lot itself. We're fine with having it, you know, at that ending at that lot line or at that the same as the other building, but to have a 6.92 variance just doesn't make sense to us. But again, we're looking forward to them developing. I hope that this doesn't drag on any longer so that they can develop. But you know, I'm just expressing my concern about that. There's many children now on that street as well. Lots of families, lots of people that have been there 15, 20 plus years along with us. So, you know, that's why I'm here to support, you know, the objection to the variance.
Thank you. I've got a question for, the applicant. So I guess the question is, why 6.92 for the rear
It's
setback?
no longer 6.92.
Oh.
6.92 included the balconies that have now been removed. So we've now increased the dimension, the closest dimension is 10 feet, 11 inches.
Oh.
And that's important because if you look at the survey, I don't know if you can pull up the survey on the screen, but or you can see it right there, you don't need to. On the far left side of the property, you see how the property is not a straight line at the rear, it juts out. You see how it zigzags? There's a 2-foot inset.
Oh, yeah.
So, we're saying in the closest point would be 10 feet, 11 inches. I know that it's not a full 11 feet, but we thought that nearly doubled the actual setback that would be provided. That together with the setback of the neighboring building immediately to our east provides over 25 feet of open space between the buildings. And as you heard from the testifying witness, that provides more than a sufficient amount of light and air between the properties. I'd also point out, and again, I appreciate the concerns that are raised by the neighbor at 1426 North Orleans, but that building's a lot line building. You can see it from both the zoning map as well as the aerial. That building goes all the way to the rear property line and touches ours. Well, again, it's there, I get it, but I think it speaks to the pattern of development that many of these multi-unit buildings were built exceeding or encroaching into the required rear setbacks. And that's also evidence if you turn just the cover sheet of the handout, the zoning map. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 of the properties have a history of zoning relief. Again, not for the sake of precedent, but for showing a consistency, compatibility, and a clear pattern or trend of development because of the substandard lot dimensions. And I'd also point out, there was a comment made about the price for the purchase price. Our property is zone B2-5. In order for us to use the entitlements, the reason we had to go to that district was to provide this specific building, to be able to meet the floor area total, the unit count, the parking reduction. We had to work through that process. So in order to use the entitlements afforded by the B2-5, we'd have to extend into that for a setback. The same would be true if we had B3-3 zoning or B2-3 zoning. Regardless, in order to use the entitlements that are afforded to the zoning lot, the building unfortunately has to grow back or grow taller. And in this case, the design was a 5-story multi-unit building. I did a lot of talking there, I'm sorry, but if you have any questions on that, I just wanted to get through kind of the layers of the prior approvals, this pattern of development, the aerial showing where those buildings are, how there will actually be, while not technical setback, there will actually be space between the buildings to ensure light and air between the properties. And then of course, the record of the prior cases.
Any other questions from the board? Oh, did you have something?
Could I add something here?
Yes.
So when we met at our building a number of months ago, we brought them in and showed them our building. Our building has basically the same dimensions. We have 2 units on a floor. They're trying to build 4 units on a floor, which is why they're trying to take right to the sidewalk and take it as far as they can. We oppose them overlooking our deck. That's our property. That's the part of our why we bought the units, and we've enjoyed that quiet enjoyment. We don't want a building putting that property in the shade and having people looking out over it. The property that they own next door has had people throwing beer bottles onto our deck and furniture over the side and all kinds of rowdiness. And we don't want that close to us. Which is why we're relying on the protection of these zoning laws.
All right. Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, 2823S, 8137 through 47 South 3C.
Everyone's getting situated. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. For number 33823S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a cannabis infuser facility, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Racine Products Inc. 2, no retail sales, samples, or physical product displays or stock are allowed at this facility. 3, no cannabis growing or production are allowed at this facility. 4, the development is consistent with design and layout of the plans and drawings dated February 13, 2024, prepared by Architectural Solutions, Inc., and the Racine Products, Inc. Odor Control Plan dated February 16, 2024, prepared by Cameron Kaluche. 5, details and final design for the odor control system and components, including but not limited to the size, type, and location of equipment, filters, rooftop mechanical units, and exterior system exhaust, etc., and details on the design and location of the airlocks, system layout, etc., are prepared by a qualified engineer and reviewed and approved by Chicago Department of Public Health prior to issuance of any building permits. And 6, a fully detailed written final odor control plan detailing the proposed operations, maintenance schedule, and proposed remedies to address any system failures, as well as any additional details requested by CDPH, prepared by a qualified engineer, is submitted for review and approval by CDPH prior to issuance of any building permits. Okay, I can see that we do have objectors here, and so just so everybody knows, this is how we'll proceed. The applicant will put on their case in chief. Their witnesses will testify. If there are supporters, we'll turn to the supporters to see if they have any comments in support, and then we will turn to the objectors. And at that time, can we please silence the phone?
Yeah, maybe this is.
Okay. All right, so we'll turn to the objectors, and then at that time, you'll have the opportunity to state your objection on the record. You can cross-examine the applicant's witnesses if you want. You don't have to, but if you want, you can. And then once the objectors are done, we will turn it back to the applicant for rebuttal and closing argument. So with that, would everyone who's planning to testify, including the objectors, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is John George, and also with me today is Mr. Matt Ali from our law firm, the Ackerman Law Firm, 71 South Ackerman, Chicago. We're here appearing on this afternoon on behalf of Racine Products Incorporated, on behalf of their request for special use to have a cannabis infusion facility at 8137 South on Racine Street. With me today is Mr. Leslie Patrick, who is the president of Racine Product Incorporated. Mr. Patrick is a social applicant as determined by the state. Also with me is Mr. Cameron Colucci from CFK Holdings Inc., which is the consultant that has been hired by Mr. Patrick in connection with this cannabis infusion facility. I also have with me Mr. Oscar Alba, who's the architect for the project, and also Mr. Sylvester Kerwin, who's the MAI appraiser, who's done a report on this matter. This subject property is in C2-2 zoning, and which permits a special use for a cannabis infusion facility. In accordance with the city of Chicago, that's why we're here on this particular special use. The applicant in this matter has held 2 community meetings on this project. We held them at the church, which is directly across the street from the subject site. One of those meetings we held in March 21 of 2023. We held another meeting with the same church in October the 2nd, 2023. At that time, we made a presentation of our proposed project. The witnesses were testified, and any objection was given an opportunity to ask questions concerning it. The meeting was well attended. At this facility, which we're going to be talking about today, is very similar to a commercial bakery, in that what we were doing is that what they would be doing here would be making 3 different products. They would be making chocolates, gummies, and something called tinctures. And all those products would be made on the site. The work would be done, and then after the work was done and the product was made, they would be then stored there until such time as an order was made for them to be received, and then would be delivered out. There would be no retail sale of any cannabis at this location. And I really want to emphasize that, because I think some people have questions about that. I want to make sure that it's very clear on the record. This is not a dispensary at all. It's an infusion facility, a building. The hours of operation for this facility would be 7 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, Monday through Friday. It would be closed on Saturday and Sunday. Initially, there would be 6 to 12 employees at this site. And if then business gets better, which we hope it will be, then we would go to 18 to 24 employees at this site. There's parking for 8 cars directly north of it. All that parking would be fenced off as well as part of this particular project. In terms of security, we will have 30 cameras inside of this facility to monitor all of the employees that are working there and also how the product is being made. And then there would be 12 cameras on the outside of the building to monitor activity on the outside of the building. As with every one of these cases, we will be in total compliance with the City of Chicago regulations, the zoning regulations of the City of Chicago and the state of Illinois. With that, I would then like to call, we have submitted our reports and our affidavits that are all part of this record already. I'd like to first call my first witness, and with their permission, because of the number of witnesses and everything, I'd like to use leading questions. Is that acceptable? Would you please state your full name and address, please?
My name is Leslie Patrick, 1028 Eastern Avenue, Belleville, Illinois.
And Mr. Patrick, are you the applicant for this special use that's before the board today?
Yes.
Okay. And as I indicated earlier when I was identifying you, are you a social applicant recognized by the state of Illinois?
Yes.
And have you also received from the state of Illinois, the Department of Agriculture, an infuser license for this facility?
Yes.
Okay. This particular project, this particular location, is this one that you chose because of its location and proximity to transportation and also the fact that it's vacant?
Yes.
Okay. And you have, as I understand, you have retained a company and hired a company, a consulting company called CFK Holdings Inc. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And are they a company that specializes with infusion facilities and how they operate and how they operate on a daily basis?
Yes.
Okay. And with that company that you've hired, they are a consultant, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do they have any interest in the revenue that you receive from the product that's being sold here?
No, they do not.
And they are paid a fee for their services, is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Patrick, You attended 2 meetings on this, is that correct?
That's right.
And were at both of those meetings were presentations made with all of our experts as to exactly what was proposed for this site?
Yes.
And what exactly are the hours of operation for this facility?
The 7 AM to 5 PM, Monday through Friday, no weekend work.
Okay, will there be any other than the cannabis infusion facility, will there be any other retail uses at this site?
No.
Will there be any residential uses at this site?
No.
And the number of jobs proposed, you would start out with is it 6 to 12 jobs, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if business were to increase, would that increase to 18 to 24?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the employees that work here are people that are vetted through the state of Illinois, is that correct? With respect to the security that's going to be provided for on this site, is it correct that there will be 30 cameras inside the building to monitor the employees that are working in this facility?
Yes, we do 30 inside and 12 outside.
And if this special use were to be granted, would you be in compliance and adhere to all of the regulations of the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois? Yes. Also, you heard the chairman indicate that there was a statement there by the city of Chicago as to certain things that they're supporting us providing certain items are done. Are you agreeing with those items being done?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman, for Mr. I would like to call my next witness, please, Mr. Carlucci. Would you please state your full name and address?
Cameron Carucci, 2116th Street, Denver, Colorado, 80202.
And are you a member of CK Holdings LLC, which is a single member LLC that provides consulting services for cannabis-related businesses establishments throughout the United States?
CFA Holdings.
In addition to consulting, you yourself hold certain cannabis licenses, is that correct?
Correct.
What kind did you hold?
Cultivation and infusion, it's health and nutrition.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Calucci has testified as an expert before you in a similar type of a case, and I would ask that he be recognized as such in this case.
So recognized. Just let me make just one comment. If both you, counselor, and witnesses, and everybody who's going to testify, just please keep your voice up for our recorder.
No problem. Given the breadth of experience that you have, Mr. Calucci, you've been retained by the applicant to help him with this proposed location of 8137 South Racine. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is for an infusion location. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are you being paid a fee for your services?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any interest in the receipts that will be received by him for the operation of this facility?
No.
Is it your understanding that this particular site was chosen because of the location that it has and that it's vacant property in close proximity to transportation? Is that one of the reasons why it was chosen?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to this particular building, will there be any retail sales on the site?
No, there will not.
Will there be any residential sales on the site?
No.
With respect to the building and how it's designed, will there be any exterior windows of the building that will allow people to be viewing what's going on inside?
There will not.
And does that reflect the best practices of your industry throughout the United States?
It does, yes.
Okay. Will this diffuser facility be open to the public?
It will not.
Can you explain a little bit to the board the actual facility itself? How many entry points are there for this facility? You're looking right now at up on the board are renderings of the proposed building. So can you just tell us exactly how many entry points are there for staff and personnel to this facility?
So there are two airlocked entry points to the facility, one on the west side, one on the north side. The depiction you're seeing to the northwest corners, this would be the front entry point off of the road, off of the scene. There's additionally a secured entry for vehicles for transport that can be sealed, and then the one additional alarm egress point for fire.
And there are entrances is there any type of interlocking system that's utilized here to ensure security for the entrance and exits from this building?
There is to ensure nobody follows match personnel that have been pre-approved, that are approved to be in the facility. They enter a gated system where they enter the first door system, and the second door cannot be opened until that exterior door has been sealed and their credentials removed. That's just so essentially somebody cannot sneak in with them. This is also plays into the odor control policy because that airlock is pressurized in a positive fashion. So that when they come in and the interior door is open, as part of the odor mitigation practice, then that air is blown back into the facility and is not released outside.
And is this interlocking system done so that only authorized persons will be able to enter and exit this building?
It is, yes.
Are there going to be security cameras monitoring both the indoor activity and the outdoor activity?
Yes, every inch of the facility is covered with the exception of personal spaces such as dressing rooms and bathrooms.
And how many indoor cameras will there be that will be utilized to monitor what's going on inside the facility?
30.
And how many will there be for outside?
12.
And am I correct that the hours of operation for this would be 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. Monday through Friday and closed on Saturday and Sunday?
That's correct.
And with respect to the number of employees that will initially be hired, is the number 6 to 12 to begin with, and then if business becomes more successful, it would go to 18 to 24?
Correct.
Okay. And the type of product that's going to be made here, am I correct that it's 3 different types of product? It's going to be chocolates, gummies, and something called tinctures. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you explain a little bit about how this product is made at this site? How does a product, how does it come in? And then how is it made? How is this product made inside this facility?
Through the secure entry portal, which is on the northeast corner, there's another gated system where a vehicle pulls in and the interior doors cannot be opened until the exterior door is closed. Then that material is then weighed, measured, logged into the state's tracking system and moved into the secure vault location. From the secure vault location, measured amounts of what's called distillate, so no plant material ever enters the facility. This is all already extracted material that is been sealed in airtight containers, is housed in that vault. Again, measured amounts are then removed, taken to the infusion room in which they're infused into the different various products. Those products are then sent to third-party testing labs that the state has already authorized. That product is, the remaining product is held in the vault again under quarantine until it passes all necessary tests for pesticides, heavy metals, potency, things of that nature. And then upon the release from the state's tracking system, it is then packaged with consumer packaged goods and then sent to, again, licensed dispensing facilities that are nowhere in proximity to this facility.
Are all the employees that will be hired here, are they vetted to the state of Illinois?
They are, yes.
For eligibility to work, is that correct?
Correct.
And will these employees that are working here, will they be monitored throughout their shift as to give security to the system, to the building?
Correct, and their bags, or any personal items they bring in are checked upon entry and exit to make sure there's no diffusion of product or illicit products being brought into the facility.
Are all the working areas visible so that the cameras can in fact monitor what's going on inside the building?
Yes.
Okay. Will the security cameras that are being here, will they be connected into any type of central monitoring system that can be monitored both from within the office and outside the facility?
Yes.
Will the central monitoring system be monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Yes.
And will the Chicago Police Department also be able to be provided secure access to the contiguous cameras?
It will, yes.
Can you explain a little bit about how the product is brought in here in terms of loading and unloading so that we understand how it works and how it's secured when that's done?
Not to belabor the thing that we already covered, but essentially, yes, secure transport arrives, it's brought in, housed in the vault, and then moved only into the infusion area as needed, and then rehoused in the vault. And then again, without rehashing, those are the testing protocols as per the state, and then is sent to a dispensing location.
And then the entrance where the loading of the product comes into the building, is that off of the parking lot?
Off the secured parking lot, yes.
And that parking lot is totally secured, is that correct?
It is, yes.
It's fenced in?
Yes.
I think the rendering that went up first at the beginning, it showed the size of the fence that's going around this property to give security to that issue. Is the time, there it is right there. The time of the deliveries, are those varied from one day to the next, or is it always a standard time of delivery of product?
For security purposes, it's varied.
Let me just see. Will all the income cannabis extracts be weighed on a licensed scale and then tracked through the digital system of the state?
Yes,
And when the product is done, will it be stored in a locked vault?
yes.
Once the product is done, is it then stored in a locked vault, but is it also stored in a refrigerator? Is that what happens?
As necessary for refrigeration, yes.
And then after the order comes in, it's shipped out, is that correct?
Correct.
But there is no cannabis retail sales at this location, is that correct?
Correct.
Will all of the cannabis products be tracked through the state's, what they call a seed to sale tracking system?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Effectively, when a plant goes in at a separate facility, in the cultivation process, that plant is then tagged, and that same tag follows it through and is then split into a number of different packaging tags at an infusion facility, and then ultimately at time of sale, those tags are then closed out, and it's a way to make sure that, or to help ensure that there's no confusion of product or product loss.
What you've just discussed here as to the type of product and what's being made here, is this essentially then a commercial kitchen, except for the fact that there's cannabis infused into the product?
It is, yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
I'd like to call Mr. Sylvester Kerwin. Please state your full name and address.
Sylvester J. Kerwin Jr., President owner of S.J. Kerwin Associates, in the state of Agency Consultants.
The board recognizes Mr. Kerwin's expertise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kerwin, you have been retained to review a special use application for this particular project at 8137 South Percent, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, I have.
Which would be used then in the cannabis infusion facility, is that correct?
That is also,
And the proposed zoning for that property is C2-2, is that correct?
yes, that's correct.
And that permits this type of activity as a special use, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And have you investigated the Chicago ordinance to obtain zoning designation? The answer is yes, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, based on your observations, research, and public records that you reviewed, can you tell whether or not the proposed special use would cause any substantial injury to the character, welfare, or value of other property in the area?
Based on my research of other similar properties with this use that's been established, I did not find any adverse impact to the surrounding properties with respect to change in character of the area or valuation of the surrounding properties. And it met all of the criteria for the special use.
And are all of those, the statements you just made now and the conclusions that you reached, are all those contained in the report that you furnished to me, which is now part of the record of these proceedings?
Yes, they are in greater detail. It's gone into the reports.
So all of the material that's in there, you adopt that testimony that's in there as part of this report, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
In your opinion, based on the report, would the proposed diffuser be in the interest of public convenience and not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare?
It will be a benefit for them, not have an adverse impact on the general welfare. As you heard testified earlier, that right now we presently have a vacant lot. There was a building on there in the years ago that was, I believe, taken down in February of 2020. So in that sense, yes, it will improve the neighborhood.
Yeah, based on your research of other existing properties within the city of Chicago that provide cannabis-related uses, have these particular projects resulted in measurable adverse impacts on the overall community?
No, they have not. Based upon, again, on my research and analysis of properties surrounding these other properties that are providing cannabis-related uses, the city is divided into 7 cannabis locations. Our subject is located in the southwest district. I uncovered 6 properties in that district that I analyzed. They're included in my report, some detailed photographs. And my conclusion was there was no adverse impact of the surrounding properties as a result of this use.
In fact, in this case here, there'll be about 6 to 12 initial jobs, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then if the business went better, it would go to 18 to 24, is that
Yes,
correct?
there will be opportunities to expand the.
In your opinion, based on your experience, would special use contribute to the ongoing revitalization of the area?
Yes, absolutely. I've been looking at the subject block along the east side of the street. 75% of it is vacant land right now. This will definitely improve it. I believe earlier, this section is located in the city invest southwest sector. They're trying to revamp and, reduce new commercial uses along Racine and also other, and Racine is a commercial.
But based on your experience, would this be compatible with the surrounding area?
Yes, it would be.
And would it be compatible with the character and condition and appearance of the area in question?
Yes, as you can see from the exhibits here and the architectural drawings, it'll be a one-story attractive building. I believe it stays correct, very well secured.
Will the improvements on this non-vacant parcel improve the surrounding properties because it will replace a vacant, unattractive piece of property with a building that will be producing jobs and revenue?
That's correct. Also, it will be generating employment as well as an economic return in the form of taxes and sales.
And would the area around the site be in any way have any adverse impact as a result of this being put up?
Not in my opinion, no.
In the hours of operation, as you understand them, you've been informed are 7 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, closed on Sunday and Monday, and closed on Saturday and Sunday.
Yes, that is correct.
There would be no retail uses on this site, is that correct?
That's also correct.
No residential uses either.
No residential uses either.
And are you familiar with the piece of property at 320 West 83rd Street in Chicago?
Yes, I am.
And is that a matter that you recently testified to with respect to an application for an infusion facility at that place?
Yes, that is correct. I testified before this board not long ago, last year, with respect to the same type of use, an infuser. There was no retail sales, and no customers are coming.
That site directly next to a large Chicago Park District property on West Channel Park?
Yes, it was.
I have no further questions. Next person I would like to call is Mr. Oscar Alba. Please state your full name and address.
Oscar Alba, 1400 West Hubbard Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60642.
Mr. Alba, are you the architect, the licensed architect for this proposed project, the 8137 to 8147 South Hussein?
Yes, I am.
Did you design this project as the special use application, connection with the strict application of the city of Chicago regulations?
Yes.
And the first property right now has a concrete foundation, is that correct?
Correct.
And that has the applicant proposed to put up a one-story building that would have 7,357 square feet, is that correct?
Correct.
Would there be any commercial uses?
No.
Would there be any residential use?
No.
Can you explain what the fabric of the building would be? Would it be brick veneer, is that correct?
It's a one-story masonry structure with brick veneer, flat roof.
And is that the rendering of the building that you're talking about?
Yes.
Will there be any exterior signage on this building to identify it as a fusion facility?
No signage at all.
Will there be minimal exterior windows in this building that you designed?
Minimal opening, yes.
Will those be allowed to have, will those be visible people on the outside to look in and see what's going on?
You would not be able to see inside.
Those are just for the character of the building, is that correct?
That's correct.
Has this building been designed so that no cannabis products or cannabis paraphernalia can be visible, is that correct?
That's correct.
As I understand it, is, not tell me if I'm correct, will there be 30 cameras inside and 12 cameras on the outside for security purposes?
Yes, there will be.
Okay. Will this be utilized as a commercial production of cannabis infusion products? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Is it in your intention to bolster security for the loading and unloading of cannabis will contain an enclosed loading dock accessible only through the parking lot to the north of the proposed structure.
That is correct.
And so only the loading will take place off of this alley, which is enclosed with fencing, which is part of this facility, right?
Off of the parking lot. Yes. Secure parking.
And have the loading docks designed in such a way that they will, only people who have a code can get in. There's this interlocking system for the doors, is that correct?
That is correct.
And there are these parking spaces that are next to the building for the employees, and are there 8 parking spaces?
Yes.
Is that in compliance with the code regulations of the city of Chicago?
Yes, it is.
For anybody that visits, will there be any visiting people parking in this parking lot?
There will be no visitors.
Again, there will not be any sale of, this is not a dispensary, there won't be any sale of cannabis products at this location.
No sale, no visitors.
I have no further questions of this witness, and I have no further witnesses to testify in this matter.
Excellent. All right, are there supporters that would like to speak? Or do you just want to be recognized as?
I would most definitely.
You want to speak? Okay, great. Absolutely, sir. Okay, can you start by stating your name and address?
I'm Dr. Elia Israel. I happen to be the national chaplain for the African American Contractors Association. I'm also the international high priest for the congregation of Israel throughout the world. I lived in the community since 1966. I lived in that community before we was allowed crossover. So I done seen the ups and the downs of the community. Two things that, and which number one I'm in support. Number one, for health reasons. People want to say the side effects of marijuana. Side effect comes with the smoking. It's medical fact with the smoke, which is burning up brain cells. Matter of fact, when I was coming up, we used to call those guys smoking. Tweedy.
Sure.
That's what
But just so you're clear though, I mean, we're not here to debate the use of marijuana. We're not. That's not, just so everybody's clear here, that's not what this hearing is about. This is a zoning hearing related to a special use. So we're not here to debate, the use of marijuana. Continue.
As a man of the cloth, a major man of the cloth, I have to make sure that my counterparts are here. People of our community is here. I don't want nobody to think that I'm promoting what is called dope. So that's why I gave a disclaimer, if I'm able to. Okay? Next is that when you get to talking about oil, especially cold press, there's no variance as far as the potency. If we can use olive oil, which came from a plant, we can use castor oil, right? Cottonseed oil, et cetera, et cetera. Surely we can use this for benefit. So I took just a little quick if I can, because really we brought 60 people down here to support. But because of the delay in the schedule, remember you guys got all scheduled up there. Okay, so they had to go. We've been down here since noon. Then we had to wait till 1 to come up here. So I mean, you want to bring the police sergeant, whoever else come in and verify. We had 60 people to support it, okay? I want to say that for the record. I hope it got down in the record. The next thing is, I'm looking up the health benefits. It said to offset anxiety and depression.
Hold on, let me just stop you because we're not talking right now about something that is relevant to this. This is a zoning hearing.
That's what I'm saying.
I hold on. I listen, we've been here all day.
I know I have too.
And not as long as we have.
Okay.
But it's my job as the chairman of the zoning board to make sure that we stay focused on the factors for a special use. There are 5 factors. can we get a slide of the 5 factors? Because your statements need to fit in one of these 5 factors, and that goes for the supporters and the objectors. If you're not talking about one of the factors on the screen right now.
Can you enlarge the factors?
That's probably, yeah, well, here, I'll read them to you.
Thank you.
I'll read them to you. So the first one is complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance.
Right.
Second one is it's in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. 3 is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design. 4 is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. And then 5 is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. One thing that is not on there is any discussion about the pros and cons of smoking marijuana, ingesting marijuana, or using marijuana in any way. That's not why we're here, okay? The state of Illinois has already decided that marijuana is legal in this state, and if you have an issue with that, that's an issue for the state, not for the zoning board of the city of Chicago. Okay. So with that said, do you have anything else that you would like?
Oh, I got a whole lot to say.
Sorry.
Within a long time waiting to say it. Now, to be honest with you, what I was going over was found in the second category, second classification.
Okay.
But you know what? Since I continue, I'm gonna back up off of that. I'm gonna back up off of it. Okay? I'm still looking for brownie points because I did that. But no problem.
Right.
No.
It's
just a joke, man.
I know, but
it's just a joke.
But I just want to make sure, like when we're talking about number 2,
yes,
in the interest of public convenience and not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community, what we're really talking about is the building and the infusion facility, the operation of the facility,
and the benefits of the community. Well, that's okay. We passed that. We passed that.
Okay.
Let's go to the next thing.
Okay.
The next thing is, I don't know if you guys remember, but that territory used to be the #1 area in the country for gang violence, dope, everything. I served with Attorney Lewis Meyer. He'll clean all the area up. As a matter of fact, Commander Terry Hillard was a part of the organization who was one of 500 black men. Okay, because of the work that we did in that community, closing up drug houses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, he became a chief of police. Now, what does that have to do with it? What I'm saying is that I'm for, right, progression, not recession, not depression, not oppress. I'm definitely not for none of that.
And I take it that it's your opinion that the infusion facility would be good for the community.
Good for the community.
Okay.
On several points, okay? Not just the health reasons, but it's visual presence. It brings up the community. By the way, I was a mortgage bank for 30 years. It brings up the value of the community. Trust me. Not only that, is that when we get to talking about the empowerment zone for the South and the West Side, these people are committed to allow participation for contractors from the South side to participate in the building, unlike Save-A-Lot and others that I can mention that came across your table, okay? So I'm saying, unlike other projects that's in the community, did not have us. Matter of fact, they excluded us, okay, from participating, but yet they reap the benefits, being grants or whatever thing else, to uplift the South Side. And guess what they did? They did a bait and switch, a reversal Robin Hood type of thing. And I know you understand what I'm saying, okay? So I'm here to say that these men, and we talk eyeball to eyeball, face to face, and I do have discernment of spirit. They're committed to the growth of the South Side, not the demise of the South Side. So I just want to say that for you. I do got more to say, but I'm gonna come there. You said you tried.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any other supporters that wanted to say anything new? And again, as we go, through this process, what we're looking for is when somebody speaks, if you agree with that person, you just say, I agree. You don't have to repeat what the person said because we're not looking for repetition. So are there any other supporters that want to say anything? Please, sir, if you can state your name and address first.
Bob Israel, 8740 South, It's King is Bob Israel. 8742 Washington, that's too far down the street. I was trying to fence before, but now they push me overboard because I'm looking at it complies. It sounds like it complies with the standard of zoning. Is it in the interest of public convenience? Sound like it complies with that adverse impact on general welfare. The general welfare of the community, we need development. I'm with development. I don't care what it is. I'm spiritual, but not religious. So we need development in that area. I don't know if I've been on 81st. And they saying lately there's nothing over there. Really, like you said, 75% of that block. It's a compatible character, surrounding area. I've been around that surrounding area. Yes, I think it fits in Southwest and all that scale project. I'm being quick as I can. I'm tired too. Compatible with character surrounding area. I'm compatible. I don't know what compared to. Operations, they say it's not gonna be open that much, but 9 to 5. Cause I'm glad we raised our hand earlier too first, cause not to bear false witness, because when I walked up, I saw somebody against it. They were like, oh, it's gonna be a dispensary, it's gonna be this. And now I see it's not a dispensary. It's not gonna have, traffic. I know they're concerned. I love the kids. Anybody know, you can Google me, Bob Israel. So I know the kids can't stay in it. The kids can't get to it. They say there's no, traffic. Secure, I ain't secure like Fort Knox. So I'm saying, so it's like I'm just in desire to promote the pedestrian safety. I'm really speechless. I mean, I'm floored. So,
all right, thank you.
I can't hear with the hills against it and why.
Thank you very much. All right, any other supporters? Counselor, you're gonna get your chance for.
I was just gonna another question that I forgot to ask. The applicant here, that I think might be relevant.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Patrick, has Racine Products committed to give back 5% of the infuser profits as a financial assistance to the community to support training for individuals who are involved in this cannabis industry?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we will go to the objectors. Who would like to go first?
We have one more.
Oh, we have one more supporter? Oh, I'm sorry. Who's oh, sir, if you could, because we got a court reporter here, maybe swap seats with him for a second. Just so our.
Pastor Wayne from New Pisgah Baptist Church.
I have a security church.
New Pisgah, 8130 South Racine. What happened is, on this incident here, on this situation, across from our church, and we have a $13 million veterinary beginning building that's directly in front of what they're gonna build. When I first heard about it, I was against it. Why? Why are we bringing this in? But they did come and sit down with me, and they talked to us. They explained to me what they would do. See, I thought it was gonna be smelling like it or selling, and they informed me none of that will happen. There'll be no signage. And also they're trying to create jobs. We might not like a certain thing in our community. We might not like it. But the way the system is set up, that it has rules to abide by. And one of the rules is your defense cannot be, I don't like it. I don't want it. That is not a defense. And so when I look at the rules you have up here, I see that you can comply. Because number 2, they did come and talk to me about the impact on our neighborhood and how we can address our community. Our veteran home with $13 million sits right in front of them. I was gonna make sure that they didn't put nothing over there that would destroy that veteran home building. Our church is adjacent to it, our daycare is adjacent to it, right in our neighborhood. And all I was concerned about was the welfare of our neighborhood. What were they trying to do? What were they bringing in? But when I found out they weren't bringing in nothing, they just distributing, they going, no signage, there is no signage, there is no smell, there is no selling. Okay, and based on your rules that you have up here, they met all those rules.
Hallelujah.
It might not be that we don't like something, But there are rules and there are laws. And unless you can come with a better defense, why there shouldn't be, when those rules are there and they matching those rules. I really didn't want it at first. I was against it. I was on their side. I was like, no, I don't do that. No. But when I saw they hit all the rules, everything they asked for is on there and everything they're doing is correct. And I think for me, because I'm the closest one to that building, about anybody in this room, our buildings are right across the street. If I can sit up and say I'm okay with it because they sit down and speak to me and they explain to me what they were doing. I knew you couldn't fight, but just don't like it. I don't want it. That's not the answer, but a zoning board.
That's correct.
You have to come with a criteria. I might not want it, but I want to do something else and give you an option to look at. If they have an option for something else, I'm okay with that. But if they're gonna sit up and say, we don't want it, we don't like it, we don't want that neighborhood, I know that's not gonna fly with the city of Chicago. Okay? But as far as them having it, they can go ahead, like I said, the selling part, I thought they was gonna be selling, they not selling. They're not doing nothing. They gonna drag their trucks out and run on out where they gotta go. I don't have no problem. So we okay with it. We talked to them, at first we wasn't. After we talked to them and met with them and figured out what they were doing, and that they had met the criteria, we have no problem with it. That's what we support.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's, at this point, let's turn to the objectors and okay, sir, if you could start, state your name and address, and then you can, state your objection.
I'm Pastor Thomas Barclay. I pastor the church 1301 West 87th Street. I've been pastoring there for 28 years. I grew up in this community, going to that church for over 50 years. And after going away to college and coming back, seeing the devastation of our community through drug addiction and infused stuff that's been going on for years, I've been on the campaign to try to help men and women that have struggled with addiction. I know this is not a distribution plan, but the idea of a drug-infused plan troubles me. And I think we need to think about the children, our children and our grandchildren. And I think it's important, the statement on, is it in the interest of the public's convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood and community. We need to study this before you approve this, because when a person is down, you don't kick them. You give them a helping hand. Our community has been down through drug addiction, through drug usage, and for us to say yes to an infusion plan is giving consent. The only reason why I got into this is because the principal of the school called me up and said, Pastor, can you help us with this project? Because schools can't get in the middle of these things. They know that our church has been on the front line of helping men and women in that community that have been struggling. So I want to make sure that I go on the record, because we're against this. We've been here for many times. We've come and you deferred this, and we brought people here to say that we're against this. And I want to state this up front, Mr. Chairman and the board, that this isn't something that we need to do in our community. We're building a youth center down the street to help children, not to teach them about infusing drugs into candies. Who eats gummies but children? And what we're doing is we're giving a message to our children. We can't take them on a field trip to that place. Why not? We should be able to take our children on field trips to places, but we won't take, will you take your children or your grandchildren to a place like that saying this is good for your community? I think it's important for you to take inventory of yourself to say, no, this is not good. So I'm requesting that we take a study, that you take a look at this, because I think it's important that we have a comprehensive study before you approve this of how devastating this may become in the Auburn Gresham community. And I want to make sure that at least we explore it, because when I call the police in my community, the response time is not rapid. It's not rapid at all.
Sir, I'm sorry, I need to stop you because we are arguing about marijuana.
No, well, I'm arguing about number two, that it has the general welfare of our neighborhood is at stake. And I want to make sure that if the general welfare of our neighborhood is at stake, that we listen, that we take a look at this. I'm not talking about marijuana. I'm talking about the general welfare of our neighborhood.
I'm sorry, sir, but there's a distinction here because we're talking about a facility. All right, that's what we're here for, a building that's gonna be built and where inside there's gonna be infusion of cannabis products. That's what we're talking about, but what we're not talking about is what marijuana does to a community, the consumption of marijuana or anything like that, because that's not a zoning issue. That is an issue that is bigger than this board. It's the state of Illinois, it's the federal government, it's a bigger issue. And unfortunately, it's just not something that we can decide. And it's not an objection that we recognize.
So can I recommend, as I did before, can we study this before we approve this?
To the extent that would be a request for a continuance.
Yes.
It's denied. Now, as far as the pastor's objection that he just made, by a show of hands, who agrees with the pastor?
Which pastor?
I'm sorry, the pastor who just spoke in objection.
I think we agree. So
All
the
right.
community has come. The alderman told us that he would listen to us as the community. That's why we're here today. That's why we stayed all day, because the alderman said, if you are in agreement with not having this, he would sanction this. And he told us this in his face, unless he saying two things. He told us if we came and was against it, he will be with us.
Well, I don't see the alderman here, but.
He was here. He was here.
All right, well, he's not here right now as we're hearing this, but in any event, he's still gotta fit it within one of these criteria, and the objection that you made is it's just not. It's an issue that's
So why did you take a poll of us, who's against?
Well, because I wanted to see who's got an objection that's different than what the pastor just said, because, and I've seen some hands. I'll get to you in the back. I saw your hand and I'll get to you. We'll start with the people in the front. Sir, if you could state your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Al Childress. My address is 8005 South Bishop Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60620. So I'm a resident of the community as well. And basically, I just want to kind of get on a few points in reference to the general optics of what's going on. Okay, so our neighborhood is what it is, and the general optics of bringing an infusion plant next to a daycare center in that area is just like, it's not good. I mean, we don't want to, we can justify the reasons, the taxes, the revenue and things like that, but how far are we going to sell out for money? And so when we look at that, we can see that, okay, it's bad for optics, it's next to a daycare center. And then I'm looking at the waste management. Okay, you mentioned a kitchen. I'm in the food service industry. So now my next question is what about waste management? Okay, how are you guys are going to deal with the waste product? Is it going to be done correctly? Or are we just going to throw stuff in the dumpster? See, I haven't heard anything about that yet.
And that's a question you can ask to them.
Right. So, I mean, what are we looking at as far as with that? As far as, okay, because since you said it was a kitchen, I worked in kitchens and I've been in the culinary field for over 20 years and I know about waste disposal and things of that nature. Okay, we got the rats included. And so what I'm saying is when we're looking at that particular waste of those materials, toxic things of that nature. Now we're talking about smell. I'm talking about toxicity. Could anybody here smell carbon monoxide? But yet it'll kill you, right? So yeah, let's look at that too as well when we're talking about filtration, because it has to have an exhaust system. Matter of fact, there's no building with any cooking in the city that when you're doing commercial cooking, it needs to have an exhaust system. And I'm pretty sure that the criteria of those sorts of things have to be addressed as well. So
That is one of the points I'm looking at as far as with that. Aside from the crime, the health, that's one of the major points for me as far as with that. And so, I mean, that right there can be a concern. Because see, if your employees don't properly dispose of that stuff and say, okay, look, our dumpsters are full, let's just dump the stuff in the sewer, now we have a bigger problem. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm not gonna hold the time right there because we want to stay within the confines of having a significant adverse impact on our community. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you for your time. All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
And that's an example of an objection that does fit within the standards, so I appreciate that. All right, you can go next if you can say your name and. We'll let you speak in rebuttal, once we're done with all the objections. So make notes that things that you wanna comment on, because once we're done with the objectors, we'll come back and you'll be able to rebut and then close. Okay, ma'am, if you could state your name and address, please.
My name is Irma Childress, and I stay at 8005 South Bishop Street. I'm a resident of that, a homeowner in that community. So I was looking at what you have put before me is compatible with the correct character of the surrounding area. That an infusion plan is not compatible to that surrounding area.
Well, what it means, you have to read the whole thing because it's
site for the planning
narrower.
and building scale and the project design. I understand it's a commercial building. They can have an infusion plant someplace else. It's among people that are down. We got a methadone clinic down the street. And I understand looking at commercial, but I'm looking at the web. I'm a nurse. So I see a lot of people come in with car accidents that's high, that motor vehicle, people that's been shot, and they're in rehab now trying to regain life and regain mobility. So having an infusion plant right there and to have all that security and cameras that's to me is not really safe. They're saying it's safe, but if you need that much safety there, where's the police officers there? You see they got on a call, they don't respond fast enough. They'll break in anywhere on the south side of Chicago. And just having cameras don't mean anything. They'll shoot them out. We got cameras shot out. My backyard, my garage got shot up. I mean, it's like we don't care. Do we sell out for everything just for $1? I mean, I look at the people that's really giving up because of the drugs they were on and the motor vehicle accidents and because they were high, the vaping. Our young people are vaping more than anything. The candies and the gummies and the infusion, it's okay to make $1, but can we make it someplace else? Can you do the infusion plant someplace else where they're not children, where they're not people striving to come back to be independent again? And that's my thing right there. Okay. Compatibility for the community.
All right.
Yes, I like the business, is good. Make money is good, but only for 6 or 7 people, maybe 12 people. There's a lot of people that need jobs. Can we build something else there?
Okay, who would like to go next? The gentleman in the back, if you could actually come forward.
Well, I can project more forward.
All right.
No, I would like.
Yeah, the court reporter needs you.
Just a second.
Yes, my name is Frederick
You
Calvin.
can maybe come over here, just get closer to the court reporter. She needs
Can
it.
you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Frederick Calvin. I stay at 10049 South Indiana. My greatest concern is that if you're talking about the science of infusion, we're talking about chemicals that you cannot smell. Why aren't these chemicals being made? We are being made aware of what chemicals are used in this process. There are hazardous spills throughout this country every day. This thing is inside of residential areas. These things we ought to know.
Thank you. Ma'am, in the front here.
Yeah, my name is Rose Meyer. I live 1400 West on 104th Street. And I would like to address the very last one. And it says, it's designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. And I believe when one of the gentlemen was speaking, they spoke on how many they didn't say, but it said security on the inside. And did you say something like 30?
30.
And so many on the outside, which was about 12 or 13, I believe. My concern is, if you're saying it's not serious, that nothing is gonna happen, why do you have to have so much security? That says a lot to me. And if you have people patrolling, I'll use the term, outside of this building, then you're gonna have the people who are walking up and down the street. They're gonna have some fear. There's not gonna be any safety or comfort. I would not like to walk down that street knowing what's going on the inside of that building, and also knowing the general population in that area. And if you have people who are committing crimes all over in that area, there's no safety. And there's certainly no comfort in walking down the street knowing somebody just might try to do something, because now evidently you all think something is gonna happen if you have to have that much security going on inside and out. That's a major red flag for me. I would also like to address is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. Yes, it is. If I'm walking down the street shivering because I have to walk past this institution that's bringing forth what it's bringing forth, and what my community unfortunately has done and does with crime, you don't know what's gonna happen at any given time at that facility. And evidently, you all have some concern about that with all the security that you find asking for.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go to the gentleman in the yellow shirt.
Thank you. First of all, my name is Joseph Cole. I live at 10906 South Beverly Avenue, Chicago. I'm addressing point number 3, building scale and project design. A 7-foot fence. Ask any police officer in the city of Chicago. A 7-foot set fence is not going to keep anyone out of anything. I don't see any barbed wire up there. I don't see any barb bent over, razor wire, none of that little kind of stuff is gonna keep anybody from hopping. Ask any cop that's ever chased somebody down an alley. Project design, I brought this up before when we were in the church meeting. That back door is not double sealed. That back door has a security system. That security systems are designed to be circumvented. All it takes is a paper clip in the right place or a nail clip applied correctly, wide open. One person that's working inside of that facility, no one has said anything about how bonded they're gonna be. One person inside of that facility will leave one back door open long enough for one good bundle of stuff to go over that fence.
Thank you, sir. Who would like to go next? Again, if you have anything new, yes.
Yes, I do. Tarlin Lampton, 2116 West 51st Place, Chicago. Indoor cultivation is energy consuming. It is due to you talked about heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and it's gonna create greenhouse gases. How are you gonna protect our employees that's gonna work there? And it contributes to all type of erosion, and you see us, you see our face, sir, you're not paying attention. We are saying no to this plan.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, in the back with the glasses.
Okay, I want to address, is in the interest of public convenience.
Please first state your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Joanne Turner, 11031 South Peoria. And I want to address, is in the interest of public convenience. What is the convenience for? It says they claim they're going to sell wholesale. So it's not the public that's living in the area. Who it's convenient for? And it will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. It will have an impact because the welfare of the neighborhood is not really profiting by this. Only the people that's dealing with this building. And then it's compatible to the character of the surrounding area in terms of a site plan. That surrounding area, how can it be compatible when you're up against, you have children, schools, senior buildings? How is it compatible to senior buildings and children? It's not helping the neighborhood. It's not helping the neighborhood at all. And it's not, and then it's compatible to the terms of operation and characteristics. We've seen time and time again where corporations do not adhere to the standard that the government sets for them in inventing what do you call it, gases and off gases and things like that. So we have no assurance of that. So they're not helping the neighborhood. The neighborhood is not getting anything out of it. The children are not getting out, and the old people, certainly, the senior building. So it's not helping the neighborhood. They're not feeding the neighborhood. So it's not helping at all. This is helping their pocket. I'm not against people making money, but make it somewhere else. That's all we're saying. Make it somewhere else.
Thank you. Sir, with your hand raised.
Yes, how you doing? My name is Terry Brett. That's BREATHETT. 8445 South Aberdeen. Been there 50 plus years. Now, I'm the co-facilitator over here. Crime has risen in the past 2 years. The school has talked to me about their property. You don't need. I don't. And so the fact, with it's further down the block, I walk. I don't drive. I walk everywhere I go. That's there. Oh, I'm going to take an eye on there. Watch them at home. If it's going to be there, I'm going to walk and check them out. I might wave that, but we better watch their back. Because the moment it gets messed up, because I know in a year and a half, it probably will be agreed to Israel that we don't need in our neighborhood. They say it's not going to be that, but I'm pretty sure it will be. That's why I do not want to get our children. We got too many green places on each corner, and the school a block away. And on the corner, there is another daycare center right there. That's across the street from where it's going to be built. There's two daycare centers that's back to back on that same block. We don't need it. I don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Shirley Harris. I live at 8514 South Justine Street. And my concern is, I heard the gentleman say that there would be 4 or 5, maybe 6 jobs. How is that benefiting us? I agree with the young lady. We're not benefiting from 6 jobs. So the good does not outweigh the bad. Okay. And you're saying it might be 8 to 20, still, that's insignificant.
Anyone else?
I have this one concern. If any of
If,
these.
hold up, before you speak, you have to say your name and address.
My name's Kenny Boyce, I live 8824 South Troop Street.
She can't hear you. Yeah, slower. And
My name is Kenneth Boyce, I live 8824 South Troop. My only concern is if any of these compliances are not met, will it be shut down?
So if they do not comply.
Because none of this has happened. None of this has happened.
If they don't, the special use, it's a permit. It can always be pulled. So if they don't do what they're supposed to do, the special use permit can be pulled.
Okay.
Who would monitor that?
What is it business affairs? Yeah. So it'd either be business affairs or the Department of Planning and Development.
It could also be the health department.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
The zoning board go against the community, but can you give us an answer for that?
What's that?
Would this board go against the community?
I'm sorry, we don't answer questions. I mean, we're gonna deliberate on this and then make a decision. So, all right, are there, oh, sir, do you have something you wanna say? Please state your. Oh, hold up, the court reporter's gotta get it.
I can come closer to.
8119.
Can you say your name again, sir? I'm sorry, I can't.
Speak up.
Say your name. Charles Gordon.
Gordon, thank you.
8119 South Peoria Street. Now, when we were outside there, waiting to get in here, there were a lot of guys that had on red orange hats. And I was asking them, why are they here? They didn't know anything about us. They told me that they was here for some kind of job situation and they gonna get $100 or something for coming down here. After I talked with them for a while about what was going on, they said they didn't know nothing about that.
Sir, I mean, the people that you're talking about are not even
Let
here.
no man deceive you. Everybody who was out there did not have this interest in concern.
Sir, whoever was outside in the hallway, it's irrelevant to this.
I'm just saying, a lot of those people not here now. Why? Because they didn't feel as though they would be interested.
Okay, understood.
Chairman, we're also on the same floor with Human Resources.
Yeah, all right, are there any other objections?
I just recently.
Address, name and address.
Franklin, 8557 South Ada, 60620. And I just recently moved to a beautiful community and it just doesn't seem right to have that infusion. I just wanted to be on the record.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anything else? All right.
You might have someone behind you.
What?
What? Were you gonna speak?
Yeah. Oh, did you want to speak? Okay, yeah, probably, so at least get in front of the court reporter so she can.
So my name is Carla Glover. For the record, I live at 4458 South Greenwood Avenue, Chicago, of course. And I served as chief of staff under the former Alderman Howard B. Brookins Jr. When this came up before him. It was said earlier, not to reiterate what has already been spoken. I'm just here to attest to the fact that there was a community meeting held. I have the email that was sent to Pastor Wayne Smith. And the meeting, the community meeting was held at his church in New Pisgah MD Church, Tuesday, March 21st. It was from 6 to 7 o'clock p.m. And we needed access to the building a little bit earlier. And the meeting was well attended.
Thank you very much. All right, any other objections? All right, seeing none, we are now going back to the applicant for a brief rebuttal and closing. Brief.
I will be brief. I will be brief. I appreciate everyone's time. There were certain questions though that I would like to answer just so that the record is clear, and I would like Mr. Palucci to answer some of the questions with respect to number one, the issue about the renting of the system and stuff like that, and about waste. Can you please respond to that?
Yeah, I think we're gonna bifurcate that a little bit. So to answer your question about essentially the disposal and control of disposal, since it is essentially a tracked material, it actually has to be logged and destroyed on camera and made unconsumable and not reconstitutable. So there actually is a process for destroying any sort of waste.
Oh, wait, hold up. All right, if you can.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Slow down. Slow down, it probably would help. I know you want to address the person who made the questions, but because of the court order, if you could actually speak towards her so that she makes sure she gets it on the record.
Understood. So all materials are to be rendered reconstitutable and inedible. So for instance, any, let's say, gummy trimmings or anything like that from the production or anything of that nature is on camera logged, weighed, and destroyed, generally by mixing in with dirt and everything like that, so it cannot be further consumed. It is then stored inside the facility under lock and key until waste removal arrives, calls in, they're permitted to enter the premise, and then that leaves with that vehicle. So that's how, that was, I guess, a quick summary of that. As far as the odor control, I think Oscar is probably the best one to address that, because there were some very strict rules around what could be done and what needed to be done around the odor mitigation.
Yeah, the health department's biggest concern was order, and other recommendations, and of course, engineering. It will have inline all exhaust systems sized adequately for the CFM, and having inline granular activated carbon filters for each exhaust is mandatory.
There was a question asked, and the way I understood the question and the objection being made, it seems like there's still some people that feel as though we are selling product at this location.
I think for the record, it is clear that you're not selling. Yeah.
The next, there's also a question concerning the security. Why do we have so many cameras? We have so many cameras because the state of Illinois requires that we have all these cameras. And so we exceed the number of cameras that's there. But the state of Illinois requires it because of this type of the nature of the facility. It has to have all those cameras. I believe those are the only particular ones I want to respond to. I would like to just close with saying that I believe that the case we have put on today meets the 5 criteria that are reflected up on that screen today. And I think all the testimony we have elicited goes to those different points. In this particular case, we have a piece of property which is zone C2-2 on a commercial street, which is Racine Street, which has other commercial uses up and down Racine Street. This is a vacant lot. We will be putting a building on this lot, improving the property to what it is right now. We will also be creating 6 to 12 jobs to begin with, but 18 to 24 when it gets going.
You heard that already. I'm saying.
Hold up. Please stop. This is, we're in closing now, and there's.
We won't get a rebuttal today?
There's no rebuttal. The objections are done. He's closing, and then we're gonna take it under advisement.
So I think we've met all the criteria. I think all the testimony shows that we have met it. And I think it will give a social applicant the opportunity to operate a facility here, which will be in total compliance with the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago regulations. And I thank you for your time.
Are there any questions from the board?
I just have one question, or it won't be long, or the chairman will maybe leave the board. Quick question is, there was some mention of a daycare center in proximity to school. Can you talk about where those are in location to?
Calumet High School, I think, is about a block and a half or maybe a block and a half away. It's east of the subject site. There is a daycare facility not too far from us, but there is no restrictions with the state of Illinois with having a facility like an infusion facility in proximity to a daycare facility. So we do not violate any regulations with respect to that at all.
Last question, there was a suggestion that the 7-foot fence is not sufficient. Did you guys consider, what else did you consider, or what's your position on it?
7 foot is what's normally permitted. If the city will allow us to put a bigger fence in, we put a bigger fence in. So we'll be glad to do that, okay? But I'm just telling you what the code requirements, And what's depicted on there is what the code permits. If the city will allow us, the city will allow us to put up a higher fence, we'll put up a higher fence. Okay? Our purpose is to try to give as much security as we can to this facility. That's why we're doing all the things we talked about with our testimony today.
Can I correct him?
No,
He made a mistake. Calumet High School is not there anymore.
What's the name of the high school that's there?
There's no high school there anymore. So
Okay.
It wasn't. Okay, there was a big high school about Rocket.
all right, in any event,
Oh, they moved already.
Oh, it's closed.
okay.
I'm talking about the elementary school.
Okay, all right. At this point, we're gonna take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone, for your input. We'll take it under advisement. Thank
Okay. Oh, I'll pick next.
And somebody out there. That's more of a fear than a fact.
You know, they're ready, oh, ready.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I'm right. All right, I move that we recess until 6:35. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Rao.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya. I vote yes, we're recessed until 6:35.
You had to do yeoman's work today, man. Jinxed it. We're almost there. Not really. I know. Let me pickle down. He's checking out. Sorry, Mr. Dees, gotta So we are the next Is he really? We got one more. You want to do it?
Everybody, we're gonna be bringing in more people. Please throw away your empty cartons.
Carla.
I know you know.
I mean, we're down here.
I'm gonna bring in some that could just.
You know, where the elevators are getting people and there's. Right next to, behind the stairs.
Late one today. Yeah. Good that I'm all rested up. I had daily.
There's a way to do that.
I'm actually kind of glad, but the nurse couldn't send me.
It's like hidden inside the little.
Oh, okay, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it's your whole wallet. It's like your whole wallet. Okay.
Okay, opposition sits over here. And applicant and supporters sit over here, not at the main table, just on the side seats until your case is called. Okay, opposition over there? You're welcome. Supporters over here. Opposition or support? Support.
If you're in opposition, you can fill up these seats here. And once the table's full, then you guys can pull up the number.
Okay, opposition over here. Any of these seats over here? Any? You can sit anywhere you want on this side. Support over here.
Is that allowed?
Yeah. Hold that row over there.
Where do we lose Brandon?
Opposition over there.
He wasn't helping. I keep asking him to stop. He's like, I'm not today.
Right.
No, I mean, evaluation.
Victor, should I bring in 95th and 32?
How many are with 95th?
I will find out.
That's where you want just like what they have right there.
Yes, all world.
Yeah, I imagine something.
What, in May? In May. Because in May was the first one we were back in person. She was. Small room, but it went quick.
Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the zoning board of appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Rao,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back. And we are now on calendar number 398-23S. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Green and Randall LLC and Nature's Grace and Wellness LLC. Two, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. And three, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated October 20, 2023, all prepared by Interform Architecture and Design. Would everyone who is planning to testify today, please raise your right hand? Applicants, witnesses, and objectors. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Counselor Fatikas, you may proceed.
Great, thank you, sir. Again, for the record, my name is Nick Fatikas. I'm one of the attorneys at the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle Street. I am here on behalf of the co-applicants, Green and Randall LLC and Nature's Grace and Wellness LLC. The applicants are proposing to lease the subject property located at 2601-407 West Cermak Road. The property is actually improved with 2 one-story retail buildings and surface parking. The smaller building closer to the Rockwell Street side of the property is occupied by a Little Caesars, and the larger building, which actually had previously operated as a laundromat, has actually been vacant now for over a year. The applicants are proposing to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary within the larger, again, now vacant building. In order to permit the dispensary use, the applicants are seeking a special use because the subject property is located in the C1-2 zoning district. We have 4 primary witnesses available to testify tonight. On behalf of the co-applicants, Mr. Roger Dillman, our security consultant, Mr. Greg Carpenter, our land planning consultant, George Kissel, and our MAI designated appraiser, Mr. Terrence O'Brien. And Mr. Chairman, before I call my first witness, I wanted to make sure the board understands the relationship between the co-applicants. Green and Randall LLC is a social equity applicant that obtained the conditional approval license from the state of Illinois. Green and Randall is represented today by 2 of its managers, Sarah Zamatis and Darrell Randall. Given the complexity and level of experience needed to establish and operate a cannabis dispensary, they've entered into a management agreement with Nature's Grace and Wellness, which is an experienced operator in the local cannabis industry. Nature's Grace actually currently operates a grow facility and 2 licensed dispensary locations in the Chicagoland area. In fact, the board approved the special use for these same 2 co-applicants for the dispensary at 3419 through 25 West Belmont Avenue in the Avondale neighborhood, and that was under call number 24023S. I know the findings of fact and witness statements explain the background of the relationship, but I wanted to make sure that that relationship was clear for the board headed into today's proceeding. I'd also point out that again, Sarah and Darrell are both present and available to answer any questions that there are. And with that, I'd ask to call my first witness, Mr. Roger Dillman. Roger, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Roger Dillman, 19535 116th Avenue, Mokina, Illinois, 60448.
And Roger, you're the retail vice president of the co-applicant Nature's Grace and Wellness LLC?
Yes.
Again, Nature's Grace is partnering with Green and Randall LLC to operate the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary at 2601-407 West Cermak, right?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that again, Green and Randall is a social equity applicant under the state statute?
Yes.
And ownership of the company is made up of service veterans, female owners, and minority ownership, is that right?
Yes.
And that make up a larger co-applicant to exceed the 51% state qualification standard, and again, obtain that conditional approval from the state of Illinois.
Yes.
More specific to the subject site, it is a 19,660 square foot lot with 2 retail buildings, is that right?
Yeah.
And the smaller building, as I said, closer to the Rockwell Street frontage is a Little Caesars restaurant, and that's intended to remain?
Yes.
And your plans are to convert the larger, again, prior laundromat building to the dispensary, is that right?
Yes.
The 5,260 square foot building, footprint and 1-story building height will remain without change.
Yes.
And the dispensary will operate daily between the hours of 9 AM and 9 o'clock PM. Is that right?
Yes.
And although, as we've discussed with the Alderman's office and the Ward Zoning Advisory Group, we may adjust those hours by reducing them during the week based on need and demand. Is that right?
Yes.
Initially, you intend on hiring approximately 25 employees and staff members to help run the day-to-day operations.
Yes.
And at any given time, 10 to 12 of those staff members would be present at the dispensary. Is that right?
Yeah.
And those employee roles range from sales associates to inventory and product directors, excuse me, to store managers, correct?
Yes.
And all of those employees will be vetted and qualified through the state of Illinois program. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've also committed to having at least one armed security guard at the dispensary during all hours of operation.
Yes.
And that commitment again was made during both of your community meetings and with our more recent meeting with the zoning advisory board in the 25th ward, correct?
Yes.
And we'll get into it because we actually are now proposing a second security guard. That second guard just may not be armed at all times, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Now, in terms of the typical dispensary transaction, a customer would come to the store and walk in through the main entrance facing the Cermak frontage, correct?
Yes.
And that's where they'll enter a 1,284 square foot entry vestibule, again, at the front of the building that's separated from the rest of the dispensary. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, before a customer is allowed into the actual sales area, he or she will be will have to present identification to one of the applicant's staff members, correct?
Yes.
And again, the staff members are confirming proper identification and verifying that each customer allowed into that sales area is at least 21 years old.
Yes.
And to be clear, this will be done inside the building, again, with at least one security guard present at all times.
Yes.
Assuming the customer shows proper identification, they'll be led into the showroom or sales area.
Yes.
And from there, the customer will be able to view product, consult with dispensary staff, and ultimately make or pick up their order, correct?
Yes.
The business model actually contemplates 3 ways for customers to make that order. Is that right?
Yes.
First, the customer can place the order online and head straight into the pre-order pickup counter.
Yes.
They can also use one of these self-order kiosks located within the sales floor.
Yes.
Or they can make an order directly with one of your service professionals at the main sales counter, correct?
Yes.
And then after making the purchase, each customer will then be directed to leave the building through the doorway located on the north side of the building. Is that right?
Yes.
Customers will then exit the facility through the vestibule and doorway at the front of the building.
Yes.
The point here is that customers will enter and exit the dispensary at a controlled point, which allows you and your security personnel to better control and monitor customer movements in and out of the store, correct?
Yes.
Roger, while we obviously want to make or want to provide a welcoming and safe environment, can you tell us, is there an average transaction time for purchases within the dispensary?
Purchases can take anywhere between 3 to 7 minutes, depending on how they place them. Majority of orders are now pre-order, which means that it takes more along the 3-minute time period. But that could vary depending on how much information the customer wants. Majority though, and I would say majority, 70% at least, are normally online orders that take 3 minutes.
And during your peak times, you anticipate serving anywhere between 20 and 25 customers, and that's probably over an hour span. Is that fair?
Yeah. Yes.
And given the 1,284 square foot entrance vestibule and the 1,317 square foot sales area, you believe you have more than enough space to handle that capacity.
Yes.
Separate from the physical building, your program also provides customers with an on-site parking lot. Is that right?
Yes.
Again, the property has 6 surface parking spaces located immediately adjacent to the building that your lease has exclusive use and control, correct?
Yes.
And the parking lot also allows you to control and conduct all deliveries to and from the facility, all on site in a secure manner. Is that right?
Yes.
And all the delivery activities will occur at the rear of the building, either from the public alley or the surface parking area, again, at the rear of the lot, right?
Yes.
And you'll be able to control the timing and sizes of those deliveries So obviously they don't conflict with peak customer times for rush hour travel times, correct?
Yes,
Roger, in all, your team is prepared to invest upwards of $1 million in site security improvements to make this dispensary operational, is that right?
yes,
And those improvements extend beyond just the physical building and include, improving the surface parking area, incorporating perimeter landscaping, fencing, outdoor lighting, and the installation of your security system, is that right?
yes,
And Roger, is it also your understanding that my office prepared written witness statements on your behalf in this case?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes.
Thank you. Chairman, my next witness is Mr. Drake Carpenter.
Okay.
Drake, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Drake Carpenter, 1174 Swan Drive, Cumberland, Illinois, 60119.
And Drake, you're an operations manager with Midwest Protection, Safety and Investigation, is that right?
Yes.
And MPSI is a security consultation firm, and security service provider, correct?
Yes.
Personally, you have over 20 years of law enforcement experience.
Yes.
And while MPSI works with various corporate and private security clients, your firm also provides security for several cannabis dispensaries and cannabis-related businesses in the city of Chicago specifically, but also throughout the state of Illinois. Is that right?
Yes.
And your role in this case has been to review and implement the co-applicant's security plan for the proposed dispensary at the subject site.
Yes.
As we discussed with Roger, your plan locates an armed guard on the inside of the entrance to the building.
Yes.
The guard will assist in the customer identification process and allow eligible customers into the sales floor. Is that right?
Yes.
There will also be a second on-site security guard who will be responsible for the areas outside that main primary entrance vestibule, correct?
Yes.
And based on the applicant's commitment to the Alderman's office as well as the 25th Ward Zoning Advisory Council, there will always be at least 2 security guards on site.
Yes.
And that's during all hours of operation, correct?
Yes.
But for the record, MPSI ensures that all of its guards are certified and properly trained according to IDFPR standards and regulations and are qualified to provide both armed and unarmed services, security services, again, consistent with the state rules, correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to the armed guard, the applicant's security plan also has or calls for the installation of 45 surveillance cameras on site, right?
Yes.
And those cameras will monitor not only the inside of the dispensary, but the surface parking lot, the street frontages, and the alley that runs behind the building, and even pick up some of the activity on neighboring properties. Is that right?
Yes.
And those cameras will be linked to a monitoring system to ensure constant surveillance.
Yes.
And they'll also be linked to the city's OEMC network and shared with local police whenever needed.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And Drake, based on the details of the applicant's security plan, is it your professional opinion that the proposed dispensary will operate in a safe and secure manner?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Chairman, my third witness is Mr. George Kissel.
And the board recognizes his expertise.
Thank you. George, can you please restate your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is George Kissel, president of Oakland Kissel Associates, offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago.
And George, you are of course familiar with the subject property of 2601 407 West Cermak.
Yes, I am.
And the scope of your assignment in this case was to evaluate whether the requested special use complies with the approval criteria for special uses, as well as obviously the additional criteria for cannabis-related uses. Is that right?
That is correct.
You did inspect the subject property?
Yes.
And you prepared a written report?
Yes.
If you can, ensure we have a little bit of room to just have you do a little more of a narrative to go through his report.
Yes, but please, Mr. Kissel, don't just read your whole report.
Okay. You will not read my report.
Thank you.
George, could you please give the board members a flavor of your findings and conclusions in this case?
Sure. So in arriving at these conclusions, I examined the broad and local land use context, including a detailed inventory and analysis of the uses that are within 500 feet for the subject property, analyze the land use characteristics of the proposed use, evaluated the proposal with respect to the standards for the C12 neighborhood district, evaluated the proposal with respect to the additional criteria for the approval of special uses. The report does contain sufficient details, so I'm going to be as brief as I can and hit the major points and the major sort of background for how we reached these conclusions. First and foremost, we know there's no schools present within the 500-foot distance. Closest schools are Octavio Paz Elementary at 2651 West 23rd, and William Finkel Academy, 2332 Southwestern, both located well beyond the ordinance buffer. Proposed use will be located in an existing building that was constructed in the 60s. Existing one-story structure is in character and scale with the surrounding commercial node, in which it's located. The proposed project calls for modest cosmetic enhancements to the building, but its massing remains unchanged, and it will be consistent with the character of the surrounding area with respect to its physical attributes. The proposed use is in the interest of the public convenience, and that the continued volume of retail cannabis sales in Chicago indicates significant demand for additional cannabis dispensaries. In fact, a lack of outlets has been blamed for a leveling off of sales and revenues for state and local taxing bodies. The provision of adult use cannabis dispensaries is certainly in interest for the public convenience for retail customers. The only current available for facilities are the 10 existing medical dispensaries, along with 25 more that have been approved for a total of 34 in the city. Of those 25 more, only about 16 are open, so we have 26 facilities in the city. With a population of 2.75 million, that's about a half a dispensary for 50,000 people. For reference, recent studies find that the larger amounts per capita are 16 to 18 dispensaries for 50,000 people. The most comparable in terms of city size would be Denver, which has almost 15 for 50,000 people. Subject properties on the boundary of South Lawndale, which is basically Little Village, and the Lower West Side, which is Pilgrim. Community areas have a combined population of over 110,000 people with no dispensaries to service demand in these communities. The closest facility is in the near West Side community across a massive railway almost a mile away from that. Providing adequate facilities to satisfy the demand in Chicago's central area as well as outlying neighborhoods is in the public interest, given the amount of additional tax revenue and revenue in general is generated by recreational cannabis sales. Revenue generation is particularly advantageous in this location, as it's a highly trafficked commercial intersection that attracts shoppers from our surrounding areas. The subject property is part of an auto-oriented commercial node at the intersection of Cermak and Rockwell, again at the boundary between Pilsen and Little Village. The node's anchored by two shopping centers immediately east of the subject property. Subject property's access to public transit, its proximity to the intersection of major thoroughfares, the expressway system, and other auto-oriented commercial uses gives the proposal high commercial visibility, as well as providing adequate accessibility by multiple modes of transportation. There's also significant daytime population with nearby major employers such as Cinespace, Lagunitas Brewing, and Mount Sinai Hospital. The addition of a complementary use, such as an adult use cannabis dispensary, will draw more consumers from around the city as well as serve the local daytime population. The local daytime population and residents, again, all in the interest of the public convenience. This is particularly true, again, in the Little Village and Pilsen neighborhoods, where the subject property is located, as no dispensaries are located in those neighborhoods. The proposed use is similar to other retail uses in terms of its land use characteristics. Retail uses are compatible with other commercial uses such as restaurant, entertainment, office, and service uses, as well as residential, and don't constitute the land use conflict, especially in a distinctly commercial node such as this. Any issues arising from the proposed use, as it would be with any other use in the facility, would be due to issues with management of the operations, not the land use itself. Adult use cannabis dispensary uses, unlike other retail uses, are highly regulated with requirements for enhanced security and defined procedures for delivery and loading. These additional requirements, which include on-site trained security personnel and robust surveillance systems, provide a benefit to the area in enhancing safety during hours of operation as well as after hours. Given all of this, the proposed use is in the interest of the public convenience, both generally and at this location. And there'll be no adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community, significant or otherwise. The anticipated hours of operation between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. 7 days a week. These hours of operation are compatible with adjacent commercial uses and not in conflict with any other uses in the area. It will operate in a similar fashion as other retail uses, but again, with much more structured and regulated procedures for security, deliveries, and loading. Proposed use is similar in size to many nearby uses. As such, anticipated traffic generation will be consistent with other uses in the area. Given a maximum of about 10 employees on site and an average of 200 to 300 transactions a day, anticipated location of the subject property or transit options, ample vehicular and bicycle parking available on site, limited impact to vehicular traffic is anticipated. Outdoor lighting will be consistent with pertinent ordinances and will not be out of character with adjacent surrounding uses. All of this will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic. Proposal makes no physical changes that would negatively impact pedestrian safety and comfort. The enhanced security requirements referenced earlier will provide an added measure of safety and security to the pedestrian environment. Given all of this, it will enhance and promote pedestrian safety and comfort. Given all this, it's respectfully submitted that the proposal is consistent with all applicable standards for special uses, and the additional standards for adult use cannabis dispensaries, and that the proposed use will have no adverse impact, and no public purpose of any kind will be served by its denial.
Thank you, George. And again, it is your understanding that your written report has been submitted to the board?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify this evening, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman, my final witness is Mr. Terrence O'Brien.
And the board recognizes Mr. O'Brien's expertise.
Terry, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Terrence O'Brien, Old Apostrophe B, RIEN, maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive in North Brooklyn.
And Terry, again, the scope of your assignment was to also evaluate the requested special use criteria as well as the additional criteria for cannabis related uses. Is that right?
That's my role dealt with addressing those criteria as a professional real estate appraiser. Correct.
And based on the inspection of the subject area, you believe the proposed retail dispensary will be compatible with the surrounding land uses along West Cermak Road. Is that
In my
right?
opinion, it will, and I would like to emphasize several items. First of all, the subject property is zoned C12, which is a neighborhood commercial district. Located within the subject area, there's numerous retail uses as well as professional uses. There's a large shopping centers located at the northeast and southeast corners of Rockwell and Cermak, where the subject is located. However, in recent years, the area, from a retail standpoint, has deteriorated so much. I've noticed from roughly 2,200 Cermak to approximately 2,900 Cermak, there's approximately 41 vacant retail commercial spaces available within the subject. I would also note that the two shopping centers located immediately to the east and northeast of the subject have approximately 65,000 square feet of vacant space available. One of the large spaces at the southeast corner is a result of the vacation of a large portion of the center by Walmart.
And Terry, included with that retail vacancy is the subject building, right?
Yes, it is.
And it's your understanding it's been vacant for a little bit over a year now?
It's been approximately 2 years.
Okay, thank you. And Terry, you also provide a written report detailing your findings and conclusions in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And it's your understanding a copy of the report has been submitted to the board?
That is correct.
And if you were to continue to testify this evening, your testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
Yes, and more specifically, I don't believe that the proposed special use will have any adverse impact upon surrounding property values. I believe it's harmonious and compatible with other land uses in the area. Based upon my research, what impact dispensaries have on properties in surrounding areas, I've not seen where they've had any adverse impact whatsoever to properties in the surrounding area in which the dispensaries were located.
Thank you, Terry. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. I do want to submit two additional items before we formally rest. We did, as part of the continuous sequence of continuances for this case, we did have an opportunity to have that follow-up meeting with the zoning advisory committee. While we did not clearly obtain full support, I did want to share a copy in terms of the community benefits program. That was really the highlight of that conversation, the most recent conversation in January. We did print out a PDF for the board to have on file just to review. And then we also were able to obtain approximately 40 letters of support from local businesses and residents in the immediate area that we would like to submit to the file. Can I approach you, sir?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I go? Thank you.
And with that, you're proposing your case in chief?
That is it, sir.
Okay. All right, at this point, we will go to, the objectors. Before we begin, I just want to state that, I want to make sure that the objectors, one, try to keep your objections relevant to our standards, if we could get those up. Because if you're not talking about one of our standards, then it's just not something that's relevant to what we are here to decide. For example, some people generally have a dislike for marijuana. That is not before us. The state of Illinois has decided to legalize marijuana, and that's not something that we decide here. It's got to fit into one of these 5 bullet points you can see on the screen now. I do see that we've got Alderman Sigcho Lopez here. Alderman, did you want to go first? Did you want to go at the end?
I would prefer to go last since our constituents have been waiting for quite some time, so I'll go last.
Sure. Okay, who would like to go first? Okay, if you could start by stating your name and address, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Francis Velez, 2615 West 23rd Place. I actually, okay, I only made 3, so if you guys could share, I'd appreciate it. I lived in the community all my life, which was once called Pilsen and now Little Village. So now it's basically 3 wards, all in one, which we call one community. I'm showing you here on the first picture is Cermak and Washtenaw going towards 26th Street. So on page 2, you'll see the Church St. Romans, but also you see a camera on your left-hand side. Now, in the rectory of that church, there's only one community center, which is about the size of a bathroom, which is called Enlace Corazon, for the youth. As you go to page 4, the 23rd place, you will notice another camera that's on the corner. As we go further, as you see on number 5, which is the next block, 24th Street, there is another state-of-the-art camera, also with the spot shutter. And as you look at page 6, you see the sign of the cross. The sign of the cross is because that area, this area completely from Cermak and Washtenaw all the way down to 26th Street is gang violence, drug addiction, homelessness. As you go further, you'll notice that page 7, there's a picture of a bar. You see the cul-de-sac there, right? So this is where they used to just hang out at, and they couldn't wait to just be 21 and hang out in the bar. I was one of those kids at that time. So as we move to picture 8, it goes facing towards 25th and Washtenaw, which is another camera station that corner, and across the street are the projects in Lawndale Gardens. So page 9 is 24th Street and Rockwell, where you see factories. There's nothing but factories from 24th Street and Rockwell down to Blue Island. Page 10 is 23rd Place, where we have the Cook County's Records Building, also with cameras, facing towards Cermak. And I actually grew up on this exact block. Before it was Spiegel's, and where the Walmart was the Handy Button Company. And the last, and Toys R Us. And the last picture is 11, is facing Cermak and Rockwell towards 26th Street. My question here today is that I understand that marijuana is legal. I understand that. I don't have a problem with that. The bigger picture here is all the cameras that are surrounded in this community, not to mention all the cameras that are on the homes. About 2 weeks ago, there was a dead body found at the mall right on Cermak Avenue by the donation box. I will say it again, there's a lot of gang activity, and where youth will place dispensary at, it's actually gonna do more harm than it is good, because those are gang borderlines there, and the gang banging at nighttime is something else. I bring awareness to this because even if you were to open up a dispensary there, it will cause more damage than good. We are already dealing with enough homelessness, drug addiction, alcohol abuse. And there's already a dispensary that's at Ogden and Western. That's good enough. We actually need something more positive for our community and our residents and our elders. Yes, we have the Blue Apron, the Blue Door that is located next to the old Walmart. Yes, there's another vacant spot there where the Payless used to be, and now Walmart. All the other spaces are already filled up. Our community feels that the fact that all of a sudden this pops up, and we understand that the 40 businesses that signed up for it, but what about the residents behind that? What about the residents that have been there for years, that feel they have been disrespected because everybody's talking about this and they didn't know anything until the last minute, just like being with the rug pulled out under your feet. And again, like I said, I have nothing against marijuana, but it'll do more damage than good to that community, because we all know, and no disrespect to the owner that used to own the laundromat. Thank you for having the laundromat there, because I used to wash clothes there, but you and I both know how that area is at night, especially at night. And if we can have maybe something else put in that community for our youth, because there's nothing there. That is the forgotten part of Little Village / Pilsen. The only enlasted community center you see there is a little space. The Blue Door is for our elders. We need something there that can help break cycles with addiction, with homelessness, and for our youth to go somewhere. Because honestly, he did mention there is Ruiz, Octavio Paz, and there's also Hammond School. And we have the malls there where the families come even after school. There's already enough things going on in that community to bring another dispensary, to be honest with you. We already have one that's on Ogden and that's fine, because we don't need that. It's there and everybody knows that it's there. And it's actually in a safer area because it's an open space constantly. On Rockwell and Cermak, I do not recommend. Thank you. And we oppose it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
As we get to all of the other objectors, I just want to remind everyone, our first objector has made objections now about there being violence and drugs and alcohol in the neighborhood already. And I think it's your position that it would have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood, which would be bullet point number 2 on the screen there. So if you are in agreement with this first objector's statements, you can please just state that. I agree with her, and then if you have something new that you want to add, then please add it. The point being that we want to avoid repetition, okay? Sir, would you like to go next?
Number 41 vacant lot.
Can you state your name?
My name is Ricardo Flores, 4211 South Albany. I grew up.
You have to talk slowly.
All right, my name is Ricardo Flores, 4211 South Albany. I grew up behind, I went to Salcedo, went to Hammond. There was a shelter there, I lived there for a little bit. He's talking about 41 vacant places, so the rent's already going up. So with the place being there or not, the rent's already been going up. So that's missed that case right there. With 110,000 people, how many of those people are Latinos? How many of those people are Mexican? How many Latinos or how many people from the community are you gonna have working with? What are you gonna do for the community? You're gonna make money, take. She already stated there's violence there. There's already people taking it to you. So what are you gonna give back? I see your faces, like whatever. You grew up in Mokina, nice neighborhood. I grew up in Chicago. You know what I mean? My daughter grows up out here. I gotta drive around and make sure when I go to, because of the tattoos on my face or whatever. I'm a community activist in Chicago, Wilson, and a little village. So you're just saying you're gonna move in, 110. All I see is money's coming to you. There's a lot of people there. CineSpace is there. You're gonna have customers from CineSpace. But what are you gonna do to be a good neighbor to the community? As of right now, I oppose it. So I see something that, stated right there. Okay, it's not us, it's we as a community. But for now, I oppose it. So I see something that this is us.
Sir, would you like to go next?
Sure. Okay. Michael Keating, 2638 West 21st Place. I've been a resident of that area for over 20 years. I've been very involved in the social justice aspect of that neighborhood. I'm chairman of the General Advisory Committee for the 10th District through CAPS. The Little Village community is in strong opposition to this dispensary in a residential neighborhood. One of the reasons that I know this is that I have 55 pages of petitions, over 1,000 signatures of people that live and work in Little Village regarding this matter. They're opposed to this. There are also numerous calls and emails to the Alderman's office against this. These are people that live and work in Little Village and Pilsen. I agree that there's been no stated quantifiable benefit to the community regarding this matter. In terms of businesses are in opposition to this. I know that because the first 2 pages of the petitions that you have in front of you, those are signatures from businesses that are on the 26 and 2700 block of West Cermak. They're in opposition to this dispensary being in that area. There's been very little, if any, involvement with the business community and the general community to discuss this dispensary before the zoning changes position. So this is, and I am in agreement with obviously my colleagues to the left regarding this matter. Additionally, the other social service organizations that are there, the churches that are there that are very influential in that area, in Little Village and Pilsen, are all in opposition to it. That would be the New Vision, the pastor, the Mother of the Americas, which Father Thomas Harris. In general, the Little Village area is, evidenced by these signatures and other emails. They're against this change of the zoning board because they do not want and do not need this dispensary matter in their residential neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, sir, thank you. First name Jordan, last name Melendez, address 1719 North Natchez Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60707. I also had a business for some time in Lacuna Lofts, address 2150 South Canalport Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60608. For the record, I am also a cannabis consultant here in the state of Illinois. I sit on the Illinois House Work Group, which is spearheaded by Representative Sean Ford. And I've done some outreach as it relates to cannabis in Pilsen for the better part of 2 years. Okay. First, I'd like to address the co-applicant. To be frank, I think it's complete oversight to not engage the residents and to flippantly say that it will not have an adverse impact on the community. How do you know when you do not even know the residents nor their needs, wants, or concerns? What do you get when you mix corporate greed with the exploitation of Black and brown communities? You get a troubling dynamic known as poverty pimps. In cannabis, these are entities, consultants, and nonprofit organizations that, under the guise of social responsibility, shamelessly exploit the struggles of individuals that have been a victim of unjust cannabis laws and ghettoization. These exploits underscore the effects of major public policy breakdowns at every level of government. Today, members of the ZBA have the opportunity to be the stopgap from another case of poverty pimping and prevent an adverse impact on this community. The co-applicants hosted a community meeting at 2451 South Oakley Avenue, over a mile away from the proposed dispensary. Now, I've read the special use ordinance very well. I understand that it does not require it to be within 250 feet of the proposed location. However, that is not being a good neighbor. The demographics of 2451 South Oakley is slightly different and more affluent than the proposed location. So that's one note. Unfortunately, during this meeting, many of the residents weren't able to attend due to accessibility challenges. As I stated, the first meeting was over a mile away. This oversight and indifference towards connecting with residents near the proposed location was the first opportunity to hear and understand the residents' needs, challenges, and physical capabilities. Residents that were able to travel to 2151 South Oakley Avenue were predominantly Spanish speaking and were met with an all-English presentation and proposed plan. To the co-applicant, in a rebuttal, please explain the thought and planning behind the first meeting and what aspects of the meeting you felt were inclusive of the local residents. Who did you coordinate to organize this meeting? Whoever it was obvious they did not do the research on the area and did not have the best interests of the residents at hand. The property owner of 2601 through 2607 West Cermak decided to hold their own community meeting on October 11th of 2023 at the proposed location. To enter this meeting, the property owner required individuals to show ID and required individuals to be 21 years of age or older. Last time I checked, this wasn't a bar. This was a community meeting. As a result of requiring ID for entry, 50 community members, many of whom were seniors and native Spanish speakers, had to wait outside the proposed facility until representatives of the 25th Ward office showed up to the location. The co-applicants have met with the 25th Ward Zoning Advisory Board, where they provided recommendations and provided contacts to ensure the community would have a seat at the table. Until this day, regardless of what that community engagement plan says, it was not taken into consideration of what the residents' needs, wants are. Anything not included in them is complete neglect. In anticipation of ZBA's approval back on the 15th of November, 2023, the co-applicant via B&M Voting Partners LLP and Belvedere Construction Group LLP began the express permit process for 2607 West Cermak. Now, keep this in mind, guys, if you really ask the residents what they do, who they are. Many of the residents near the proposed site work in construction and do physical manual labor. Needless to say, this could have been an opportunity for the co-applicant to have residents literally be hands-on in the pre-development and the construction process. In conclusion, the adverse impact to the co-applicants will have and continue to have on the community. In conclusion, the adverse impact the co-applicant has and will continue to have on the community is more blatant than the Blagojevich tape calls. I ask the board members present today to look over the co-applicant's plan for community engagement, also known as Exhibit L, which was submitted as part of their application to the Illinois Department of Financial Regulation, in addition to Exhibit M, as submitted to IDPFR, which is the diversity plan. Any plan that was made without collaborating with residents and the neighborhood of Little Village is a plan that cannot possibly be in the best interests of the residents. Somos Little Village, no estamos en venta. We are Little Village, we are not for sale. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you like to go next?
My name is Irma Morales, Little Village resident for 12 years. And I am opposed to this dispensary. And I talk about two reasons of that. The third one is the lack of good faith the buyer shows to the community. They have a lot of time to show something to the community. And like you can see and there's other the pictures, there is not any improvement in our community. The dispensary is not welcoming to our community because our community needs a cure, not a remedy. And the second part is not a remedy that show us second side effects like a dispensary can be. I say so in my second reason because they can show problems and for the customers in the future, especially for young people, because they register as a user of weed. So if these young people decide in the future to take a profession like a medical or law, this will be an impediment for them. So it's like is why I say it's a remedy with side effects. So I am opposed to this dispensary in our community because our community needs to treat the roots to heal, not to put our brains to sleep with cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, would you like to state your name and address?
Yes, Gerald Minter, 2217 West 41st Place. I've been a resident of Little Village, Hillston, for over 25 years. So I'm speaking to number 3, it's compatible with the character of the surrounding area, farms, of site planning and building scale and project design, I believe the 28 parking spots that exist now will not be sufficient to handle Saturday night, Friday night customers. Therefore, I believe the overflow on Cermak with the people who will have their lights blinking to run in and get their order, and then to go across the parking slot to run in and get their pizza so they can take care of the munchies once they get home, will create a problem for other people in the neighborhood. So that's part of the site planning. I don't think it's been sufficiently covered. I do see that you are planning for a 7-minute sale. So that'd be approximately 8 sales an hour or 96 sales a day. That sounds great. I don't know how the pizza company is operating now. It used to be 8 pizzas for every 10 minutes. So that's just about equal. So you should be able to handle the volume. So in terms of your business plan, it looks like your business model will work out. But part of the problem that I just pointed out was the parking and the traffic issue. The second thing was, what about the illegal entrepreneur who buys the illegal below market value cannabis and decides to go into business on the sidewalk in front of your business? Now, I don't know. My understanding is it may not be a big deal, but I don't think you're gonna be able to get any police control over there. Right now, we cannot get control of people who drink on the side of liquor stores. There are armed guards inside of liquor stores on Cermak across from Tepeyac Church. Now, in your store over the years, I have no idea how you're gonna be able to manage it. I don't know how your security people will be able to manage it. That's a concern I have, or people who are in their cars during the party and never move out. You can't move them out, you can't shoo them out, you can't take a broom and sweep them out of the parking lot. Just a thought, it's just something that I'm concerned about. I think it's going to create a parking problem, a traffic problem in the area. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all right. Ma'am, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Christina Sayo, and I am at 1726 South Des Plaines Street, 60601. Good afternoon, my name is Christina Sayo, and I'm a resident of the 25th Ward in the 60601 zip code. I am a 2023 DCASE grant awardee of an individual artist program grant, an actor represented by DDO Artists Chicago, and currently an owner of 3 social equity licenses, very much similar to Green and Randall. My partner Brad Roloff and I live in Pilsen, and he's also an artist. He's actually been featured in the Netflix show Easy. Joe Swanberg is a collaborator of ours. I'm here today because I find that allowing special use zoning in the 25th Ward for Green and Randall LLC, Nature's Grace and Wellness LLC, would not advance social equity in the state of Illinois, nor would it culturally impact this neighborhood positively. This is my neighborhood. I am friends with brewers at Alulu Brewery. I'm very close with Weiner Beers Company. I'm very, very close with 4 Letter Word Roastery, lots of local businesses. And in the spirit of social equity, I have to say that this dispensary is going to be built without any knowledge of our community. Culturally, I don't think it'll impact us well. I don't know why this proposal is being proposed with armed guards. Who are you trying to keep out? Us? It is against my values as a community member of the 25th Ward to allow this business entry into my community under the guise of social equity. Were this dispensary in good faith a social equity license where equity is not diluted to the managers such as those represented by Nature's Grace and Wellness, LLC, it may be a different story. However, it is not. And honorable council members, you must commit to allowing folks who have historically been impacted negatively by cannabis laws to be the focus here. We have to champion those people because that is what these social equity licenses were created in the spirit of. To advance an agenda for a dispensary not owned and not operated by people of this neighborhood, nor by the social equity licensees, is gross and negligent. As a resident and as a fellow social equity licensee, I speak now to the social equity applicants who are affiliated. You deserve true equity. This has been a long couple of years, and I want you to know that you deserve better. So I stand here with my Pilsen community as an Asian American artist, respected by the city of Chicago by way of a cultural grant, and I stand with my alderperson, Byron Suchta Lopez, to stop special zoning approval for the predatory business affiliates of Green and Randall LLC. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Sanchez, and first let me thank our constituents. My constituents for being here this late. You know, we are almost 7:30 p.m. and want to make sure that as the commissioners, and everybody here knows that our community is watching this very closely. And I hope that you have received from February 14th. So I don't want to repeat. I know that I sent information. You received communication from our office, and I think we've been clear on our objection, citing section 17130905, the general use, in terms of adverse impact. You have heard loud and clear from my constituents. And we also, pursuant of section 17130905G, community meeting, as well as the adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood and community. I do think those are very important considerations. So let me elaborate. I just want to be clear. You should also have received a copy of over 1,000 petitions from neighbors of the community and over 40 small businesses of the area. I think it's starking the contrast between the applicant and our constituents. You can look from the diversity of the arguments as well as who our community is. I think that we have heard from many of our constituents the reality of things versus the distortion of the facts. I think as you saw in the presentation, you know, we can put nice drawings and try to paint a different picture. But you're hearing directly here from people who live in the block, who understand the complexities and who understand the neighborhood. And I can attest, right, at least as a representative of my communities, I live and work in the ward, and I can attest the veracity and validity of the testimonies. And in contrast, right, with experts that do not live in the community, that do not work in the community, and thus they are not equipped to make an expertise comment, or an expert comment on our community. This particular block, and I want to just give you an example. I think you have heard a little bit from our constituents. This is a block where our community has lost a pharmacy. We have lost a grocery store. And again, we talk about declining economic activity. The declining of economic activity is not because of a lack of opportunity. It is indeed because of proposals that are tone deaf to what we have. One of the very clear aspects of that. Any proposal has to be compatible with the character of the surrounding areas. Our community, you know, have seen developers come in, impose their way, only to the detriment. I think we hear from their own experts, numbers that show a decline in the economic activity of our community. Our community, I remind the applicant, is 75+% Latino, Latinx. I think this is starting, gonna be more clear, the contrast. And again, I think the residents already have described their experience on community meetings, their experience in terms of the relationship between the community and the applicant. My office has long supported the growth of cannabis. And one of the main factors, or one of the main reasons, is because I believe that those same victims of the criminalization of the use of cannabis must be part of this conversation, must benefit by these proposals. When we are not taking into consideration not only the character of the neighborhood, the relationship of the neighborhood, but more than anything else, that the community must, especially in this area, where I think that you have seen and hear directly testimonies of people who live and work in the area, from the inadequate infrastructure, right? So if we want to invest $1 million just to keep the safety of the business, but we cannot invest a similar amount for the safety or to be in character with the neighborhood, I do think that we have a problem here. And that is the reason why I'm here in front of you. Because these proposals, and again, when we talk about social equity, supposed to undo the harm in the communities where this had happened, where criminalization and unfortunately the issues that we have in a serious uptick of violence, especially in blocks like this. When we hear from small businesses, when we're hearing from our residents, that we must be not only in character, but we must always be concerned about the effects. And it's no doubt about in my mind, because I tell you, I am not new to the dispensary. When I actually used to represent in a different map, and that's what I'm gonna go to this. I understand, this is something that we inherited from a previous administration or previous map. But I tell you that my experience when I was representing, for instance, the West Loop, where I had the opportunity to approve 2 dispensaries. So this is not, the argument is not about that. The argument that we're making is that the relationship between the neighbors and the applicants in those instances is very different to what we see today. And I believe strongly that if we are in a new day in the city of Chicago, we must make sure that the applications that come in have the same respect and consideration for the residents on the West Loop as they are in Little Village or anywhere in the city. That has not happened. And for me, as a representative of a community that is struggling to preserve the social character, the fabric of our community, to see very little movement, and this is what I'm going to add, like the 25th Ward Advisory Board, yes, indeed, even though they're not the body to decide, we decide on zoning matters, but they are very well aware of the process. They have participated directly. These are residents of the 25th Ward and make recommendations, just for the record. In those 2 occasions, they also recommended against the application. These are, again, residents who understand the process, who see the merit and review, because we understand the conversations that may have happened in the past. But we are now in a community that is now representing Pilsen, Little Village, and we do need to have a relationship with any application that comes to us, again, in good faith, and to make sure that it is in line with the fabric of our neighborhoods. So what I ask you today, and to the board, is to do justice to the injustice that we have seen in our communities. The injustices of operations are not unique. We have seen how corporations like Hilco or other, Walmart again, are corporations that was right there at the corner, that have left us now with pharmacy deserts, food deserts, and that's why we have a worsening of the situation. So the community, it is within the right, and they have been, again, within public meetings, even though some of the public meetings were not being welcomed. And I challenge these, applicants to be mindful to know where they operate. We are in a community of a significant number of undocumented residents, as well as many young people who right now are victims of senseless violence. What we're asking is nothing else than any other community has asked. that we are respectful of the due process, that we work in good faith, that we address the concerns, and that you have heard very valid and within the right of a community arguments, because our community actually is well informed. We have made our efforts to inform our communities about this new, the legalization of cannabis and what is within the right. And with that, I tell you that I have not seen an application with this level of opposition. 1,000+ residents. How are we gonna tell, and again, just 40 businesses, just alone. And I think just within the time that they've been able, our community has been able to let the community know about this. So, and I know that there is a legality on things. We have been very careful on making sure that we review this application on their merit, with all the due process, robust participation, and ultimately with expertise. The difference is we have a community that it is willing to work in good faith, and now we have an application that have not met the community in what was needed in an area that, again, it is at this point not suitable for this. We in fact actually work with and have talked and asked the applicant to work with us to identify another location so that we can find a better location for this site. But not only we did not get I think an effort to engage, as you have heard it, but we have seen just a change in legal strategy. So what I would ask the commissioners is that our laws and our process should reflect the will of the community way they operate. I think that in this room, I think our community has elected a representative that can speak on behalf of the residents. That's why we have residents here this late at night. That we have experts on the field from our community who understands the needs. And again, what we're asking the board is not to set a bad precedent in our community. They are right in terms of we have not, we've been very careful in our review of applications of dispensaries in our community because we understand the importance of the engagement. We are reviewing applications and we're asking the board, it is not to set a bad precedent when we are saying to applicants that they can use the law, and I've seen this way too many times, to get their way into the community, violating this very same process. So what I'm asking is the board is to respect the will of the community that has spoken in writing. I can attest for the number of calls and emails that my office has received, and that we have the right of self-determination, that we have the right to decide and vet our proposals. Again, our community is well informed about cannabis. You see a very well articulated arguments that are in line of what we are within our right to object. And we ask is that we don't set a bad precedent, but rather encourage applications to reflect truly equitable and social equitable practices, something I have not been able to see in this application. I asked for those reasons and because of the opposition in my community that the board respects the majority of our ward, something that I can attest has been done in good faith on our part. We have had at least 2 community meetings, but we have had also recommendations to have meetings within the area where they are going to operate. And again, we have continued to engage and giving opportunities to present a counter proposal to the community, something again that does not reflect the needs and the tremendous challenges in the area. I want to make sure again, our residents will be watching, will be listening, and I hope that they can see that the city is listening to the concerns, the issue, and again, that we are happy to go to the drawing board. We're happy to be collaborative and in good spirit, figure out a way that we can have a win-win situation. But what I cannot in good faith allow is my community to be bypassed, to be lectured, and to be excluded in something that they should be very much part. There's a number of schools, there's a number of young people that need mental health, they need resources. And again, if we're investing $1 million just to keep one area secure, we cannot invest that similar amount, making sure that the surrounding community is safe, that is thriving. I object. So I thank you for your time, and I urge you again to listen clearly to the legal, but also real testimony for people who live and work and are represented with an alderman that can attest on the veracity of their testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderman. All right, at this time, we will go back to the applicant for rebuttal and closing.
So I'd like to, as part of the rebuttal, Chairman, the issue of the community benefits came up, and I want to make sure that that's clear. I've called Cynthia Guzman, the Director of Marketing. She was the one who really put together the packet that was presented. If I could just give her 2 minutes, a couple leading questions to explain Nature's Grace active involvement in their programs, I think it would help respond and provide a little bit more color into benefits that we can control and commit to as part of our program. So can you please take your name and address for the record?
Yeah, Cynthia Guzman, 5253 West Bernice Avenue, Colorado, 606.
And Cynthia, you are the Director of Marketing for Nature's Grace and Wellness?
Yes.
And you participated in the community meeting with the Zone Advisory Council on in January, is that right? Or you put together the program? Put together the program for that. And can you please briefly take the zoning board through the programs that Nature's Grace already has implemented at its current location and intends to implement at the proposed location?
So this is a presentation I put together, and it's actually been a version of this was initially presented at the community meetings, and then upon receiving notes from the alderman's office on exactly what they wanted to learn more about, I then put this presentation together to kind of address the issues of the community that they had summarized for us. So just to give like a quick summary, when it comes to in terms of working with the alderman's office, we did want to prioritize like local hiring in the community in terms of doing a job fair, making sure that residents there are able to then benefit from having a job at our dispensary. We give full range of benefits, things like that. I know one of the comments was about by a local artist. We fully intend on having mural opportunities, and kind of art is an important part of Nature's Grace. I personally have been with the company now for 5 years. So I've kind of been at the, like on the ground in the community, doing the community outreach. I know my role says marketing, but it's more so community outreach as well. In particular with our new dispensaries, we're really trying to have a community-oriented kind of approach to our brand identity. And, you know, we recognize that like the community has been impacted by the war on drugs, marijuana included. So we put together the Shop Local program to kind of address concerns about us not being able to connect with the local businesses. Obviously, we have not been approved yet, so like we can't, you know, present like who we're working with yet because we have not done it, gotten approved yet. But in this presentation, I also have like a visual map of both the businesses and the residents that we have been engaging with. And unfortunately, I can't speak to every resident in the community, but after hearing some of their feedback and kind of, I know we have some supporters here as well, and kind of trying to target what the concerns are. We already have existing programming that we do with the 2 locations we have, as well as mainly the Chicagoland area, just because there is more of a need for consumer education. So that's kind of a big programming thing of ours that I see on a day-to-day level. And so it's our full intention to keep prioritizing consumer education, specifically in regards to like, you know, how to actually consume, so that we don't get to the level of I guess more addictive tracks of marijuana, but it's
So responsible consumption.
yeah, responsible consumption, sorry, is something that we do plan to address, and we have addressed, and we have programming for all that. We've worked with Above and Beyond Recovery Center, is one of the case examples where we presented, week-long programs where we want to be able to address the lack of education in, Black and brown communities.
And is it also true that you work directly, on just general, not necessarily about consumption, but also just the general programs that are involved in the state of Illinois? Even the medical cannabis, card, and helping people determine whether or not that might be an option, for them.
Yes, we have.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Now, Chairman, again, I just wanted to give a little bit of color on that. There's about 4 facts that I wanted to put into the record, and then I will conclude in 2 sentences. The first is, I want to be very clear that the first community meeting was held in the ward that the property is located. It was consistent with the rules in place for community meetings for special use. I remind the board that this is the only special use that requires a community meeting. We provided notice of our posting in the newspaper, notice of the mailing to the residents. All of that was submitted with their findings of fact submittal. We also had an additional community meeting, and my office participated with the applicant in 2 rounds of zoning, at least 2 rounds of zoning advisory meetings with the Alderman's office. So there has been plenty of outreach, communication. The documents that we just kind of reviewed were shared as part of that program. There has been an exchange of information and an exchange of ideas as part of this process. Crime was brought up as a significant issue in the area. We understand that that's a concern. Mr. Kissel spoke directly to that point, that there has been no correlation found between the introduction of the cannabis dispensary and an increase in crime in the surrounding area. More so, while it's not our burden as an applicant to improve crime conditions, we believe that occupying a vacant building with an active use between 9 o'clock in the morning and 9 o'clock at night that has a security presence that's required by state code may help the situation. It may not make the situation great, it may not solve the problem, but we certainly don't think that level of, again, attention and investment is going to hurt or create that adverse impact that many of the residents had spoken to. With, 1 second, I think there was a question about how it's a really unique situation, because if you look at the zoning map, we all know that Cermak is an active commercial corridor. At the end of the day, this application is about establishing a retail business in a commercially zoned building on a commercial corridor. We think that we absolutely believe it meets all of the 5 criteria for special use approval. Again, without beating that drum again, the public convenience will, the introduction of a cannabis dispensary here brings the now legal product to the consumers in this area. We do not believe it's going to have an adverse impact on general welfare. Mr. Kissel and Mr. O'Brien spoke at length to that. With respect to the surrounding area, again, a retail establishment on a commercially zoned property on a commercial thoroughfare. It absolutely is consistent. With respect to the building costs, I'm sorry, the building scale, we're adapting and reusing an existing building. With respect to operating characteristics, 9 to 9 retail business hours. We're not an overnight or late night business. We will have lighting. We have to have lighting as part of our security plan. We aren't going to create much noise because it's a store inside. It's an indoor store. And with respect to pedestrian safety and traffic generation, we're using existing infrastructure, the existing driveway, 6 parking spaces on site. It's C1-2 zoning. There's no parking requirement. That's a benefit that this location offers. We have on-site parking. We're not changing the configuration. For all of these reasons, we ask that the zoning board apply the 5 standards for special use approval and approve the applicant's application. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
I do. Counselor, talk to me about the community meeting, and where was that again?
So there were 2 separate meetings. There was the first meeting, which the neighbors had, again, correctly identified as being, the exact address, I don't have. It was about a mile away from.
What was the address?
I don't have it in front of me.
I have the address if you'd like it to.
Yeah, you have it.
What is it?
First community meeting held 2451 South Oakley. Proposed location is on Cermak and Rock Road, 2601 through 2607 West Cermak.
So the first meeting was at 2451 South Oakley.
Yep.
And we all know I know my city, right?
Absolutely.
So we got Pilsen, got Little Village, right? And what is that neighborhood called at 2451 South Oakley?
I'm gonna defer to you, sir.
Little Italy. Yeah, I know my neighborhood, that's why. So it's kind of funny that, I'm just saying, you know, Pilsen, Little Village, and this is only like 3 blocks. It was originally the Little Italy, you know, that wasn't Taylor Street. It was
So,
originally here.
so two things I want to make expressly.
I just
I get it.
trying to get my head around it.
And this is, I want to get you there. The first is the rules that city council instituted for the community meeting for cannabis special use. That's a compliant location because it's in the ward the property is located. If you recall, early in the process, when the zoning maps changed, there was quite a bit of confusion on where the meetings could actually be held. But, and in addition to that meeting, a second meeting was held at the subject property.
Why, okay, so how many people were at the first meeting?
I was not in attendance at that. My former colleague attended that meeting.
35.
35? And how many were at the second meeting at the location?
50.
And out of the 35, how many were in favor, how many were against?
I would say non-company aside, almost everybody.
The whole 35 people?
Yeah.
Commissioner, we learned that folks that attended that meeting did not actually live in either of the communities. And we actually had evidence that people from Cicero, Illinois were coming to join in opposition, which is what kind of led to the idea of let's get into the subject property and have a little bit more of a control on correctly reflecting who's showing up at the meeting as opposed to somebody from maybe outside city limits, a little bit, even farther than Little Italy, to attend the meeting.
All right, then you had a second meeting at the location and you had about 50 members there. And what was the makeup there of for against?
I would say 75% against 25%.
Against?
Yes. But I personally was the presenter at both.
Just trying to get my head around community meetings. And Alderman, did you have a community meeting? Was there a community meeting?
So thank you, and I think just to be precise, so I attended both meetings.
Okay.
And the second meeting actually happened at our request at the location, right? Because I think that's a great question, Commissioner. I think for any community meeting that I had, most of the meetings I always hold at the location with the proposed act. I do think that is a first, right? And I'm glad that you know, it's heart of Chicago, right? So it's very
Heart of
different,
Chicago, right.
So the attendance, right, versus the attendance the second time, and I would say that there were at least like I said, another 50 people who couldn't get in, right? Or were naughty or they had concerns and didn't come in. But I would say the attendance probably was high. At our request, I think we hosted the meeting at the location. I would say that probably is closer to probably 9 out of 10 people probably were not in favor. But again, what I'm showing here is like the good faith of the community, because even then we have shown in many occasions the need to have the benefits that are presented. But what you're not hearing is a specific commitments around. I mean, everybody can say we're going to do a mural, but is a mural reflective of a community benefits agreement on a and we know, commissioners, you approve this cannabis dispensaries often here. We're talking about what, an average of in a year you can make $10 million maybe in that size. Now, granted that one of our constituents were mentioning, right? There's already a Caesar's Pizza there, right? Where it is a very small parking lot, right? That's what I mentioned. I have been doing, at least for 4 years, looking at this on the fine print, right? The area is highly residential, right? Outside Cermak, but that location in particular, right, represents an area that is in need of collaboration and partnership. I think that if we don't think through all those things, or we are an aftermath, I got no doubt that there will be adverse consequences. I'll give you an example too, and it's not, necessarily on the cannabis, but we have seen similar situations where the community is against establishments for different reasons, right? And when we do not listen to the expertise, right? I have a location that was 2 blocks away from Benito Juarez. I don't want to get into the details. The community objected for the very similar reasons. The establishment opened. And what we had after that was exactly what the community said was about. I would say that it is important, and I thank you, commissioners, for listening to the community, because you hear people who live and work there, who can tell you, look, there's gonna be a problem. In my experience, the community is wise. When I have failed to listen to my community is when we have seen adverse effects, we have seen the lack of compatible, or the lack of the incompatible nature and characteristics between the application and the community where they are operating. Again, I think that is not an issue of our community being informed. It's quite the contrary. I think that our community is informed, and was asking is for true equity and true partnership, right? And I think that, and I'm glad that you asked that, Commissioner, when you don't want to meet in that location, when there is so much attention on the safety of the location, I think that in my experience, we haven't had that kind of issue in the past. And my concern again is the issue that we have and the precedent that we set, especially in a community that is eager, right, to have good partnership, to be in collaboration. Well, I tell you, I'm always proud of representing Pittsburgh Village, because in Rest Village, the community participates. Our meetings are well attended. When we tried not to get participation, when we tried to make a technicality, I think we failed to look at the big picture. So I appreciate that we focus on the basics, geography, the character, the compatible nature of it, and ultimately that we listen to our constituents. There's no need to rush applications. Our community can attract wonderful applications. My biggest concern is that we are going to miss opportunities because we are not making sure that our community really truly understands. And we know that bad experiences lead to stereotypes and other issues, something that our community does not want. Our community wants partnership, true equity, and that's what we're asking on every application, so not only with this application.
Chairman, I'm sorry, there are two additional members that are here to offer support, so I just wanted to get on the record briefly.
Sir, please state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Daniel. I'm Antonio Mota.
You're gonna have to come up, and the court reporter's gotta be able to hear it.
Hello, my name is Daniel Antonio Mota. I live at 2449 South California Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60608, Unit 2B. I live in a neighborhood, and so does my mother, who lives at the same block as the proposed dispensary at 2605 West Sunset. My family has lived in the neighborhood for a very long time. I'm here today in support of dispensary and social equity licensees there on Sarah. My family has been in law enforcement security our entire lives. My background is 10 years working as a federal police officer for the Federal Reserve and 6 years in the United States best military, United States Air Force. My mom is also retired from the Chicago Police Department. The dispensary on the corner of Cermak and Rockwell would be a great thing for the neighborhood, in my opinion, would actually help decrease the presence of crime and criminal activity. The additional security that dispensary will bring once open will help the neighborhood a little safer. The dispensary in the neighborhood is a positive force for the area, which is why here today the zoning board of appeals to approve the dispensary. That is all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, any other questions from the board?
One more. Just to be brief, so I'm not repeating anything. Steve Sachet, 2727 West Cermak. Just down the street from the proposed cannabis dispensary. I attended the second community meeting held October 11th, 2023. As a result of that meeting, I'm here today to support the cannabis dispensary. My neighborhood, especially since Daryl and Sarah, the social equity voters, will have ownership, and it puts justice and equity at the forefront of the Illinois cannabis industry to ensure that minorities hurt by the war on drugs get an opportunity to succeed. Under Illinois adult use cannabis law, 25% of tax revenue generated from cannabis sales must support communities that are economically distressed, experience high rates of violence, and have been disproportionately impacted by drug criminalization. And I also think that the security that will be there will provide safety for the area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions from the board? All right, at this time, we will take this matter under advisement. I want to thank everyone for your input. We appreciate it. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, good. Yeah. I know that.
No, they withdrew, but the lady's staying here, so she can do it on record. Please have to tell me. I'll just check all records.
How are you?
Oh, no, we not object.
Sit down and look that up.
We'll get you sorted later. This is the case that's on right now. And then as soon as your case is called, we'll sort you all out.
All right, we're now on 435-23S. I'm gonna go ahead and read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends denial of the proposed gas station. The proposed gas station will have an adverse impact on the neighborhood as this proposed regional vehicle-oriented business is not compatible with the character of the immediate surrounding area, which is predominantly residential to the south and includes primarily lower intensity and/or community-focused retail, personal service, quick service restaurants, etc., within a half mile of the site, each way along this stretch of East 95th Street. Further, the proposed 24/7 hours of operation far exceed the more common hours of businesses in the immediate area, which primarily open between 8 to 10 a.m. and generally closed by 6 to 10 p.m., with a couple staying open to midnight to 2 a.m. on weekend nights only. Based on the foregoing, it is the department's recommendation that the proposal to establish a gas station be denied, as it is not compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, including hours of operation, and is not in the interest of the public convenience, and will have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. All right, would everyone who's planning to testify on this matter, including any objectors, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Timothy Barton with the law firm of Thomas R. Ratings Attorney at Law, LLC. I'm here tonight representing 2410 Prop Limited, the applicant in the matter for the special use property at 2435 55 East 95th Street. The applicant is proposing to improve a vacant lot of 30,066 feet on the southeast corner of East 95th Street and South Yates Avenue, with a gas station and a 3,650 square foot convenience mart. The site has 250 feet of frontage along 95th Street and 120 feet on Yates Avenue. The gas station will have a total of 10 gas pumps, 5 filling islands. It will be enclosed by a 4-foot-high wrought iron fence on the street front and a 6-foot-high solid wood fence on the east and south sides of the site. There will be individual driveways on 95th and Yates Avenue. The height of the pump canopy itself will be 16 feet 4 inches. The gas station will be enhanced with 4,413 square feet of landscape materials, 2,993 square feet, more than the minimum requirements. The site and landscape layout were reviewed extensively by the Department of Planning and Development and the Department of Transportation, and modifications were made based on those reviews. And as a result, the department issued its approval for this application to proceed. My first witness here will be Ahmed Motion, who is the, well, I'll identify you in the testimony. Seated on my right. Ahmed, please state your name and address for the record.
Ahmed Mohsen, 9148 South Falcon Ridge, Bridgeview, Illinois. 9148 South Falcon Ridge, Bridgeview, Illinois.
And you are the manager of the 2410 Prop Limited, which is the applicant for the special use today?
Yes.
You're an experienced gas station operator, are you not?
Yes, my company has been in business for 2 decades and owned and operated around 17 gas stations.
Okay. And it's your intention to develop this site at 2435 East 95th with the 10 pump gas station and the accessory convenience park?
Yes.
And what are the hours of operation you're proposing?
24/7, 7 days a week, but we are flexible based on the community.
Okay. Will the convenience store have the same hours?
Yes.
Okay. And how many employees will there be on the site?
I employ from the community. Once approved, we'll be looking. Slow down, I'm sorry. I employ from the community, and once approved, we'll be looking to hire at least 3 to 5 part-time / full-time employees.
Will there be any special security measures here?
Yes, we'll be looking to do a community partnership with Andre, our supporter here, and we'll be looking to provide security hours. Again, flexible depending on what we think we need, but most likely between the hours of noon until midnight. Will be extended.
And let me just point out for the record, you were referring to Andre Benford, who is seated on my left and who is the security consultant.
Yes.
And will there be surveillance cameras monitoring the site?
Yes, on the lot, in the store, in the streets, immediately adjacent.
And the cameras are linked with OEMC, the city of Chicago's OEMC?
Yes.
And what type of items will you be selling at the store, grocery store?
Bill will carry an extensive grocery selection, more than what you would see in a regular gas station, such as milk, bread, eggs, frozen food, with competitive pricing.
And can you describe other aspects of the operation?
Yes, we would like to have our infrastructure to allow for the state-of-the-art EV charging station, which would be the first on 95th Street, to accommodate for the shift for renewable energy to maximize the use of the property. Because I am more than a developer, I'm an operator that is embedded in the community. Additionally, I would like to provide new blends of gas that's limited in high demand, such as E88 and E85, which is less expensive than regular unleaded fuel. Again, there's no gas stations within my knowledge within a 5-mile radius that supply such blends of gas.
Where is your most recently completed station?
10644 South Hollis Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Okay. And you said before that your family had 17 stations in the city, and you've been involved with all of those?
Yes.
The station at 107th and Halsted was approved by the ZBA in 2021, wasn't that?
Yes.
Let's see, let me ask you, did you attempt to contact the Alderman regarding your project, your proposal?
Yes, with multiple emails.
Okay. And were those emails which I was copied on, sent on October 9th, October 19th, November 1st, and January 10th? Your recollection?
Yes, it was about 5.
Okay. So would you say this gas station is consistent with other ones? So this is a model of, the stations that you developed all over the city?
Yes, this is very similar to the most recent one that's been completed on 107th Halsted, as previously stated. There has been others that have been approved, but they're currently under development.
And do you have an idea of the amount of taxes that you're projecting for this?
Throughout the year, about $200,000 worth of taxes will be generated.
That includes state taxes?
That includes sales tax, employee tax, property tax, and soda tax for the city. As far as,
Thank you. Ahmed, I submitted your affidavit with findings of fact to the board on your behalf to continue to ask you questions with your statements, with your answers be consistent with the statements in your affidavit.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to ask or bring Toby to the stand now.
And the board recognizes Mr. Sorensen's expertise.
Thank you. Toby, for the record, will you state your name and address?
Toby Sorensen, MAI. My address is 1822 Ridge Avenue, Evanston, Illinois, 60201.
And are you the president and owner of Case Chicagoland Inc.?
Yes, I am.
And you're a certified NAI appraiser, a member of the Appraisal Institute.
Yes, I am.
Can you briefly describe the subject property and the immediately surrounding area?
Yes, briefly, it's a rectangular corner lot having approximately 30,000 square feet. It is located at the southeast corner of the 8th and 95th Street. It's currently vacant with the exception of a couple of billboards, no fencing. It also is located along the south side of 95th Street, which is, it's a primary arterial roadway. However, I know there's questions coming in the near future here, as opposed to how the planning and development characterized this specific area, it's actually highly underdeveloped. There's a multitude of vacant properties. And I know that there's further questions coming that I'll be able to tell that.
So in terms of the criteria that the board looks at for special uses, let me ask, will this comply with the zoning ordinance?
Yes, it does, with the exception of the special use.
Okay. And would you say that this is your opinion that the proposed gas station is in the interest of the public convenience?
Yes, it is. With regard to gas stations specifically in this area, it's an area that's seen a significant decline in the number of gas stations, either via closures or via former stations that had all of the pumps removed and the sites were converted to essentially exclusive car washes. There's a number of those in the area. A couple of examples of closures in this immediate area include the subject property, which was a gas station decades ago. And the property to the immediate west across Yates Avenue, which was also a gas station, is now vacant and used for surface storage. The area along 95th Street is somewhat unique in the city in that it's a corridor that's a primary corridor that experiences high levels of traffic. But the entirety of the north side of 95th Street is vacant. It's historically been, based on my research, owned by a railroad. It's zoned residential, but it's been held as undeveloped. In areas of the city like this, another example might be a corridor that borders a cemetery. We see the opposite side of the street is typically underserved by retail uses. The principle behind that dynamic is something we refer to as cumulative attraction. It's the tendency of retailers to congregate in nodes for mutual benefit. When the opposite side of the street has no development whatsoever, there's a lower level of synergy. And the opposite side of the street, where development where it's permitted, cannot retain or generate demand for other retailers. So what you see is no development on the opposite side of the street for several blocks within the range of this property. And on the south side of the street, where the subject is, you see only intermittent development, many of which have closed and been vacant for a long time, and the remainder of the lots largely vacant. The surrounding area, as stated by the Planning and Development Department, is off of 95th Street, is single-family residential in character. I would characterize similar properties in the immediate area. Former gas stations and current gas stations have those exact same surrounding uses along 95th Street, immediately abutting to the north, to the south, to the east, or to the west, typically just north and south, are single-family residential uses. This property this proposed use would serve the public benefit by adding a convenience store that also provides goods and services that are uncommon among mini marts, because it has a larger mini mart that can accommodate that. It's a larger site than many urban gas stations, which permits a higher level of maneuverability within the site. It's going to offer, as mentioned, certain services that are uncommon among gas stations, such as different fuels and an EV charging station. The proposed hours will permit on-site security and lighting in an otherwise underdeveloped area. The development will, of course, reduce the number of vacant sites in the area, and it won't adversely impact surrounding uses as proposed. There's going to be buffers between the subject and the use to the immediate south. both being in terms of distance, 17 feet, and in terms of 6-foot tall fence. The uses to the east and west are commercial in nature, at least by zoning, but are otherwise big. So all of those would speak to the potential for benefit and convenience of the community.
Okay. I think you've covered most of the criteria, but I was gonna ask you about, thank you. Let me ask you, so, are you aware that the board approved a special use last month for a Dunkin' Donuts, drive-through restaurant, a few blocks east at 2115 East 95th Street?
Yes, I am. And that speaks, I think, contrary to what the Department of Development maintained, that the proposed use for the subject is not consistent with proposed uses on the stretch. This is actually the use that was approved a month ago is a quick service retail use, which valuation experts will lump together with gas stations as vehicular oriented type retail uses, commercial service uses. So it would in fact be compatible. And when we also consider the historical uses of several properties in the area as former gas stations, I think it speaks to the compatibility of this particular proposed use for this area.
Let me ask you about a design and layout for the comfort and safety of pedestrians. Will it provide surveillance for this part of 95th Street?
Yes, it will, and in otherwise underserved areas as far as that goes.
Okay. So the station will be an improvement to an otherwise desolate area?
That's correct.
And the site itself is larger than many of the lots, which will allow vehicles to move more safely?
Correct.
And then we have only 2 driveways, which will also enhance pedestrian safety.
That's correct.
But did you, all your findings were stated in a report that was submitted to the board?
That's correct, yes.
If I were to continue questioning you today, would your answers be consistent with the statements in your report?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. To my left is Andre Benford, and he's the security consultant for this operation. Mr. Andre, can you are you a security consultant?
Correct. My name is Andre Benford. I'm located at 2059 East 95th Street. That's where my business security consulting firm is located.
And what's the name of your firm?
Benford Protection Group.
Okay. So do you operate, does your company operate the security for any of Mr. Notion's
Yes.
other properties?
We have provided previous security for several of his other stations, which we provide armed and unarmed security guard services.
What's your background in security? What's your experience?
My experience and background is 33 years of security guard service, 27 years as a Chicago police officer.
And what's the experience of your employees? What's the range of experience?
We conduct a lot of training in situations that we work in areas of gas stations. We provide what we consider Overwatch customer service, escort service to and from vehicles, inside protection, merchandise, and security for clients.
Are there other security measures that relate to this property?
With this one, we actually would also have an Overwatch system from our headquarters where we can also watch the cameras as well, for additional website, Overwatch.
Okay.
Website.
Thank you. Let's see. We have a number of supporters here today. several of whom would like to make statements, brief statements. And so I'll let them introduce themselves. And give your name and address.
Oh, hi, I'm Angela Benford, BEN-FORD. I live at 9327 South Kingston Avenue, 60617. I'm here as a resident. In my neighborhood, there is a gas station that's way east, maybe from Kingston, it's like maybe 4 blocks away. I don't go to the gas station because I don't feel that it's safe. There's also another gas station that may be like a half a mile away from where I live. It's on South Chicago. I don't go over there either because it's not safe. It's a lot going on. So I go outside of my neighborhood to get gas, especially when I'm outside. So I don't usually get gas in my neighborhood. That's all.
Thank you.
Jeremiah Franklin, 10801 South Eggleston. I just want to attest to the current development located in 0644 South Austin. Prior to the gas station being here, that piece of property was vacant for some years. It used to be a barber shop, laundromat, and some other areas. But since the development of the gas station, it's really committed to provide healthy alternative to beverages. And they also employ from the community. So I'm definitely for expansion on our gas station moving to other parts of the southeast.
Thank you.
My name is Katrina Worley, address 9549 South Constance Avenue, 60617. I have been a resident of the area for 43 years. I've seen the ups and downs in the neighborhood, and for another gas station to come, I'm for it, only because the Marathon gas station on our block is no good. There's shootings just about every other month. There's an alleyway that takes the alleyway between the gas station and the alley, a lot of shootings, crime, and just within the radius between Shell, Marathon. There's only 2 gas stations on that side. There's no other gas stations. You get down to 95th and I want to say further south around commercial area. So I'm for this new gas station development in our area.
Thank you. Sir?
Yes. Hello, my name is Sam Binion, 7209 South Ellis. I am the owner and founder of Operation Neighborhood Safety, and we are responsible to, when the carjacking started back about 3 or 4 years ago. Ahmed and other gas stations has been having a bad rap, with gangs and drug dealers and everybody hanging out on their properties. They've been trying to do everything they could to clean it up. So we comprise about 17 different organizations that we come out, we stand on these properties, we bring a positive energy to the properties. And Ahmed has been really, really instrumental with us, working with the 3rd, working with University of Chicago, 6th District and 4th District, police departments. The affidavit sheets, everything's been in order with what they've been doing. I've really been behind this young man doing what he's trying to do, keep safe environments and keep, the gas stations from really having a bad rap, in our community.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. We have several other members sitting over here behind us, behind me to the left. Would you all like to state your names and addresses? And affirm or, say whether you agree with the statements already given?
Corey Gilbrook, 9200 South Alpena. Agree.
Sandaleo Williams, 10540 South Peoria, I agree. Sandaleo Williams.
Cool, yes. Mr. Alexander, been, 9549 South Constance. And I'm in agreement with the gas station as well, because of the overcrowding that's with the other one that's on the end of my block. The congestion that's in my, and so we definitely need that asset to the neighborhood.
My name is Chanel Ivy. I stay at 1006 West 104th Street, and I'm in the gas station.
And I just wanted to also present to the board and to the opponents a copy of a presentation that Ahmed put together on the new proposed station. And just to let you know, this was sent to the alderman's office a few times.
All right.
And that's,
That's your case? Okay, all right, at this point, we will turn to the Department of Planning and Development.
Okay.
So let's hear from Nancy Radzovich as to why the department is recommending denial.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Department of Planning and Development, when we looked at this application, when we looked at it, what we do for all special uses, is we look at the character of the immediate area. We really try to focus on, usually, it's not a rule of thumb, but we usually start with a half mile either way to see what is the general character in the area that would be most potentially impacted by the development. In this case, what we did is we looked at the residential, and yes, while other gas stations abut or adjacent to residential, the distinction here is that the business in the community profile kind of in this mid-section on 95th is really much more lower intensity. We did an analysis of the businesses within a half mile either way, and most of them are, there's an Aldi, there's a sandwich shop, there's different small local businesses and or more community-oriented businesses. That was our assessment. There's also, churches, etc. And then it looked like once you get a little bit half mile east, as you're heading closer to the Skyway, half mile west, as you get closer to maybe Stony Island, where things get more intensive, that's where it seemed to get the hours of operation were expanded and the types of businesses seem to be more vehicle oriented. So when we assessed this, we looked at it in that context, that most of this immediate area was really more community oriented businesses. And so the hours of operation are we analyzed the businesses along that stretch within this immediate area, taking out that recently approved drive-through, pretty much everything in this area within half mile either side. Nothing stays open later than mostly 10 p.m. on most weekends. And then it looks like the McDonald's is the nearest one that actually has late hours, and that's just about over a half mile away. With respect to the the drive-through that was recently approved, I think there is a definite distinction in that business. We had an application that initially came through, it was proposed to be a Taco Bell. And there was a lot of concern about the community with the hours, again, with the hours of operation, particularly because there was concern with late night drive-through traffic. So what ultimately happened is the applicant came back with a Dunkin', which again, hours of operation, the prime times for drive-through are gonna be in the morning. The other big distinction is it's a restaurant that has an outdoor patio and also has parking spaces, so it accommodates not just drive-through traffic, but also community, it supports the community by having amenities such as, again, the patio and a restaurant use. So that's how our analysis went.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, at this point, we will now turn to the objectors. And Alderman Mitchell, do you want to speak at the end? Do you want to speak at first?
No, I'll speak at the end.
Okay, great. All right, so who of the objectors would like to speak first?
Chairman, this is Kamal, tech support. I'm sorry to interrupt, but our stream will stop running because it's been almost 12 hours. I just need 1 minute to stop and start the stream.
Okay.
Just 1 minute, thank you. So to all the viewers who are watching, please refresh your stream page after 1 minute.